Section 17 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, which shows that diadems are not without their thorns. This shall be a short chapter, I am determined, because it is one of the most important in the whole book. During the absence of the King and Chavigny in the chase, two arrivals had taken place at Chantilly very nearly at the same moment. Luckily, however, the Queen had just time to alight from her carriage and seek her apartments before the Cardinal de Richelieu entered the courtyard, thus avoiding an interview with her deadly enemy on the very threshold. An interview from which she might well have drawn an inauspicious augury without even the charge of superstition. As soon as Chavigny had, as far as possible, provided for his own safety by dispatching the order for Philip's arrest, he proceeded to the apartments of Richelieu, and there he gave that minister an exact account of all he had heard, observed, and done, commenting particularly upon the violent and irascible mood of the king, and the advantages which might be thence derived, if they could turn his anger in the direction that they wished. In the meanwhile, Louis proceeded to the apartments of the Queen, not indeed hurried on by any great affection for his wife, but desirous of seeing his children, whom he sincerely loved, notwithstanding the unaccountable manner in which he so frequently absented himself from them. Never very attentive to dress, Louis XIII, when anything disturbed or irritated him, neglected entirely the ordinary care of his person. In the present instance, he made no change in his apparel, although the sports in which he had been engaged had not left it in a very fit state to grace a drawing-room. Thus, in a pair of immense jack-boots, his hat pressed down upon his brows, and his whole dress soiled, deranged, and covered with dust, he presented himself in the saloon where Anne of Austria sat surrounded by the young princes and the ladies who had accompanied her to Chantilly. The Queen immediately rose to receive her husband, and advanced towards him with an air of gentle kindness, mixed, however, with some degree of apprehension; for to her eyes, long accustomed to remark the various changes of his temper, the disarray of his apparel plainly indicated the irritation of his mind. Louis saluted her but coldly, and without taking off his hat. "I am glad to see you well, madam," said he, and passed on to the nurse who held in her arms the young dauphin. The child had not seen its father for some weeks, and now perceiving a rude-looking, ill-dressed man approaching hastily towards it, became frightened, hid its face on the nurse's shoulder, and burst into tears. The rage of the king now broke the bounds of common decency. "Ha!" exclaimed he, stamping on the ground with his heavy boot, till the whole apartment rang. "Is it so, madam? Do you teach my children also to dislike their father?" "No, my lord, no indeed," replied Anne of Austria in a tone of deep distress, seeing this unfortunate contretemps so strangely misconstrued to her disadvantage. "I neither teach the child to dislike you, nor does he dislike you, but you approach Louis hastily, and with your hat flapped over your eyes, so that he does not know you. Come hither, Louis," she continued, taking the dauphin out of the nurse's arms. "It is your father. Do you not know him? Have I not always told you to love him?" The dauphin looked at his mother, and then at the king, and perfectly old enough to comprehend what she said, he began to recognise his father, and held out his little arms towards him. But Louis turned angrily away. "A fine lesson of dissimulation!" he exclaimed, and advanced towards his second son, who then bore the title of the Duke of Anjou. "Ah, my little Philip," he continued, as the infant received him with a placid smile, "you are not old enough to have learned any of these arts. You can love your father without being told to show it, like an ape at a puppet show." At this new attack, the Queen burst into tears. "Indeed, indeed, my lord," she said, "you wrong me. Oh, Louis, how you might have made me love you once!" And her tears redoubled at the thought of the past. But I am a weak fool," she continued, wiping the drops from her eyes, "to feel so sensibly what I do not deserve. At present your majesty does me deep injustice. I have always taught both my children to love and respect their father. That name is the first word that they learn to pronounce, and from me they learn to pronounce it with affection. But, oh, my liege, what will these dear children think in after years, when they see their father behave to their mother as your majesty does towards me?" "Pshaw!" exclaimed the king. "Let us have no more of all this. I hate these scenes of altercation. Fear not, madam, the time will come when these children will learn to appreciate us both thoroughly." "I hope not, my lord," replied the queen fervently. "I hope not. From me, at least, they shall never learn all I have to complain of in their father." Had Anne of Austria reflected, she would have been silent; but it is sometimes difficult to refrain when urged by taunts and unmerited reproach. That excellent vial of water which the fairy bestowed upon the unhappy wife is not always at hand to impede the utterance of rejoinders, which, like rejoinders in the court of chancery, only serve to urge on the strife a degree farther, whether they be right or wrong. In the present case, the king's pale countenance flushed with anger. "Beware, madam, beware!" exclaimed he. "You have already been treated with too much lenity. Remember the affair of Chalais." "Well, sir," replied the queen, raising her head with an air of dignity, "your majesty knows and feels, and has said, that I am perfectly guiltless of that miserable plot. My lord, if you can lay your head upon your pillow conscious of innocence like mine, you will sleep well. My bosom, at least, is clear." "See that it be, madam," replied Louis, darting upon her one of those fiery and terrible glances in which the whole vindictive soul of his Italian mother blazed forth in his eyes with the glare of a basilisk. "See that it be, madam, for there may come worse charges than that against you. I have learned from a sure source that a Spaniard is seeking my overthrow, and a woman is plotting my ruin," he continued, repeating the words of the astrologer; "that a prince is scheming my destruction, and a queen is betraying my trust. So see that your bosom be clear, madam." And passing quickly by her, he left the apartment, exclaiming loud enough for all within to hear, "Where is his eminence of Richelieu? Some one give him notice that the king desires his presence when he has leisure." Anne of Austria clasped her hands in silence, and looking up to heaven, seemed for a moment to petition for support under the new afflictions she saw ready to fall upon her, and then, without a comment on the painful scene that had just passed, returned to her ordinary employments. End of chapter 5. Section 18 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Containing a great many things not more curious and interesting than true. In the old chateau of Chantilly was a long gallery, which went by the name of the Cour au Cerf, from the number of stags' heads which appeared curiously sculptured upon the frieze, with their long branching horns projecting from the wall, and so far extended on both sides as to cross each other and form an extraordinary sort of trellis-work architrave before they reached the ceiling. The windows of this gallery were far apart, and narrow, admitting but little light into the interior, which, being of a dingy stone colour, could hardly have been rendered cheerful even by the brightest sunshine, but which, both from the smallness of the windows and the projection of a high tower on the other side of the court, was kept in continual shadow, except when in the longest days of summer the sun just passed the angle of the opposite building, and threw a parting gleam through the last window, withdrawn as quickly as bestowed. But at the time I speak of, namely 2 days after the Queen's arrival at Chantilly, no such cheering ray found entrance. It seemed, indeed, a fit place for melancholy imaginings, and to such sad purpose had Anne of Austria applied it. For some time she had been standing at one of the windows, leaning on the arm of Madame de Beaumont, and silently gazing with abstracted thoughts upon the open casements of the corridor on the other side, when the figures of Richelieu and Chavigny, passing by one of them in their full robes, caught her eye, and withdrawing from the conspicuous situation in which she was placed, she remarked to the Marchioness what she had seen, and observed that they must be going to the council chamber. Thus began a conversation which soon turned to the king, and to his strange conduct, which ever since their arrival had continued in an increasing strain of petulance and ill temper. "Indeed, madam," said the Marchioness de Beaumont, "your majesty's gentleness is misapplied. Far be it from me to urge aught against my king, but there be some dispositions to have their vehemence checked and repelled, and it is well also for themselves when they meet with one who will oppose them firmly and boldly." "Perhaps, de Beaumont," replied the queen, "if I had taken that course many years ago, it might have produced a happy effect; but now, alas, it would be in vain, and God knows whether it would have succeeded even then." As she spoke, the door of the gallery opened, and an officer of the council appeared, notifying to the queen that his majesty the king demanded her presence in the council chamber. Anne of Austria turned to Madame de Beaumont with a look of melancholy foreboding. "More still to endure," she said, and then added, addressing the officer, "His Majesty's commands shall be instantly obeyed, so inform him, sir. De Beaumont, tell Mademoiselle de Hauteford that I shall be glad of her assistance too. You will go with me, of course." Mademoiselle de Hauteford instantly came at the queen's command, and approaching her with a sweet and placid smile, said a few words of comfort to her royal mistress in so kind and gentle a manner that the tears rose in the eyes of Anne of Austria. "De Hauteford," said she, "I feel a presentiment that we shall soon part, and therefore I speak to you now of what I never spoke before. I know how much I have to thank you for. I know how much you have rejected for my sake. The love of a king would have found few to refuse it. You have done so for my sake, and you will have your reward." The eloquent blood spread suddenly over the beautiful countenance of the lady of honour. Spare me, your majesty," cried she, kissing the hand the queen held out to her. "I thought that secret had been hidden in my bosom alone; but oh, let me hope that, even if it had not been for my love for your majesty, I could still have resisted. Yes, continued she, clasping her hands, and murmuring to herself the name of a higher and holier king. Yes, I could have resisted." The unusual energy with which the beautiful girl spoke, on all ordinary occasions so calm and imperturbable, showed the queen how deeply her heart had taken part in that to which she alluded; and perhaps female curiosity might have led her to prolong the theme, though a painful one to both parties, had not the summons of the king required her immediate attention. As they approached the council chamber, Madame de Beaumont observed that the queen's steps wavered. "Take courage, madam," said she. "For heaven's sake, call up spirit to carry you through, whatever may occur." "Fear not, de Beaumont," replied the queen, though her tone betrayed the apprehension she felt. "They shall see that they cannot frighten me." At that moment the huissier threw open the door of the council chamber, and the queen with her ladies entered, and found themselves in the presence of the king and all his principal ministers. In the centre of the room, strewed with various papers and materials for writing, stood a long table, at the top of which, in a seat slightly raised above the rest, sat Louis himself, dressed, as was usual with him, in a suit of black silk, without any ornament whatever, except 3 rows of sugarloaf buttons of polished jet, if these could be considered as ornamental. His hat, indeed, which he continued to wear, was looped up with a small string of jewels and a feather, which fell much on one side, was buttoned with a diamond of some value; but these were the only indications by which his apparel could have been distinguished from that of some poor avoué or greffier de la cour. On the right hand of the king was placed the Cardinal de Richelieu in his robes, and on the left was the Chancellor Seguier. Boutillier, Chavigny, Mazarin, and other members of the council filled the rest of the seats round the table, but at the farther end was a vacant space, in front of which the queen now presented herself, facing the chair of the king. There was an angry spot on Louis's brow, and as Anne of Austria entered, he continued playing with the hilt of his sword, without once raising his eyes towards her. The queen's heart sank, but still she bore an undismayed countenance, while the cardinal fixed upon her the full glance of his dark commanding eyes, and rising from his seat, slightly inclined his head at her approach. The rest of the council rose, and Chavigny turned away his eyes, with an ill-defined sensation of pain and regret. But the more subtle Mazarin, ever watchful to court good opinion, whether for present or for future purposes, glided quietly round and placed a chair for her at the table. It was an action not forgotten in after days. A moment's pause ensued. As soon as the queen was seated, Richelieu glanced his eye towards the countenance of the king, as if to instigate him to open the business of the day. But Louis's attention was deeply engaged in his sword knot, or at least seemed to be so, and the cardinal was at length forced to proceed himself. Your Majesty's presence has been desired by the king, who is like a god in justice and in equity, said Richelieu, proceeding in that bold and figurative style in which all his public addresses were conceived, in order to enable you to cast off, like a raiment that has been soiled by a foul touch, the accusations which have been secretly made against you, and to explain some part of your conduct, which, as clouds between the earth and the sun, have come between yourself and your royal husband, intercepting the beams of his princely approbation. All this your Majesty can doubtless do, and the king has permitted the council to hear your exculpation from your own lips, that we may trample under our feet the foul suspicions that appear against you. Lord Cardinal, replied the queen, calmly but firmly, I wonder at the boldness of your language. Remember, sir, whom it is that you thus presume to address. The wife of your sovereign, sir, who sits there, bound to protect her from insult and from injury. Cease, madam, cried Louis, breaking silence. First prove yourself innocent, and then use the high tone of innocence, if you will. To you, my lord, replied the queen, I am ready to answer everything, truly and faithfully, as a good wife and a good subject, but not to that audacious vassal, who, in oppressing and insulting me, but degrades your authority and weakens your power. Spare your invectives, madam, said the cardinal calmly, for, if I be not much mistaken, before you leave this chamber you will be obliged to acknowledge all that is contained in the paper before me, in which case the bad opinion of your Majesty would be as the roar of an idle wind that hurteth not the mariner on shore. My lord and sovereign, said the queen, addressing Louis, without deigning to notice the cardinal, it seems that some evil is laid to my charge. Will you condescend to inform me of what crime I am accused, that now calls your Majesty's anger upon me? If loving you too well, if lamenting your frequent absence from me, if giving my whole time and care to your children, be no crimes, tell me, my lord, tell me what I have done. What you have done, madam, is easily told, exclaimed Louis, his eyes flashing fire. Give me that paper, Lord Cardinal. And passing hastily from article to article of its contents, he continued, Have you not, contrary to my express command, and the command of the council, corresponded with Philip of Spain? Have you not played the spy upon the plans of my government, and caused the defeat of my armies in Flanders, the losses of the Protestants in Germany, the failure of all our schemes in Italy? By the information you have conveyed, have you not written to Don Francisco de Mello and your cousin the Archduke? Have you not— Never, never, exclaimed the queen, clasping her hands. Never, so help me heaven. What? cried Louis, dashing the paper angrily upon the table. Darest thou deny what is as evident as the sun in the noonday sky? Remember, madam, that your minion, de Blenau, is in the Bastille, and will soon forfeit his life upon the scaffold, if his obstinacy does not make him die under the question. For poor de Blenau's sake, my lord, replied the queen, for the sake of as noble and as innocent a man as ever was the victim of tyranny, I will tell you at once that I have written to Philip of Spain, my own dear brother. And who can blame me, my lord, for loving one who has always loved me? But I knew my duty better than ever once to mention even the little that I knew of the public affairs of this kingdom. And far less, your majesty, did I pry into secret plans of state policy for the purpose of divulging them. My letters, my lord, were wholly domestic. I spoke of myself, of my husband, of my children. I spoke as a woman, a wife, and a mother, but never, my lord, as a queen, and never, never as a spy. As to de Blenau, my lord, let me assure you that before he undertook to forward those letters, he exacted from me a promise that they should never contain anything which would impeach his honour or his loyalty. This, my lord, is all my crime, and this is the extent of his. There was a degree of simplicity and truth in the manner of the queen, which operated strongly on the mind of Louis. But who, said he, will vouch that those letters contained nothing treasonable? We have but your word, madam, and you well know that we are at war with Spain, and cannot procure a sight of the originals. Luckily, replied Anne of Austria, her countenance brightening with a ray of hope, they have all been read by one whom your majesty yourself recommended to my friendship, Clara de Hautefort. You have seen them all. Speak. Tell the king the nature of their contents without fear and without favour. Mademoiselle de Hautefort advanced from behind the queen's chair, and the king, who, it was generally believed, had once passionately loved her, but had met with no return, now fixed his eyes intently upon the pale, beautiful creature that, scarcely like a being of the earth, glided silently forward and placed herself directly opposite to him. Clara de Hautefort was devotedly attached to the queen. Whether it sprang from that sense of duty which in general governed all her actions, or whether it was personal attachment, matters little, as the effect was the same, and she would at no time have considered her life too great a sacrifice to the interest of her mistress. She advanced then before the council, knowing that the happiness, if not the life, of Anne of Austria might depend upon her answer, and clasping her snowy hands together, she raised her eyes towards heaven. So help me God at my utmost need, she said with a clear, slow, energetic utterance. No line that I have ever seen of her majesty's writing, and I believe I have seen almost all she has written within the last 5 years, no line that I have seen ever spoke anything but the warmest attachment to my lord the king, nor did any ever contain the slightest allusion to the politics of this kingdom, but were confined entirely to the subject of her domestic life. Nor even then, she continued, dropping her full blue eyes to the countenance of the king, and fixing them there with a calm, serious, determined gaze, which overpowered the glance of the monarch, and made his eyelid fall. Nor even then did they ever touch upon her domestic sorrows. Richelieu saw that the king was moved. He knew also the influence of Mademoiselle de Hautefort, and he instantly resolved upon crushing her by one of those bold acts of power which he had so often attempted with impunity. Nor had he much hesitation in the present instance, knowing that Louis's superstitious belief in the predictions of the astrologer had placed the monarch's mind completely under his dominion. Mademoiselle de Hautefort, said he in a stern voice, answer me. Have you seen all the letters that the queen has written to her brother Philip, King of Spain, positively knowing them to be such? So please your eminence, I have, replied Mademoiselle de Hautefort. Well then, said Richelieu, rising haughtily from his chair while he spoke, in so doing you have committed misprision of treason, and are therefore banished from this court and kingdom for ever, and if within 16 days from this present you have not removed yourself from the precincts of the realm, you shall be considered guilty of high treason, and arraigned as such, inasmuch as, according to your own confession, you have knowingly and wilfully, under a decree in council against it, concealed and abetted a correspondence between persons within the kingdom of France and a power declaredly its enemy. As the cardinal uttered his sentence in a firm, deep, commanding voice, the king, who had at first listened to him with a look of surprise, and perhaps of anger, soon began to feel the habitual superiority of Richelieu, and shrunk back into himself, depressed and overawed. The queen pressed her hand before her eyes, and Chavigny half raised himself as if to speak, but instantly resumed his seat as his eye met that of the cardinal. It was Mademoiselle de Hautefort alone that heard her condemnation without apparent emotion. She merely bowed her head with a look of the most perfect resignation. "Your eminence's will shall be obeyed," she replied, "and may a gracious God protect my innocent mistress." Thus saying, she again took her place behind the queen's chair, with hardly a change of countenance. Always pale, perhaps her face was a little paler, but it was scarcely perceptible. "And now," continued Richelieu in the same proud manner, assuming at once that power which he in reality possessed, "and now let us proceed to the original matter, from which we have been diverted to sweep away a butterfly. Your Majesty confesses yourself guilty of treason in corresponding with the enemies of the kingdom. I hold in my hand a paper to that effect, or something very similar, all drawn from irrefragable evidence upon the subject. This you may as well sign, and on that condition no farther notice shall be taken of the affair, but the matter shall be forgotten as an error in judgment." "I have not confessed myself guilty of treason, arrogant prelate," replied the queen, "and I have not corresponded with Philip of Spain as an enemy of France, but as my own brother. Nor will I, while I have life, sign a paper so filled with falsehoods as any one must be that comes from your hand." "Your Majesty sees," says Richelieu, turning to the king, from whom the faint sparks of energy he had lately shown were now entirely gone. "Is there any medium to be kept with a person so convicted of error and so obstinate in the wrong? And is such a person fit to educate the children of France? Your Majesty has promised that the Dauphin and the Duke of Anjou shall be given into my charge." "I have," said the weak monarch, "and I will keep my promise." "Never, never!" cried the queen vehemently, "never while Anne of Austria lives. Oh, my lord!" she exclaimed, advancing, and casting herself at the feet of the king, with all the overpowering energy of maternal love, "consider that I am their mother. Rob me not of my only hope. Rob me not of those dear children who have smiled and cheered me through all my sorrows. Oh, Louis, if you have the feelings of a father, if you have the feelings of a man, spare me this." The king turned away his head, and Richelieu, gliding behind the throne, placed himself at the queen's side. "Sign the paper," said he in a low, deep tone. "Sign the paper, and they shall not be taken from you." "Anything, anything, but leave me my children!" exclaimed the queen, taking the pen he offered her. "Have I your promise?" "You have," replied he, decidedly. "They shall not be taken from you." "Well, then," said Anne of Austria, receiving the paper, "I will sign it, but I call heaven to witness that I am innocent, and you, gentlemen of the council, to see that I sign a paper the contents of which I know not, and part of which is certainly false." Thus saying, with a rapid hand she wrote her name at the bottom of the page, threw down the pen, and quitted the apartment. The queen walked slowly and in silence to the apartments allotted to her use, without giving way to the various painful feelings that struggled in her bosom; but once arrived within the shelter of her own saloon, she sank into a chair, and burst into a flood of tears. Mademoiselle de Hautefort, who stood beside her, endeavoured in vain for some time to calm her agitation, but at length succeeding in a degree. "Oh, Clara," said the queen, "you have ruined yourself for my sake." "I hope, madam," replied the young lady, "that I have done my duty, which were enough in itself to reconcile me to my fate; but if I could suppose that I have served your majesty, I should be more than rewarded for anything I may undergo." "You have served me most deeply on this and every occasion," answered the queen, "and the time may come when the affection of Anne of Austria will not be what it is now, the destruction of all that possess it." But why comes Mademoiselle de Beaumont in such haste?" she continued, as Pauline, who had been absent in the gardens of the palace, and unconscious of all that had lately passed, entered the saloon with hurry and anxiety in her countenance. "Please, your majesty," said Pauline, and then suddenly stopped, seeing that the queen had been weeping. "Proceed, proceed, wild rose," said Anne of Austria. "They are but tears, drops that signify nothing." "As I was walking in the gardens but now," continued Pauline, "a little peasant boy came up to me, and asked if I could bring him to speech of your majesty. I was surprised at his request, and asked him what was his business, when he told me that he brought you a letter from the Bastille. This seemed so important that I made bold to take him to the palace by the private gate, and concealed him in my apartments till I had informed you of it all." "You did right, Pauline, you did right," replied the queen. "It must surely be news from Dublin. Bring the boy hither directly, not by the anteroom, but by the inner apartments. You, Clara, station La Porte at the top of the staircase to see that no one approaches." Pauline flew to execute the queen's commands, and in a few minutes a clatter was heard in the inner chamber, not at all unlike the noise produced by that most unfortunate animal, a cat, when some mischievous boys adorn her feet with walnut shells. The moment after, the door opened, and Pauline appeared leading a fine, curly-headed boy of about 10 years old. He was dressed in hodden grey, with a broad leathern belt round his waist, in which appeared a small axe and a knife, while his feet, displaying no stockings, but with skin tanned to the colour of Russia leather, were thrust into a pair of unwieldy sabots, or wooden shoes, which had caused the clatter aforesaid. "Take off his sabot, take off his sabot," cried the queen, putting her hands to her ears. "They will alarm the whole house." "Dame, oui," cried the boy, slipping his feet out of their encumbrances. "J'avais oublié, et vous aussi, mademoiselle," turning to Pauline, who, anxious to hear of Dublin, would have let him come in if he had been shod like a horse. The little messenger now paused for a moment, then, having glanced his eye over the ladies at the other end of the room, as if to ascertain to which he was to deliver his credentials, advanced straight to the queen, and falling down upon both his knees, tendered her a sealed packet. "Well, my boy," said Anne of Austria, taking the letter, "whom does this come from?" "My father, the woodman of Mantes," replied the boy, "told me to give it into the queen's own hand, and when I had done so, to return straight to him, and not to wait, for fear of being discovered." "And how do you know that I am the queen?" asked Anne of Austria, who too often suffered her mind to be distracted from matters of grave importance by trifling objects of amusement. "That lady is the queen," she continued, pointing to Madame de Beaumont, and playing upon the boy's simplicity. "No, no," said Charles, the woodman's son, "she stands and you sit, and besides, you told them to take off my sabot, as if you were used to order all about you." "Well," rejoined the queen, "you are right, my boy. Go back to your father, and as a token that you have given the letter to the queen, carry him back that ring." And she took a jewel from her finger and put it into the boy's hand. "Mademoiselle de Beaumont," she continued, "will you give this boy into the charge of La Porte, bidding him take him from the palace by the most private way, and not to leave him till he is safe out of Chantilly?" According to Anne of Austria's command, Pauline conducted Charles to the head of the staircase, at which they had stationed La Porte, the confidential servant of the queen, keeping watch to give notice of anyone's approach. To him she delivered her charge with the proper directions, and then returned to the saloon, not a little anxious to learn the contents of Dublinau's letter. I will not try to explain her sensations. Let those who have been parted from some one that they love, who have been anxious for his safety, and terrified for his danger, who have waited in fear and agony for tidings long delayed, let them call up all that they felt, and tinging it with that shade of romance which might be expected in the mind of a young, feeling, imaginative Languedocian girl of 1643, they will have something like a picture of Pauline's sensations, without my helping them a bit. "Come hither, my wild rose," said the queen as she saw her enter. "Here is a letter from Dublin, full of sad news indeed. His situation is perilous in the extreme, and though I am the cause of all, I do not know how to aid him." Pauline turned pale, but cast down her eyes and remained without speaking. "Surely, Pauline," said the Queen, misinterpreting her silence, "after the explanations I gave you some days ago, you can have no farther doubt of de Blenau's conduct?" "Oh no, indeed, madam," replied Pauline vehemently, "and now that I feel and know how very wrong those suspicions were, I would fain do something to atone for having formed them." "Thou canst do nothing, my poor flower," said the Queen with a melancholy smile. "However, read the letter, and thou wilt see that something must soon be done to save him, or his fate is sealed. De Blenau must be informed that I have acknowledged writing to my brother, and all the particulars connected therewith. For well I know that Richelieu will not be contented with my confession, but will attempt to wring something more from him, even by the peine forte et dure." Pauline read and reread the letter, and each time she did so the colour came and went in her cheek, and at every sentence she raised her large dark eyes to the Queen, as if inquiring what could be done for him. Each of the Queen's ladies was silent for a time, and then each proposed some plan, which was quickly discussed and rejected, as either too dangerous or totally impracticable. One proposed to bribe the governor of the Bastille to convey a letter to de Blenau, but that was soon rejected. Another proposed to send Laporte, the Queen's valet de chambre, to try and gain admittance. But Laporte had once been confined there himself, and was well known to all the officers of the prison. And another mentioned Seguin, Anne of Austria's surgeon, but he also was not only too well known, but it appeared, from what de Blenau had informed the Queen of his conference with Richelieu, that the very words of the message which had been sent by him on the night of the young Count's rencontre with the robbers had been communicated to the Cardinal, and the whole party forgot that Louise, the soubrette, had been present when it was delivered. In the meanwhile, Pauline remained profoundly silent, occupied by many a bitter reflection, while 1,000 confused schemes flitted across her mind like bubbles floating on a stream, and breaking as soon as they were looked upon. At length, however, she started, as if some more feasible plan presented itself to her thoughts. "I will go," exclaimed she. "Please your Majesty, I will go." "You, Pauline," said the Queen, "you, my poor girl, you know not the difficulties of such an undertaking. What say you, Madame de Beaumont?" "That I am pleased, madam, to see my child show forth the spirit of her race," replied the Marchioness, "nor do I doubt of her success, for I am sure Pauline would not propose a project which had no good foundation." "Then say how you intend to manage it," said the Queen, with little faith in the practicability of Pauline's proposal. "I doubt me much, my sweet girl, they will never let you into the Bastille. Their hearts are as hard as the stones of the prison that they keep, and they will give you no ingress for love of your bright eyes." "I do not intend to make that a plea," replied Pauline, smiling in youthful confidence, "but I will borrow one of my maid's dresses, and doubtless shall look as like a soubrette as anyone. Claude directs us here to ask at the gate for Philip the Woodman of Mantes. Now he will most likely be able to procure me admission, and if not, I can but give the message to him and be sent away again." "Oh, no, no," cried the Queen, "give no messages but in the last extremity. How do we know that this woodman might not betray us, and raise Richelieu's suspicions still more? If you can see de Blenau, well, I will give you a letter for him, but if not, only tell the woodman to inform him that I have confessed all. If that reach the tyrant's ears, it can do no harm. Your undertaking is bold, Pauline. Think you your courage will hold out?" The boundaries between emulation and jealousy are very frail, and Madame de Beaumont, who regarded the services which Mademoiselle de Hautefort had rendered the Queen with some degree of envy, now answered for her daughter's courage with more confidence than perhaps she felt. But Pauline's plan yet required great arrangement, even to give it the probability of success. With 1,000 eyes continually upon their actions, it was no very easy matter even to quit Chantilly without calling down that observation and inquiry which would have been fatal to their project. To obviate this difficulty, however, it was agreed that Pauline should accompany Mademoiselle de Hautefort, whose sentence of banishment required her immediate presence in Paris for the arrangement of her affairs. On their arrival in that city, the two ladies were to take up their abode with the old Marchioness de Senecey, one of the Queen's most devoted adherents, and to determine their future proceedings by the information they received upon the spot. The greatest rapidity, however, was necessary to any hope of success, and neither Pauline nor Mademoiselle de Hautefort lost any time in their preparations. The Queen's letter to de Blenau was soon written. Pauline borrowed from her maid Louise the full dress of a Languedoc peasant, provided herself with a considerable sum of money that no means might be left untried, and having taken leave of her mother, whose bold counsels tended to raise her spirits and uphold her resolution, she placed herself in the chaise roulante beside Mademoiselle de Hautefort, buoyed up with youthful confidence and enthusiasm. It was rather an anxious moment, however, as they passed the gates of the palace, which, by some accident, were shut. This caused a momentary delay, and several of the cardinal's guard, for Richelieu assumed that of a bodyguard amongst other marks of royalty, gathered round the vehicle with the idle curiosity of an unemployed soldiery. Pauline's heart beat fast, but the moment after she was relieved by the appearance of the old concierge, or porter, who threw open the gates, and the carriage rolled out without any question being asked. Her mind, however, was not wholly relieved till they were completely free of the town of Chantilly, and till the carriage, slowly mounting the first little hill, took a slight turn to avoid a steeper ascent, showing them the towers of the chateau and the course of the road they had already passed, without any human form that could afford subject for alarm. Pauline, seeing that they were not followed, gave herself up to meditations of the future, firmly believing that their departure had entirely escaped the observation of the cardinal. This, however, was not the case. He had been early informed that one of the Queen's carriages was in preparation to carry some of the ladies of honour to Paris; but concluding that it was nothing more than the effect of that sentence of banishment which he had himself pronounced against Mademoiselle de Hautefort, he suffered Pauline and her companion to depart without inquiry or obstruction, although some of the many tools of his power had shut the palace gates, as if by accident, till his decision was known. As the carriage rolled on, and Pauline reflected in silence upon the task she had undertaken, the bright colouring of the moment's enthusiasm faded away, the mists in which hope had concealed the rocks and precipices around her path no longer intercepted her view, and the whole difficulties and dangers to which she exposed herself presented themselves one after another to her sight. But the original motive still remained in full force. Her deep romantic attachment to de Blenau, her sense of duty to the Queen, and that generosity of purpose which would have led her at any time to risk her life to save the innocent, much more the innocent and loved, of these nothing could deprive her, and these kept up her resolution, although the very interest which her heart took in the success of her endeavour made her magnify the dangers and tremble at the thought of failure. End of chapter 6. Section 19 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, which shows what they did with de Blenau in the Bastille, and what he himself did to get out of it. As a young member of what is technically called the Lower House, or otherwise the House of Commons, when first he goes down after his election to take the oaths and his seat, his heart fluttering both with pride and timidity, most conscientiously resolved to be independent in all his opinions, and determined heroically to have no party, so had I, when I entered upon the arduous duties of giving this work to the public in its present form, determined heroically to have no hero, but to do equal justice to all the several characters, and let each reader find a hero for himself. However, pursuing the course of the above-mentioned young member of the Commons House of Parliament, who soon begins to perceive that it is as easy to eat oysters and brown sugar as to vote with a party to whom he has a neutral antipathy, or for the needle to fly from the magnet as for him to keep aloof from that faction to which individual interests, long indulged habits, and early prejudices attach him. So I soon began to find that my own feelings more particularly inclining me to the Count de Blenau, I unconsciously made him the hero of my tale, dilated on his history, enlarged upon his character, quitted him with regret, and returned to him with pleasure. At present, however, the course of my tale naturally conducts me once more to the gloomy walls of the Bastille, to give some account of the circumstances which led to the latter events of the last chapter, and consequently I feel no hesitation in once more taking up the history of my hero. The sleep of the Count de Blenau was fully as sound within the Bastille as ever it had been in his own hotel at Saint-Germain, nor was it till the day was risen high that he awoke, on the first morning after his imprisonment. It was some moments before he could remember his precise situation, so profound had been his sleep. But the unpleasant parts of our fate soon recall themselves to our senses, though we may forget them for a time, and the narrow windows, the iron door, and the untapestried walls speedily brought back to de Blenau's recollection many a painful particular, to which sleep had given a temporary oblivion. On rising, he missed in some degree the attendance to which he was accustomed, but nevertheless he contrived to get through the business of the toilet without much difficulty, although no page was ready at his call, no groom prepared to adjust every part of his apparel. He then proceeded to the outer chamber, which he mentally termed his saloon, and would willingly have ordered his breakfast, but his apartments afforded no means of communicating with those below, except by the iron door already mentioned, the secret of which was of too great importance to be lost upon so trifling an occasion. No remedy presented itself but patience, and proceeding to the window, which opened at will to admit the air, but which was strongly secured on the outside with massy iron bars, he endeavoured to amuse the time by looking into the court below, in which he could occasionally catch a glimpse of some of his fellow prisoners, appearing and disappearing, as they sometimes emerged into the open space within his sight, and sometimes retired into the part which the thickness of the walls in which the window was placed hid from his view. They were now apparently taking their morning's walk, and enjoying the privilege of conversing with each other, a privilege which de Blenau began to value more highly than ever he had done. Amongst those that he beheld were many whom he recognised as having either known them personally, or having seen them at the court, or with the army. But the strange assemblage of all different parties which met his eye in the courtyard of the Bastille fully convinced him that under the administration of a man who lived in constant fear that his ill-gotten power would be snatched from him, safety was to be found in no tenets and in no station. Here he beheld some that had been of the party of Mary de Medici, and some of who had been avowed followers of Richelieu himself, some that the minister suspected of being too much favoured by the king, and some, as in his own case, who had been attached to the queen. One he saw who was supposed to have favoured the Huguenots in France, and one that had assisted the Catholic party in Germany. Well, thought de Blenau, I am but one out of the many, and whatever plan I had pursued, most probably I should have found my way here somehow. Wealth and influence in despotic governments are generally like the plumes of the ostrich, which often cause her to be hunted down, but will not help her to fly. Whilst engaged in such reflections, de Blenau heard the bolts of the door undrawn, and the governor of the prison entered, followed by his servant loaded with the various requisites for so substantial a meal as a breakfast of that period. De Blenau and the governor saluted each other with every outward form of civility, and the count, perceiving that his custodier, still lingered after the servant had disposed the various articles upon the table and had taken his departure, luckily remembered that this was one of the jours maigres of which he had heard, and invited his companion to partake of his morning meal. The governor agreed to the proposal sans cérémonie, and having done ample justice to the dish of stewed partridges which formed the principal ornament of the table, he himself finished a bottle of the celebrated wine of Suresnes, which is one of the things now lost to the bon vivant of Paris. De Blenau was not so much importuned by hunger as to envy the governor the very large share he appropriated of the viands before him, and he had plenty of leisure to remark that his companion performed his feats of mastication with a wonderful degree of velocity. But the governor had a reason for thus wishing to hurry what was to him a very agreeable occupation to its conclusion, for he had scarcely poured out the last goblet of his wine, and was still wiping and folding up his case knife, which, by the way, was the constant companion of high and low in those days, and the only implement they had for cutting their food, when the door opened and a servant appeared, giving the governor a significant nod, which was answered by a sign of the same kind. Upon this the man retired, and the door being closed, the well-filled official turned to de Blenau. "I did not tell you before, Monsieur le Comte," said he, "for fear of taking away your appetite, but we have had a message this morning from Monsieur Laffemas. You have heard of Monsieur Laffemas, doubtless, importing that he would soon be here to put some questions to you. Now, Monsieur de Blenau, you are a gentleman for whom I have a great regard, and I will give you a hint which may be of service to you. If in the examination which you are about to undergo there be any questions to which you do not find it convenient to reply, do not refuse to answer them, but speak always in such a manner as to bear two interpretations, by which means I have known many a prisoner to avoid the torture, and sometimes go on from examination to examination, till they gave him his liberty from pure weariness." De Blenau bowed, already determined as to the course he should pursue. "When do you expect this worthy judge?" he demanded. "I am perfectly unconcerned as to his coming, let me assure you, though I feel obliged by your consideration for my appetite." "He is here now, sir," replied the governor. "We had better, if you please, join him in the audience hall. That servant came to announce his arrival." "I will follow you instantly," replied the Count, upon which the governor rose and opened the door. The moment de Blenau had passed out, the guard, who had been stationed at the head of the stairs, followed at the distance of a couple of paces, while the governor led the way. In this order they proceeded to the inner court, which they had to pass before they could reach the audience chamber. This open space was still filled by the prisoners, who, glad of the little liberty allowed them, seldom retired to their cells, except when obliged by the regulations of the prison. The moment de Blenau appeared in the court there was a slight stir amongst its tenants, and the question of "Who is he? Who is he?" circulated rapidly among them. "It is the Count de Blenau, by St. Louis!" exclaimed a deep voice, which de Blenau remembered to have heard somewhere before, but though on looking round he saw several persons that he knew, he could not fix upon any one in particular as the one who had spoken. He had not time, however, for more than a momentary glance, and was obliged to pass on to the door of the audience hall, which opened into a little narrow passage leading from the court. Here de Blenau paused for an instant to collect his thoughts, and then followed the governor, who had already entered. The audience hall of the Bastille was a large oblong chamber, dimly lighted by two high Gothic windows, which looked into the outer court. The scanty gleam of daylight, which would have thus entered, had the space been open, was impeded by the dust and dirt of many a century, and by the thick crossing of the leaden framework, while its progress into the hall itself was also farther obstructed by several heavy columns, which supported the high pointed arches of the roof. This roof, the apartment having been originally intended for the chapel, would have afforded a relief to the dulness of the rest by its beautiful proportions, and the highly finished tracery with which it was adorned, had the eye been able to reach it, but the rays, which from the causes above mentioned were barely enough to illuminate the lower part of the hall, were lost before they could attain its height, leaving it in that profound obscurity which cast a double gloom upon the space below. The pavement of this melancholy hall was damp and decayed, many of the stones having strayed from their bed of mortar and become vagrant about the apartment, and the furniture, if it might so be called, far from filling it, served only to show its size and emptiness. At the farther extremity was a long table, at the end of which, in a chair somewhat elevated, sat the judge Laffemas, with the clerk at a desk below him, and 2 or 3 exempts standing round about. Near the end next de Blenau was another chair, which he conceived to be placed for his use, while between 2 of the pillars, sitting on a curious machine, the use of which de Blenau at once suspected, appeared an ill-favoured, muscular old man, whose lowering brow and doggedness of aspect seemed to speak of many a ruthless deed. As the Count entered, the door closed after him with a loud clang, and advancing to the table, he took his seat in the vacant chair, while the governor placed himself at a little distance between him and the judge. "Well, Monsieur de Blenau," said Laffemas, in that sweet, mild tone which he always assumed when not irritated by the taunts of Chavigny, "this is the last place where I could have wished to meet a nobleman whose general character has always engaged my most affectionate esteem." De Blenau knew Laffemas to be one of the meanest and most viperous of the cardinal's tools, and not feeling much moved to exchange courtesies with him, he merely acknowledged the judge's salutation by a silent bow, while the other proceeded: "I have requested the pleasure of your society for a space, in order to ask you a few questions, your reply to which will, doubtless, soon procure your liberation from this unpleasant place." "I trust so, sir," replied the Count, "as the detention of an innocent person must occasion fully as much discredit to his Majesty's government as it does inconvenience to the person himself." "You are quite right, rejoined the sweet-tongued judge. "Indeed, my very object in coming is to obtain such answers from you as will convince the Cardinal de Richelieu, who, though a profound minister, is somewhat suspicious withal, to convince him, I say, that you are innocent, of which, on my conscience, and as I believe in the Saviour, I have no doubt myself. In the first place, then," he continued, "tell me, as a friend, have you any acquaintance in Brussels?" "I have," replied de Blenau decidedly. "That is honourable, that is candid," said the judge. "I told you, Monsieur le Gouverneur, that we should have no difficulty, and that Monsieur de Blenau would enable me easily to establish his innocence. Pray, do you correspond with these friends?" he continued, "and by what means?" "I do correspond with them, but seldom, and then by any means that occur." "Monsieur de Blenau," exclaimed Laffemas, "I am enchanted with this frankness, but be a little more specific about the means. If you have no particular objection to confide in me, mention any channel that you call to mind, by which you have sent letters to the Low Countries." De Blenau felt somewhat disgusted with the sweet and friendly manner of a man whose deeds spoke him as cruel and as bloody-minded as a famished tiger; and unwilling to be longer mocked with soft words, he replied, "Sometimes by the king's courier, sir, sometimes by the cardinal's, and once I remember having sent one by your cousin de Merceau; but I believe that letter never reached its destination, for you must recollect that de Merceau was hanged by Don Francisco de Mello for ripping open the bag and purloining the dispatches." "We have nothing to do with that, my dear Count," said Laffemas, struggling to maintain his placidity of demeanour. "The next thing I have to inquire is," and he looked at a paper he held in his hand, "have you ever conveyed any letters to the Low Countries for any one else?" De Blenau answered in the affirmative, and the judge proceeded with a series of questions very similar to those which had been asked by Richelieu himself, artfully striving to entangle the prisoner by means of his own admissions, so as to force him into farther confessions, by the impossibility of receding. But beyond a certain point de Blenau would not proceed. "Monsieur Laffemas," said he in a calm, firm tone, "I perceive that you are going into questions which have already been asked me by his eminence the Cardinal Prime Minister. The object in doing so is evidently to extort from me some contradiction which may criminate myself, and therefore henceforward I will reply to no such questions whatsoever. The cardinal is in possession of my answers, and if you want them, you must apply to him." "You mistake entirely, my dear Count," said Laffemas. "On my salvation, my only object is to serve you. You have already acknowledged that you have forwarded letters from the Queen. Why not now inform me to whom those letters were addressed? If those letters were not of a treasonable nature, why did she not send them by one of her own servants?" When a Queen of France is not allowed the common attendance which a simple gentlewoman can command, she may often be glad to use the servants and services of her friends. My own retinue, sir, trebles that which the Queen has ever possessed at Saint Germain. But, without going into these particulars, your question is at once replied to by reminding you that I am her Majesty's chamberlain, and therefore her servant. "Without there was something wrong, Monsieur de Blenau," said Laffemas, "you could have no objection to state whether you have or have not conveyed some letters from her Majesty to Don John of Austria, Don Francisco de Mello, or King Philip of Spain. It is very natural for a queen to write to her near relations, surely." "I have already said," replied de Blenau, "that I shall reply to no such questions, the object of which is alone to entangle me." "You do not know what you are exposing yourself to," rejoined the judge. "There are means within this prison which would easily compel an answer." "None," replied de Blenau firmly. "My resolution is taken, and no power on earth can shake it." "Really, Monsieur de Blenau, it would hurt me to the heart to leave you to the dreadful fate which your mistaken determination is likely to call upon you. I could weep, truly I could weep, to think of what you are calling upon your own head." And the judge glanced his eye towards the machine, which we have already noticed, and from which the old man rose up, as if preparing for his task. "You mean the torture?" said de Blenau, looking at it without a change of countenance. "But let me tell you, Monsieur Laffemas, that you dare not order it to a man of my rank without an express warrant for the purpose; and even if you had such authority, not all the torture in the world would wring one word from me. Ask that instrument of tyranny, sir," and he pointed to the executioner, "ask him how the noble Capely died, and so would de Blenau also." Laffemas looked at the governor, and the governor at the executioner, and so round. One of the dreadful secrets of the Bastille had evidently escaped beyond those precincts to which they were fearfully confined. No one could divine how this had occurred, and each suspected the other. A temporary silence ensued, and then Laffemas proceeded. "The torture? No, Monsieur de Blenau. God forbid that I should think of ordering such a thing. But let me advise you to answer, for I must, of course, report your refusal to the Cardinal Prime Minister, and you know that he is not likely to consider either your rank or your fortune, but will, in all probability, order you the question ordinary and extraordinary instantly." "The guilt be his, then," said de Blenau. "I have already told you my resolution, sir. Act upon it as you think fit." Laffemas seemed at a loss, and a whispering consultation took place between him and the secretary, who seemed to urge more vigorous measures than the judge himself thought proper to pursue; for their conference was terminated by Laffemas exclaiming in a tone not sufficiently low to escape de Blenau's ear, "I dare not, I tell you, I dare not. I have no orders. Monsieur de Blenau," he continued aloud, "you may now retire, and I must report your answers to the cardinal. But let me advise you, as a sincere friend, to be prepared with a reply to the questions you have now refused to answer, before we next meet, and by that time I shall have received his eminence's commands, which, I fear, will be more severe than my heart could wish." De Blenau made no reply, but withdrew, escorted as before, and it were needless to deny that, notwithstanding the coolness with which he had borne his examination, and the fortitude with which he was prepared to repel the worst that could be inflicted, His heart beat high as the door of the audience hall closed behind him, and he looked forward to returning to his apartments with more pleasure than a captive usually regards the place of his confinement. The many agitating circumstances which had passed since, had completely banished from his thoughts the voice which he had heard pronounce his name, on the first time of his crossing the court. But as he returned, his eye fell upon the form of a tall, strong man standing under the archway, and he instantly recognised the woodman of the forest of Mantes. De Blenau had spoken to him 1,000 times in his various hunting excursions, and he could not help being astonished to meet him in such a place, little dreaming that he himself was the cause. "What, in the name of heaven," thought he, "can that man have done to merit confinement here? Surely Richelieu, who affects to be an eagle of the highest flight, might stoop on nobler prey than that." As these thoughts crossed his mind, he passed by the foot of the little tower containing the staircase which communicated with his apartments by the iron door in the inner chamber. This had evidently been long disused, and on remembering the position of the two chambers which he occupied, he conceived that they must have been at one time quite distinct, with a separate entrance to each, the one being arrived at by the turret, and the other by the chief staircase. He had, however, only time to take a casual glance, and wisely refrained from making that very apparent; for the governor, who walked beside him, kept his eyes almost constantly fixed upon him, as if to prevent any communication, even by a sign, with the other prisoners. On arriving at his chamber, the governor allowed him to pass in alone, and having fastened the door, returned to Laffemas, leaving De Blenau to meditate over his situation in solitude. The first pleasure of having escaped from immediate danger having subsided, there was nothing very cheering to contemplate in his position. His fate, though postponed, seemed inevitable. Richelieu, he knew, was no way scrupulous, and the only thing which honour could permit him to do was to defend the Queen's secret with his life. The Queen herself, indeed, might relieve him from his difficulty, if he could find any way of communicating with her. But in looking round for the means, absolute impossibility seemed to present itself on all sides. In vain he sought for expedients. His mind suggested none that a second thought confirmed. He once contemplated inducing the governor to forward a letter by the temptation of a large bribe, but a moment's reflection showed him that it was 1,000 to 1 that the smooth-spoken officer both accepted his bribe and betrayed his trust. Many other plans were rejected in a like manner, from a conviction of their impracticability, till at length a vague thought of gaining an interview with the woodman of Mantes, and, if possible, engaging him to bribe some of the inferior officers of the prison, crossed De Blenau's mind, and he was still endeavouring to regulate his ideas on the subject, when the bolts were once more withdrawn, and the governor again entered the apartment. "Let me congratulate you, Monsieur de Blenau," said he, with a look of sincere pleasure, which probably sprang more from the prospect of continued gain to himself than any abstract gratification in de Blenau's safety. "Monsieur Laffemas is gone, and as the Cardinal is at Chantilly, you will be safe for 3 or 4 days at least, as nothing can be decided till his Eminence returns." De Blenau well knew how to estimate the kindness of his friend the governor; but though he put its proper value upon it, and no more, he felt the necessity of striving to make his interested meanness act the part of real friendship. "Well, Monsieur le Gouverneur," said he, assuming a cheerful air, "I suppose, then, that I shall remain with you a day or 2 longer, nor should I, indeed, care so much for the confinement, where I am so well treated, if I had some one to wait upon me whom I have been accustomed to." "I do not know how that could be arranged," replied the governor thoughtfully. "I would do anything to serve you, Monsieur de Blenau, consistent with my duty, but this is quite contrary to my orders, and if I were to allow you one of my own servants, it would put me completely in his power." "Oh, that would not do at all," said de Blenau. "But are there not some of the inferior prisoners?" The governor's brow darkened. "Of course," continued the Count, You would have to pay them for their trouble, and I, of course, would reimburse you. If you think that 300 crowns would induce one of them to wait on me for the time I am here, I would willingly pay the money into your hands, and you could make all the necessary arrangements for the purpose." The countenance of the governor gradually cleared up as de Blenau spoke, like a sheltered lake that, after having been agitated for a moment by some unwonted breeze, soon relapses into its calm tranquillity, when that which disturbed it has passed away. The idea of appropriating with such unquestioned facility the greater part of 300 crowns was the sun which thus speedily dispersed the clouds upon his brow, and he mused for a moment, calculating shrewdly the means of attaining his object. "The worst of it is," said he at length, "that we have no inferior prisoners. They are all prisoners of state in the Bastille. But stay," he added, a felicitous idea crossing his mind. "I remember there was a man brought here this morning by Chavigny's people, and they told me to give him all possible liberty, and employ him in the prison if I could." "That will just do, then," said de Blenau, inwardly praying that it might be the honest woodman of Mantes. "He can visit me here occasionally during the day, to see if I have need of him, and the guard at the door can take good care that I do not follow him out, which is all that your duty demands." Of course," replied the governor. "It is for your safe custody alone which I have to look to. And, father, I am ordered to give you every convenience and attention which warrants me in allowing you an attendant at least. But here comes your dinner, sir." "Dinner!" exclaimed de Blenau. "It surely is not yet noon." But so it proved. The time had passed more quickly than he thought, nor indeed had he any reason to regret the appearance of dinner, for the substantial and luxurious meal which was served up at his expense on that jour maigre did not prove any bad auxiliary in overcoming whatever scruple yet lingered about the mind of Monsieur le Gouverneur. At every mouthful of bécasse, his countenance became more placable and complacent, and while he was busily occupied in sopping the last morsels of his dorade in the sauce aux cornichons, and conveying them to the capacious aperture which stood open to receive them, our prisoner obtained his full consent that the person he had mentioned should have egress and regress of the apartment, for which liberty, however, de Blenau was obliged to pay down the sum of 300 crowns under the specious name of wages to the attendant. This arrangement and the dinner came to a conclusion much about the same time, and the governor, who had probably been engaged with de Blenau's good cheer much longer than was quite consistent with his other duties, rose and retired to seek the inferior prisoner whose name he could not remember, but whom he piously resolved to reward with a crown per diem, thinking that such unparalleled liberality ought to be recorded in letters of gold. In regard to de Blenau, the governor looked upon him as the goose with the golden eggs, but more prudent than the boy in the fable, he resolved to prolong his life to the utmost of his power, so long at least as he continued to produce that glittering ore which possessed such wonderful attraction in his eyes. De Blenau, however, was not the goose he thought him, and though he waited with some impatience to see if the person on whom so much might depend were or were not his honest friend the woodman, yet his thoughts were deeply engaged in revolving every means by which the cupidity of the governor might be turned to his own advantage. At length the bolts were undrawn, and the prisoner, fixing his eyes upon the door, beheld a little old man enter, with withered cheeks and sunken eyes, a greasy nightcap on his head, and a large knife suspended by the side of a long thin sword, which sometimes trailed upon the ground, and sometimes with reiterated blows upon the tendons of his meagre shanks, seemed to reproach them for the bent and cringing posture in which they carried the woodcock-like body that surmounted them. "Well, sir," said de Blenau, not a little disappointed with this apparition, "are you the person whom the governor has appointed to wait upon me?" "Oui, monsieur," said the little man, laying his hand upon his heart with a profound inclination of his head, in which he contrived to get that organ completely out of sight, and, like a tortoise, to have nothing but his back visible. "Oui, monsieur, I am cuisinier vivandier, That is to say, formerly vivandier, at present cuisinier aubergiste ici à la porte de la Bastille, tout près. I have the honour to furnish the dinner for Monseigneur, and I have come for the plates." "Oh, is that all?" cried de Blenau. Take them, my good friend, and be gone." The little man vowed that Monseigneur did him too much honour, and gathering up his dishes with admirable dexterity, he held the heap with his left arm, reserving his right to lay upon his heart, in which position he addressed another profound bow to de Blenau, and left the apartment. The prisoner now waited some time, getting more and more impatient as the day wore on. At length, however, the door once more opened, and Philip the woodman himself appeared. Between Philip and the young Count there was of course much to be explained, which, requiring no explanation to the reader, shall not be here recapitulated. Every circumstance, however, that Philip told, whether of his writing the letter to inform him of the plots of Chavigny and Laffemas, or of the manner and apparent reason of his being dragged from his cottage to the Bastille, concurred to give de Blenau greater confidence in his new ally; and perhaps Philip himself, from having suffered a good deal on de Blenau's account, felt but the greater inclination to hazard still more. Between two persons so inclined, preliminaries are soon adjusted; nor had de Blenau time to proceed with diplomatic caution, even had he reason to suspect the sincerity of the woodman. The dangers of his situation admitted no finesse, and overlapping all ceremonies, he at once demanded if Philip would and could convey a letter from him to the Queen. Of his willingness, the woodman said, there was no doubt; and after a moment's thought he added, that he had reason to hope that opportunity also would be afforded him. "It will be dangerous," said he, "but I think I can do it." "Tell me how, good friend?" demanded de Blenau; "and depend upon it, whatever risks you run on my account, whether I live or die, you will be rewarded." "I want no reward, sir," answered Philip, "but a good cause and a good conscience; and I am sure, if I serve you, I am as well engaged as if I were cutting all the faggots in Mantes. But my plan is this: they tell me that my children shall always be allowed to see me. Now I know my boy Charles, who is as active as a piquever, will not be long before he follows me. He will be here before nightfall, I am sure, and he shall take your letter to the Queen." De Blenau remained silent for a moment. "Was it your son who brought your letter to me?" demanded he. The woodman assented, and the Count continued, "He was a shrewd boy, then. At all events, it must be risked. Wait, I will write, and depend upon you." The woodman, however, urged that if he stayed so long, suspicion might be excited, and de Blenau suffered him to depart, desiring him to return in an hour, when the letter would be ready. During his absence, the prisoner wrote that epistle which we have already seen delivered. In it he told his situation and the nature of the questions which had been asked him by Laffemas. He hinted also that his fate was soon likely to be decided, and desired that any communication which it might be necessary to make to him might be conveyed through the woodman of Mantes. More than 1 hour elapsed after this letter was written before Philip again appeared. When he did so, however, he seemed in some haste. "Monsieur le Comte," said he, "my son is here. They have let me take him into my cell to rest, but I dare not be absent more than a moment, for fear they suspect something. Is the letter ready?" De Blenau placed it in his hand, and would fain have added some gold. "The Queen is at Chantilly," said he, "and your son will want money for his journey." "No, no, sir," replied Philip, "that is no stuff for a child. Let him have a broad piece, if you like, to help him on, but no more." "Well, then," said the Count, "accept the rest for your services. I have more in that valise." "Not so either, monseigneur," answered the woodman. "Pay for what is done when it is done." And taking the letter and 1 gold piece, he left the apartment. Chapter 8. Section 20 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Which shows that accident, holds wisdom by the leg, and like a pig driver with a pig, often makes her go forward by pulling her back. The heavy carriage which conveyed Pauline de Beaumont towards Paris rolled on with no great rapidity, and the time, to her anxious mind, seemed lengthened to an inconceivable degree. Towards night, every little town they entered she conceived to be the capital, and was not undeceived till Mademoiselle de Hauteford observed that they had set out so late that she was afraid they would be obliged to pass the night at Écouen. In her companion Pauline found but little to console or soothe her under the anxiety and fear which the dangerous enterprise she had undertaken naturally produced. Mademoiselle de Hauteford had little either of warmth of heart or gentleness of disposition, and such were the only qualities which could have assimilated with Pauline's feelings at that time. In combating the passionate love with which the king had regarded her, Mademoiselle de Hauteford had entirely triumphed over her own heart, and having crushed every human sensation that it contained, she substituted a rigid principle of duty, which, like the mainspring of a piece of clockwork, originated all her actions, making them regular without energy, and correct without feeling. In the present instance she seemed to look upon the task which Pauline had undertaken as a thing which ought to be done, and therefore that no doubt or hesitation of any kind could remain upon her mind. She talked calmly of all the difficulties and dangers which presented themselves, and of the best means of obviating them, but did not offer the least consolation to the fears of a young and inexperienced girl, who had taken upon herself a bold and perilous enterprise, in which her own happiness was at stake, as well as the lives and fortunes of others. The indifferent coolness with which she spoke of risks and obstacles was far from reassuring Pauline, who soon dropped the conversation, and sinking into herself, revolved all the circumstances in her mind, her heart sometimes beating high with hope, sometimes sickening at the thought of failure. Thus in silence the travellers proceeded to Écouen, where, from the lateness of the hour, they were obliged to pass the night; but leaving it early the next morning, they reached Paris in a short time, and alighted at the hotel of the Marchioness de Senoussi. That lady, it appeared, was absent, having left Paris some time before for a distant part of the country; but this was no disadvantage, as Mademoiselle de Hauteford was well known to the servants that remained in the house, and she did not in the least hesitate to take up her abode there on the service of the Queen, though the mistress of the mansion herself was absent. At Écouen, Pauline had dressed herself in the clothes of her maid Louise, and on alighting at the hotel at Senoussi, was taken by the servants for the soubrette of Mademoiselle de Hautefort. All this was to her wish, and not a little delighted with the first success of her disguise, she affected the ton paysan, and treated the domestics with the same familiarity which they showed towards her. An old and confidential servant of the Queen was the only male attendant who accompanied them to Paris, and he took especial care not to undeceive the others in regard to Mademoiselle de Beaumont's rank, though he had more than once nearly betrayed the secret by smiling at the lady's maid's airs which Pauline contrived to assume. This task, however, was not of long duration, for Pauline's anxiety would not suffer her to remain inactive, and she accordingly pressed her companion to set out speedily for the Bastille, afraid that under any long delay her courage, which she felt to be failing every moment, might give way entirely, and that she might at length prove unequal to accomplish her undertaking. Mademoiselle de Hauteford, whose acquaintance with the city qualified her to act as guide, readily agreed to proceed immediately on their expedition, and Pauline's disguise as soubrette not permitting her to make use of a mask like that of her companion, she covered her head as far as she could with a large capuchin of brown taffetas, which, however, was all insufficient to conceal her face. This being done, she followed the lady of honour into the street, and in a moment found herself immersed in all the bustle and confusion of the capital. Poor Pauline's senses were almost bewildered by the crowd, but Mademoiselle de Hauteford, leaning on her arm, hurried her on as far as the Rue Saint Antoine, where she stopped opposite to the church of Saint Gervais, or rather the narrow dirty street which leads towards it. Here she directed Pauline straight on to the Bastille, and pointing out the church, told her that she would wait there for her return, offering up prayers for the success of her enterprise. The magnificent peristyle of the church of Saint Gervais, with the celebrated de Brosse, is said to have pronounced the most perfect of his works, observing, like Solon on the Athenian laws, that it was not, indeed, the best that could be formed, but the best that could be adapted to the old Gothic building which he was directed to improve, was then in the first gloss of its novelty, and amongst the many sombre smoky buildings that she had passed, offered to Pauline's eye a bright and conspicuous landmark, which she felt sure she could not mistake. She took, however, another glance, and then hurried on towards the Bastille. Totally ignorant of Paris and all that it contained, young, beautiful, and timid, engaged in an undertaking full of danger and difficulty, and dressed in a manner to which she was unaccustomed, Pauline de Beaumont shrank from the glance of the numerous passengers that thronged the Rue Saint Antoine, and every eye which, attracted by her loveliness, or by the frightened haste with which she proceeded, gazed on her with more than common attention, she fancied could see into her bosom, and read the secret she was so anxious to conceal. At length, however, her eye rested on a group of heavy towers, presenting nothing but massy stone walls, pierced with loopholes, and surmounted at various distances with embrasures, through the aperture of which the threatening mouths of some large cannon were occasionally visible. Sweeping round this gloomy building was a broad fosse filled with water, which prevented all approach but at one particular point, where a drawbridge suspended by two immense chains gave access to the outer court. But even here no small precaution was taken to guard against any who came in other than friendly guise; for the gate which terminated the bridge on the inner side, beside the security afforded by its ponderous doors and barricadoes, possessed two flanking towers, the artillery of which commanded the whole course of the approach. Pauline had often heard the Bastille described, and its horrors detailed, by the guests who occasionally visited her mother's château in Languedoc; but whatever idea she had formed of it, the frowning strength and gloomy horrors which the original presented far outdid the picture her imagination had drawn, and so strong was the sensation of fear which it produced upon her mind, that she had nearly turned back and run away the moment she beheld it. An instant's reflection, however, reawakened her courage. Claude de Blenau, she thought, immured within those walls, and do I hesitate when his life perhaps depends upon my exertion? That thought was enough to recall all her resolution, and rapidly crossing the drawbridge, she passed what is called the grille. But here her farther progress was stayed by a massy door covered with plates and studs of iron, which offered none of those happy contrivances, either of modern or ancient days, by which people within are called upon to communicate with people without. There was no horn, as in the days of chivalry, and if there had been, Pauline could not have blown it, but still worse, there was neither bell nor knocker, and the door, far from imitating the gates of Die, in standing open night and day, seemed most determinately shut, although the comparison might have held in many other respects. With shaking knees and trembling hands, Pauline tried for some moments to gain admission, but in vain. The gate resisted all her weak efforts. Her voice was scarcely audible, and vexed, wearied, and terrified, and not knowing what to do, she burst into a flood of tears. At about 100 yards on the other side of the fosse, forming one corner of the Rue Saint Antoine, on the face of which it seemed a wart, or imposthume, stood a little narrow house of 2 stories high, the front of which displayed an immense board covered with a curious and remarkable device. This represented no other than the form of an immense wild boar, with a napkin tucked under his chin, seated at a table on which smoked various savoury dishes, of which the above ferocious gentleman appeared to be partaking with a very wild boorish appetite. Underneath all was written, in characters of such a size that those who ran might read, Au sanglier gourmand, and then followed a farther inscription, which went to state that Jacques Chapilleur, autrefois vivandier de l'armée de Perpignan, à présent aubergiste traiteur, fed the hungry and gave drink to those that thirsted, at all hours of the day and night. Every one will allow that this man must have been blessed with a charitable disposition, and it so happened that, standing at his own door, with his heart opened by the benign influence of having cooked a dinner for the Count de Blenau, he beheld the ineffectual efforts of Pauline de Beaumont to gain admission into the Bastille. The poor little man's heart was really moved, and skipping across the drawbridge, he was at her side in a moment. "What seek you, charmante demoiselle?" demanded the aubergiste, making her a low bow. And then observing her tears, he added, "Ma pauvre fille, do not weep. Do you wish to get in here?" "Yes, indeed," replied Pauline, "but I cannot make them hear." "There are many who want to get out, who cannot make them hear either," said the aubergiste, "but they shall hear me at all events." So saying, he drew forth his knife with a flourish which made Pauline start back, and applied the handle with such force to the gate of the prison, that the whole place echoed with the blows. Immediately a little wicket was opened, and the head of a surly-looking porter presented itself at the aperture. Philip the Woodman," said he, as soon as he heard Pauline's inquiries. "Who is he, I wonder? We have nothing to do with woodmen here. Oh, I remember the man, and we are to break through all rules and regulations for him, I suppose. But I can tell Monsieur Chavigny, or whoever gave the order, that I shall not turn the key for any one except at proper hours. So you cannot see him now, young woman, you cannot see him now." "And is not this a proper hour?" asked Pauline. "I thought midday was the best time I could come." "No," answered the porter. "I tell you no, my pretty demoiselle. This is the dinner hour, so you must come again." "When can I come then, sir?" demanded Pauline, "for I have journeyed a long way to see him." "Why, then you are in need of rest," replied the other, "so you will be all the better for waiting till evening. Come about 7 o'clock, and you shall see him." "Cannot I see him before that?" asked the young lady, terrified at the delay. "No, no, no," roared the porter, and turned to shut the wicket; but bethinking him for a moment, he called after Mademoiselle de Beaumont, "Who shall I tell him wants him when I see him?" Pauline was unprepared with an answer, but the necessity of the moment made her reply, "His daughter," trusting that, as there must be some understanding between him and de Blenau, the woodman would conceive her errand, and not betray any surprise whether he had a daughter or not. During this conversation, the aubergiste had remained hard by, really compassionating Pauline's disappointment. "Ma pauvre fille," said he, as the wicket closed, "I'm very sorry that they treat you so, but they are great brutes in these prisons. Bon Dieu, you look very pale. Come in with me here to my little place, and take some soup, and rest yourself till the time comes round." Pauline thanked him for his offer, but declined it, of course, telling him that she was going to the house of a friend who waited for her; and then taking leave of the good aubergiste, she left him interested in her sorrow, and enchanted by her sweet manner. "La pauvrette," said he, as he turned him home, "elle a bien l'air d'une femme de qualité, ça. Il y a quelque chose là-dessus, ou je me trompe." In the meanwhile, Pauline returned to the church of Saint Gervais, where she found Mademoiselle de Hautefort still on her knees in the chapel of Saint Denis. Pauline's recital of what had happened called forth but few remarks from her companion, who only observed that 7 would be an unpleasant hour, for that by that time night began to fall. To Mademoiselle de Beaumont, however, night seemed more favourable to her enterprise than day, when the trepidation which she felt was visible to every passing eye, and she congratulated herself on the prospect of the darkness covering the agitation which might lead to suspicion if observed. I shall not follow the two ladies through the remaining part of the day. Suffice it that Mademoiselle de Hautefort employed herself in preparations for the long journey which the cardinal's sentence of banishment required her to take, and that Pauline's time passed in anxiety and apprehension till the hour came for her once more to visit the Bastille. As soon as the long hand upon the dial pointed towards the Roman capitals 9, and the shorter one to 7, The two ladies set out in the same guise, and on the same route as in the morning, with only this difference in their proceedings, that the old domestic of the Queen, who had accompanied them to Paris, received orders to follow at a few paces' distance, well armed with sword and pistol. It was now quite dark, and the streets not being so crowded as when she before passed through them, Pauline proceeded more calmly, except when the torchbearers of some of the gay world of Paris flashed their flambeaux in her eyes as they lighted their lords along to party or spectacle. At the church of Saint Gervais she again left Mademoiselle de Hauteford with the servant, and now well acquainted with the way, she ran lightly along till she arrived at the Bastille, where, not giving her resolution time to fail, she passed the drawbridge and entered the outer gate, which was at that moment open. Before her stood the figure of the porter, enjoying the cool evening air that blew through the open gate into the court. His hand rested upon the edge of the door, and the moment Pauline entered, he pushed it to with a clang that made her heart sink. "Whom have we here," said he, "that comes in so boldly? Oh, so is it you, ma belle demoiselle?" he continued, as the light of the lanterns which hung under the arch fell upon her countenance. "Well, you shall see your father now, but first I think you had better go and speak to the governor. He is a man of taste, and would like such a pretty prisoner, no doubt. Perhaps he might find a warrant for your detention." Pauline's heart sank at the idea of being carried before the governor, well knowing how little competent she was to answer any inquiries concerning her errand. But the excess of fear will often give courage, and the more timid animals turn and resist when pressed to extremity. Thus Pauline summoned up all her resolution, and remembering the allusion which the porter had made to Chavigny's orders in favour of the woodsman, she replied boldly, "This is no time for jesting, sir, and as to detaining me, it would be as much as the governor's post is worth, if it came to Monsieur de Chavigny's ears that he ever thought of such a thing." So, cried the porter with a grin, "you are a friend of Monsieur de Chavigny's. So, I thought there was something made him so careful of yon sour old woodman. These great statesmen must have their little relaxations. So that is it, mademoiselle. He takes especial care of the father for the daughter's sake." There was a drop or two of the warm blood of Languedoc flowing in Pauline's veins with all her gentleness, and her patience now became completely exhausted. "Well, sir," she answered, "all I have to say to you is, that if I meet with any insolence it may cost you dear, so bring me to see my father or refuse me at once." "I am not going to refuse you, my pretty demoiselle," replied the porter, "though truly you speak more like a lady of quality than a woodman's daughter. Now I'll swear you are Madame la Comtesse's vivante. Nay, do not toss your head so impatiently. Your father will be here in a minute. He knows of your having called at the wicket this morning, and is to come here to see you at 7. But here is the governor, as I live, going to take a twilight walk, I suppose." As he spoke, the governor approached. "Whom have you got here, porter?" he asked, while he eyed Pauline with one of those cool, luxurious glances which made her shrink. "This is the woodman's daughter, sir," replied the man, "who wishes to speak with her father." "By the keys of St. Peter, which are something in my own way," exclaimed the governor, "thou art a beautiful daughter for a woodman. Art thou sure thy mother did not help thee to a better parentage? What is thy father's name?" Terrified, confused, and ignorant of the woodman's name, Pauline faltered forth, unconscious of what she said. "I do not know." "Thou sayest well, my pretty damsel," cried the governor, laughing, and thinking that she answered his jest in kind. "It is a wise father that knows his own child, and why not a wise child that knows his own father? But without a joke, what is your supposed father's name?" "My supposed father!" repeated Pauline, in the same state of perturbation. "Oh, Philip the woodman." "Nay, nay," cried the governor, "that does not answer my meaning either. What is the surname of this Philip the woodman?" The impossibility of answering overpowered her. Pauline had not the most remote idea of Philip's name, and another instant would indubitably have betrayed all. But at the moment the governor asked his question, Philip had entered the court. He had heard the last sentence, saw Pauline's embarrassment, and divining its cause, with quick presence of mind, caught her in his arms and kissed her on both cheeks with that sort of fatherly affection which would have deceived the governor's eyes by day, much less by the fainter light of the lanterns in the archway. "My dear child," cried he, "how art thou, and how is thy mother?" And then turning to the governor, without giving her time to reply, he went on, "My name, sir, which you were asking but now, is Philip Grisol, but I am better known by the name of Philip the Woodman, and some folks add the name of the wood, and call me Philip the Woodman of Mantes." "Philip Grisol," said the governor. "Very well, that will do. It was your surname that I wished to know, for it is not put down in the order for your detention, and it must be inserted in the books. And now, Monsieur Philip Grisol, you may take your daughter to your cell, but remember that you have to wait upon the Count de Blenau in half an hour, by which time I shall have returned. You can leave your daughter in your cell till you have done attending the Count, if you like." He then proceeded to the gate, and beckoning to the porter, he whispered to him, "Do not let her go out till I come back. It is seldom that we have anything like that in the Bastille. Doubtless that woodman will be glad to have her with him. If so, we will find her a cell." Philip turned his ear to catch what the governor was saying, but not being able to hear it distinctly, he addressed himself to Pauline loud enough to reach everyone round. "Come," he said, "ma fille, you are frightened at all these towers and walls and places, but it is not so unpleasant after one is in it either. Take my arm and I'll show you the way." Pauline was glad to accept his offer, for her steps faltered so much that she could hardly have proceeded without assistance, and thus, leaning on the woodman, she was slowly conducted through a great many narrow passages to the small vaulted chamber in which he was lodged. As soon as they had entered, the woodman shut the door, and placing for Pauline's use the only chair that the room contained, he began to pour forth 1,000 excuses for the liberty he had taken with her chief. "I hope you will consider, mademoiselle, that there was no other way for me to act, in order to bring us out of the bad job we have fallen into. The porter of the prison told me this morning that my daughter was coming to see me, and knowing very well I had no daughter, I guessed it was someone on the Count de Blenau's account. But little did I think that it was you, mademoiselle, you that I saw in the wood of Mantes on the day he was wounded." Pauline was still too much agitated with all that had passed to make any reply, and sitting with her hands pressed over her eyes, her thoughts were all confusion, though one terrible remembrance still predominated, that she was there, in the very heart of the Bastille, far from all those on whom she was accustomed to rely, habited in a disguise foreign to her rank, acting an assumed character, and engaged in an enterprise of life and death. All this was present to her, not so much as a thought, but as a feeling, and for a moment or two it deprived her not only of utterance, but of reflection. As her mind grew more calm, however, the great object for which she came began again to recover the ascendancy, and she gradually regained sufficient command over her ideas to comprehend the nature of the excuses which Philip was still offering for his presumption, as he termed it. "You did perfectly right," replied Pauline, "and, having extricated us from a dangerous predicament, merit my sincere thanks. But now," she continued, "without loss of time, I must see the Count de Blenau." "See the Count de Blenau!" exclaimed Philip in astonishment. "Impossible, mademoiselle, utterly impossible. I can deliver a letter or a message, but that is all I can do." "Why not?" demanded Pauline. "For pity's sake, do not trifle with me. If you have free admission to his prison, why cannot you open the way to me?" "Because, mademoiselle, there is a sentinel at his door who would not allow you to pass," replied Philip. "I have no wish to trifle with you indeed, but what you ask is merely impossible." Pauline thought for a moment. "Cannot we bribe the sentinel?" she demanded. "Here is gold." "That is not to be done either," answered Philip. "He is not allowed to speak to anyone, or anyone to speak with him. The first word, his fusil will be at my breast, and the second, he would fire. Such are his orders, mademoiselle, and be sure he would obey them." "Well, then," cried Pauline, "fly to the Count de Blenau, tell him that there is a lady here from the Queen, with a letter which she must not trust to anyone else, and ask him what is to be done. But do not stay long, for I am afraid of remaining here by myself." The woodman promised not to be a moment, and hastened to the Count de Blenau's apartment, where the wary sentinel, as usual, examined him well to ascertain his identity before he gave him admission. Then he entered, and communicated as rapidly as possible to de Blenau the message he had received. "It is Mademoiselle de Hauteford, without doubt," said de Blenau thoughtfully. "I must see her by all means." "See her, sir!" exclaimed Philip. "The guard will never let her pass. It is quite impossible." "Not so impossible as you think. The gates of the inner court do not shut, I think, till nearly 9. Is there any one in the court?" "No one, sir," answered the woodman. "All the state prisoners were locked up at 6. "Well then, Philip," proceeded de Blenau, "do you know a small tower in the court where you just see through the archway part of an old flight of steps?" "Oh yes, I know it well," replied Philip. "The tower is never used now, they tell me. There is a heap of rubbish in the doorway." "Exactly," said the Count. "Now, my good Philip, bring the lady with all speed to that tower, and up the old flight of steps till you come to a small iron door. Push that with your hand, and you will find that it brings you into the inner room, where I will wait for you." Philip's joy and astonishment found vent in 3 bon Dieus and 3 "Est-il possible?" and rushing away without more loss of time, he flew to Pauline, whose stay in his cell had been undisturbed by anything but her own anxious fears. These, however, magnified every sound into the approach of some one to be dreaded. Even the footstep of the woodman made her heart beat with alarm, but the news he brought far more than compensated for it, and inspired with new hope, she followed him gladly through the gloomy passages which led to the inner court. The darkness which pervaded the unlighted avenues of the Bastille was so great, that Pauline was obliged to follow close upon Philip's footsteps for fear of losing her way. The woodman, however, was a little in advance, when a faint light showed that they were approaching the open air, and Pauline began to catch an indistinct glimpse of the dark towers that surrounded the inner court. But at that moment Philip drew back. "There is some one in the court," he whispered. "Hark!" and listening, she clearly heard the sound of measured steps crossing the open space before her. "It is the guard," said the woodman in the same low voice. "They are going to relieve the sentinel at the Count's door." He now waited till they were heard ascending the stairs, and then, "Quick, follow me across the court, mademoiselle," he said, "for they go through this passage on their return." Pauline was about to follow him as he desired, but her dress caught upon one of the staples of the doorway. Philip attempted to disentangle it for her, but in vain. His efforts only fixed it the more. Pauline herself tried to tear it away, but the soubrette's stout serge dress would not tear. In the meantime they heard the qui vive of the sentinel, the countersign returned, the relief of the guard, and by the time that Philip had by main strength tore away the dress from the staple that had caught it, the steps of the soldier were again heard descending the staircase from the prison of de Blenau. "For God's sake, mademoiselle," whispered the woodman, "run back as quickly as you can to my cell, for we cannot pass now without their seeing us. I will wait here, for they would hear my heavy feet in the passage, and follow us both. But if I can stop them a while, I will, to give you time." Pauline doubted not that she could remember the turnings, and, gliding along as fast as possible, she endeavoured to find her way back. As she went, she heard some words pass between Philip and the guard, and immediately after she distinguished that they had entered the passage, for the echoing tramp of their feet, reverberated by the low arches, seemed following close upon her. Terrified and agitated, she flew on with the speed of lightning. But we all know how difficult it is to retrace any course we have pursued in the dark, and in her haste and confusion, Pauline lost the turning she ought to have taken, and afraid of going back, even after she discovered her mistake, she paused for a moment in a state of alarm and suspense, little short of agony. She could now distinctly hear the guard approaching, and not knowing where the passage might terminate, or what might obstruct the path, she felt her way with her hand along the wall, till at length she discovered a small recess, apparently one of those archways which gave entrance to the various cells, for beneath her fingers she felt the massy bolts and fastenings which secured it from without. She had scarce a moment to think, but placing herself under the arch, she drew back as far as possible, in the hope that, sheltered by the recess and concealed by the darkness, the guard would pass her by unnoticed. It was a dreadful moment for poor Pauline. The soldiers were not so near as the echoes of the place had led her to imagine, and she had several minutes to wait, holding her breath, and drawing herself in, as if to nothing, while the tramp of the armed feet came nearer and nearer, till at length she felt, or fancied that she felt, their clothes brush against her as they passed, and then heard their steps becoming fainter and more faint as they proceeded to some other part of the building. It was not till all was silent again that Pauline ventured, still trembling with the danger she had just escaped, to seek once more the path she had lost in her terror. But her search was now in vain. She had entirely forgot the turnings that she had taken in her flight, and in the darkness only went wandering on from one passage to another, starting at every sound, and always convinced that she was mistaken, but not knowing in what direction to seek the right. At length, however, she found herself in a gateway which led into what seemed an open court, and imagining from the towers she saw round about that she had arrived once more at the spot from which she had been frightened by the approach of the guards, she resolved again to seek more cautiously the cell of the woodman, to which of course he would return in search of her. But as she turned to put this resolve in execution, she perceived a light coming down the passage towards her, and without giving herself a moment to reflect that it might possibly be the woodman himself, fear seized her again, and darting across the court she looked round for some place of concealment. Exactly opposite she perceived another archway similar to the one she had left, and concealing herself within it, she paused to see who it was that followed, it just occurring to her mind at that instant that perhaps she was in full career away from the very person she wished to find. But the moment after, the light appeared in the archway, and glancing on the face of the man who carried it, discovered to her the features of the governor. This sight was not calculated to allay her fears, but her alarm was infinitely increased when she perceived that he began crossing the court towards the spot where she stood. Flight again became her resource, and turning to escape through the passages to which she supposed that archway led, as well as the others, she struck her foot against some steps and had nearly fallen. Recovering herself, however, without loss of time, she began ascending the steps that lay before her, nor stopped till, reaching a small landing place, she looked through one of the loopholes in the wall, and beheld the governor directing his course to another part of the building. Satisfied that he did not follow her, but faint and out of breath with the speed she had employed in her flight, Pauline paused for a moment's repose, and stretching out her hand, she leaned against a door which stood at the top of the staircase. However, it afforded her no support, for the moment she touched it, it gave way under her hand, and flying open, discovered to her a well-lighted apartment. New terror seized upon Pauline. Her eyes were dazzled by the sudden glare, and drawing back, she would have fallen headlong down the stairs. But at that instant she was caught in the arms of de Blenau. End of chapter 8. Section 21 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, which gets Pauline out and Philip in, and leaves de Blenau in the middle. The tumult of joy and surprise, the mutual explanations, the delight of de Blenau, the relief to Pauline, with the thousand little etc. of such a meeting, I must leave to the reader's imagination, which will doubtless do much more justice to every circumstance than could the quill of a foolish bird such as I hold in my hand. Neither shall I dilate upon the surprise of Philip the woodman, when, on coming to inform de Blenau that he had lost the lady in the windings of the Bastille, he discovered that she had found her way to the object of her search without his sage guidance. One piece of information, however, he conveyed, which hurried their conference towards a conclusion. The governor, he said, who had been absent, had returned, and was then engaged in visiting the western wards, and therefore he might be shortly expected in that part of the prison. This unpalatable news reminded Pauline to deliver the letter from the Queen, which in the joy and agitation of their first meeting she had neglected to do. De Blenau looked it over with a hurried glance. "She commands me," said he, "to confess all exactly as it occurred, but on one or two points I have already refused to answer, and if I do so now without producing the Queen's warrant for my conduct, I shall be held a base coward who betrays his trust for fear of the torture." "And do you hesitate, Claude?" demanded Pauline rather reproachfully. "Do you hesitate to take the only means which can save you? Do you think nothing of what I feel? You, Claude, may be proof against corporeal torture, but I cannot endure much longer the mental agony I have suffered since you have been confined here, especially when I reflected that even while you were acting most nobly, I was suspecting you ungenerously. If you love me as you profess, dear Claude, you will take the means that the Queen directs to ensure your safety." "Well, dearest Pauline," replied de Blenau, yielding to the all-persuasive eloquence of woman's lips, "I will do as you wish, and endeavour to pursue such measures as will be both safe and honourable. But now conclude what you were telling me of having lost yourself in the prison, and how you found your way hither." It may be necessary to explain that while this conversation had taken place between de Blenau and Pauline in the inner apartment, Philip the woodman had remained in the outer chamber, keeping watch with his ear to the door, which communicated with the staircase, in order to apprise them in time of the governor's approach. Pauline now had not time to conclude her little history of perilous escapes and dangers ere Philip, entering from the outer chamber, interrupted her. "Fly down the stairs, mademoiselle," cried he, "and wait at the bottom till I join you. The governor is coming, for I hear other steps on the stairs as well as those of the sentinel at the top." Prisons are not places for great ceremonies, nor for all the mighty delicacies of general society, so Pauline suffered de Blenau to press his lips upon hers unreproved, and then fled down the back staircase with the speed of light; after which the Count shut and bolted the iron door, and passed into the outer chamber, while the woodman bustled about in the inner one, arranging the Count's apparel for the night, and appearing much more busy than he really was. Thus everything was as it should be when the governor entered, but still there was an angry spot upon his brow, and, with but a slight inclination to de Blenau, he looked through the door between the two chambers, saying, "Well, Mr. Woodman of Mantes, where is your daughter? She is not in your cell." "You have made sure of that in person, I suppose," replied Philip, in his usual surly manner. "Whether I have or not," replied the governor, "does but little signify. I ask, where is your daughter? We must have no strangers wandering about the Bastille." "I know my child's beauty as well as you do, monsieur," replied Philip, "and was too wise to leave her in my cell, where every one that chose would have liberty and time to affront her, while I was attending upon Monsieur le Comte here, so I made her come with me and set her under the archway of the old tower to wait till I was done. Now, if monsieur has done with me, I will go and conduct her to the outer gate, and never with my will shall she set her foot within these walls again." "I have no farther need of you to night, Philip," said de Blenau, as the woodman stood at the door ready to depart; and then seeing that the governor turned to follow him out, he added, "Monsieur le Gouverneur, will you sup with me this evening?" Philip quitted the room, but the governor was obliged to stay to reply. "With pleasure, sir, with pleasure," said he. "I will be back with you immediately, before my servant brings the plates; but I must first take the liberty of seeing this demoiselle out of the prison gates." He then left de Blenau, and having bolted the door, followed the woodman quickly down the steps. Philip, however, had gained so much upon him, that he had time to whisper to Pauline, whom he found waiting in the archway, "The governor is coming, but do not be alarmed. Let him think that I bade you wait for me here till I had attended the Count." Pauline, however, could not help being alarmed. While the excitement of her enterprise had continued, it afforded a false sense of courage, which carried her through; but now that her object was gained, all her native timidity returned, and she thought of encountering the governor again with fear and trembling, nor had she much time to recall her spirits before he himself joined them. "Well, my fair demoiselle," he cried, "I think if I had known that you were waiting here all alone in the dark, I should have paid you a visit. and he raised the lamp close to Pauline's face, which was as pale as death. "Why, you look as terrified," proceeded the governor, "as if you had been committing murder. Well, I will light you out, and when you come to-morrow you will not be so frightened. At what hour do you come, eh?" "I desire that you would not come at all," said Philip aloud, as he followed the governor, who was escorting Pauline along with an air of gallantry and badinage which did not at all set off his thin demure features to advantage, especially in the unbecoming light of the lamp that flickered upon them but at intervals, tipping all the acute angles of his countenance with not the most agreeable hue. "I desire that you would not come at all. You have been here once too often already. Let your brother Charles come the next time." The governor darted a glance at Philip, which certainly evinced that his face could take on, when it liked, an expression of hatred, malice, and all uncharitableness, and in a minute or two after, by some means, the lamp went out in his hands. "Here, Philip," cried he, "take the lamp and get a light." "Your pardon, sir," answered the sturdy woodman, "not till I have seen my daughter beyond the gates." "Philip Crisol, or Philip the woodman, or whatever you call yourself," cried the governor, "are you mad? Do you know what you are about? Go and fetch me a light instantly, or refuse me at your peril." "I do refuse, then," replied the woodman, who had learned by conversation with the porter and turnkeys how much power the governor had placed in his hands by permitting him to attend upon the Count de Blinau. "I am your prisoner, sir," he continued, "but not your servant." "I have allowed you to act as such in the prison," said the governor, "and there are no servants here but mine." "In suffering me to attend upon the Count de Blinau," rejoined Philip boldly, "you have outstepped your duty, and broken the express order of the cardinal. So much I have learned since I came here. Therefore allow my daughter to depart quietly, sir. We shall find a light in the porter's room." "By heavens, I have a mind to detain the girl all night for your insolence," cried the governor, stamping with rage. "Oh, for God's sake, do not!" exclaimed Pauline, clasping her hands. But Philip came close up to him. "You dare not," said he, in a low voice. "For your head, you dare not," and then added aloud to Pauline, "Come along, my child. Monsieur le Gouverneur will let you out." During this altercation they had continued to proceed, and the governor, knowing that his violation of the cardinal's commands with regard to the strict confinement of de Blinau might bring his head to the block if sifted thoroughly, thought it best to abstain from irritating a person who not only possessed, but knew that he possessed, so much power. Not that he would not willingly have silenced the woodman by some of those infallible means which were much resorted to in that day, but that he knew Chavigny was not easily satisfied on such points, and thus being in a situation which is popularly expressed by the horns of a dilemma, like a good Christian as he was, he chose rather to risk discovery than commit a murder which would undoubtedly be found out. Under these circumstances he permitted Philip and Pauline to proceed to the gates, and ordered the porter to give the young lady egress, taking care, however, to follow them all the way till they arrived at the last gate opening upon the drawbridge, which, at the time they arrived, had not yet been raised for the evening. Pauline's heart beat with glad impatience as the janitor put his key into the lock, whose bolt, grating harshly as it was withdrawn, produced to her ears the most excellent music. It so unfortunately happened, however, that at the moment the gate swung heavily back upon its hinges, Charles, the woodman's son, presented himself for admission, and having before had free access to his father, was proceeding calmly through the open door, without taking any notice of Mademoiselle de Beaumont, whom he did not recognise in her disguise. "What!" exclaimed the governor, whose Bastille habits rendered him quick to the slightest suspicion, "do you not speak to your sister?" "Sister!" said the boy, confounded. "I have no sister." Pauline saw that in another moment all would be lost, and darting past the governor, she was through the gate and over the drawbridge in a moment. "Nom de Dieu!" cried the governor. "Follow her, Letram. Quick, quick!" The turnkey was on Pauline's footsteps in a minute, but she had gained so much in the first instance that she would certainly have escaped with ease, if an envious stone had not obstructed her path in the bottom of the glacis, and striking her foot, occasioned her to fall. Pauline uttered a scream of both pain and fear, and 2 steps would have brought the turnkey to the spot where she lay, when suddenly a small, strange-shaped figure in white skipped over her prostrate form, and interposed between her and her pursuer. "Ventre saint gris!" cried the redoubtable Jacques Chapilleux, cuisinier, aubergiste, who thus came to her assistance. "You shall not touch her!" And drawing the long rapier that hung beside his carving knife, he made pass so near the breast of the turnkey that the official started back 10 full paces, not knowing, in the dim light of the hour, what hobgoblin shape thus crossed his purpose. "Marot," continued the aubergiste, "who are you that dare to injure this demoiselle? Under the very walls of the Bastille, too, contrary to the peace and quiet of his majesty's true subjects. Get thee gone, or I will spit thee like a chapon de men, or rather skewer thee like an ortolan under the wings." This professional allusion, together with a moment's reflection, enabled Letram, the turnkey, to call to mind the ancien vivandier, and showering upon him 1,000 harsh epithets for his interference, he called upon him to stand aside and let him secure his prisoner. Still, however, standing aloof from the point of the weapon, for Jacques Chapilleux, while vivandier to the army, had shown that he could gather laurels with his sword as well as with his knife, and had as often, to use Sancho's expression, given his enemies a bellyful of dry blows, as he had filled his friends with more dainty fare, with this difference, however, that the drubbings he bestowed gratis. In the present instance, he either did not or would not know the turnkey, and continued vociferating to him to hold off, and tell who he was, with such reiteration that for some time the other had no opportunity of replying. At length, however, he roared, rather than said, "Jacques Diable, you know me very well enough. I am Letram, geôlier au château." The aubergiste looked over his shoulder, and seeing that Pauline was no longer visible, he very quietly put up his rapier, saying, "Mais mon Dieu, mon ami, why did you not tell me that before? Je vous en demande 1000 pardons." And seizing the turnkey in his arms, he embraced him, making 1,000 excuses for having mistaken him, and hugging him with a sort of malicious affection which quite put stop to his pursuit of Pauline. The only benediction that the gaoler thought proper to bestow upon the little aubergiste was 1,000 curses, struggling all the time to free himself from the serpent folds of Chapilleux's embrace. But it was not till the aubergiste had completely satisfied himself that he suffered Letram to escape, and then very composedly offered to assist him in the pursuit, which he well knew would now be ineffectual. The darkness of the night had prevented this scene from being visible from the gates of the Bastille, and Letram, on his return to the prison, was too wise to complain of the conduct of our friend Chapilleux, a vivandier at the gates of the Bastille being much too convenient an acquaintance to be quarrelled with upon trifles. During his absence, the wrath of the governor turned upon Philip the woodman. "What is the meaning of this, villain?" exclaimed he. "This is none of your daughter. Fouchard! La Heuterie!" he called aloud to some of his satellites. "Quick, bring me a set of irons. We shall soon hear who this is, Monsieur Philippe Grisol." "You will never hear anything from me more than you know already," replied Philip, "so put what irons on me you like. But you had better beware, Sir Governor. Those that meddle with pitch will stick their fingers. You do not know what you may bring upon your head." "Silence, fool!" cried the governor, in a voice that made the archway ring. "You know not what you have brought upon your own head. Fouchard! La Heuterie! I say, why are you so long? Oh, here you come at last. Now secure that fellow, and down with him to one of the black dungeons. Porter, turn that young viper out," he continued, pointing to Charles, who stood trembling and weeping by his father's side. "Turn him out, I say. We will have no more of these traitors than we have occasion for." At the words "the dark dungeon," Philip's courage almost failed him, and it was not without an effort that he kept his sturdy limbs from betraying his emotion, while the gaolers began to place the irons on his wrists and ankles. But when he heard the order to drive forth his son, he made a strong effort and caught the boy in his arms, God bless you, Charles, God bless you, my boy, and fear not for me," he exclaimed, "while there is a power above." It was a momentary solace to embrace his child, but the porter soon tore the boy from his arms, and pushing him through the gate, closed it after him, rejoicing that he should no more have to turn the key for any of the woodman's family. "Now," said he, "now we shall have no more trouble. I hate to see all our good rules and regulations broken, though. I dare say if his eminence the cardinal, God protect him, were to follow this Monsieur Chavigny's advice, we should have everything out of order, and all the good store of chains and irons here in the lodge would get rusty for want of use." "Peace, peace," cried the governor. "La Hôterie, take that fellow down as I told you. He shall have the question tomorrow, and we shall see if he finds that so easy to bear. Away with him, quick! A fool I was to be so deceived. I suspected something when she stammered so about her father's name." So saying, he turned to hear the report of Latram, who at that moment returned from his unsuccessful pursuit of Pauline. In the meanwhile, the jailers led Philip, who moved with difficulty in his heavy irons, across the first and second court, and opening a low door in the western tower, displayed to his sight a flight of steps leading down to the lower dungeons. At this spot, La Hôterie, who seemed superior in rank to his fellow turnkey, lighted a torch that he had brought with him at his companion's lantern, and descending to the bottom of the steps, held it up on high to let Philip see his way down. The woodman shuddered as he gazed at the deep gloomy chasm which presented itself but half seen by the glare of the torch, the light of which, glancing upon the wall in different places, showed its green damp and ropy slime, without offering any definite limit to the dark and fearful vacuity. But he had no time to make any particular remark, for the second jailer, who stood at his side, rudely forced him on, and descending the slippery stone steps, he found himself in a large long vault, paved with round stones, and filled with heavy subterranean air, which at first made the torch burn dim, and took away the woodman's breath. As the light, however, spread slowly through the thick darkness, he could perceive 3 doors on either hand, which he conceived to give entrance to some of those underground dungeons, whose intrinsic horror, as well as the fearful uses to which they were often applied, had given a terrific fame to the name of the Bastille, and rendered it more dreaded than any other prison in France. During this time they had paused for a moment, moving the torch slowly about, as if afraid that it would be extinguished by the damp; but when the flame began to rise again, La Hôterie desired his companion to bring the prisoner to number 6, and proceeding to the extremity of the vault, they opened the farthest door on the left, which led into a low damp cell, cold, narrow, and unfurnished, the very abode of horror and despair. Into this they pushed the unfortunate woodman, following themselves to see, as they said, if there was any straw. "Have you brought some oil with you?" demanded La Hôterie, examining a rusty iron lamp that hung against the wall. "This is quite out." "No, indeed," replied Fouchard, "and we cannot get any to night; but he does not want it till day. It is time for him to go to sleep." "No, no," rejoined the other, who seemed at least to have some human feeling. "Do not leave the poor devil without light. Give him your lantern, man. You can fetch it to morrow, when you come round to trim the lamps." The man grumbled, but did as La Hôterie bade him, and having fastened the lantern on the hook where the lamp hung, they went away, leaving Philip to meditate over his fate in solitude. "I have brought it on myself at last," thought the woodman, as looking round him he found all the horrors he had dreamed of the Bastille more than realized, and his spirit sank within him. Cut off from all communication with any human being, he had now no means of making his situation known, and the horrible idea of the torture shook all his resolution and unmanned his heart. It would hardly be fair to pursue the course of his reflections any farther, for if, when he remembered his happy cottage in the wood of Mantes, and his wife, and his little ones, a momentary thought of disclosing all he knew crossed the woodman's mind, the next instant the ruin of the queen, the death of the good Count de Blenel, and a train of endless ills and horrors to those who confided in him, flashed across his imagination, and nerved his heart to better things. He called to mind every generous principle of his nature, and though but a humble peasant, he struggled nobly against the dishonouring power of fear. Sleep, however, was out of the question, and he sat mournfully on the straw that had been placed for his bed, watching the light in the lantern as inch by inch it burned away, till at last it gleamed for a moment in the socket, sank, rose again with a bright flash, and then became totally extinguished. He now remained in utter darkness, and 1,000 vague and horrible fancies crowded upon his imagination. While he sat there, calculating how near it was to day, when he fancied that even the momentary presence of the gaoler would prove some relief to the blank solitude of his situation. Hour after hour, however, passed away, and no glimpse of light told him it was morning. At length the door opened and the gaoler appeared, bringing with him a fresh lighted lamp, thus offering a frightful confirmation of Philip's fears that the beams of day never penetrated to the place of his confinement. The gaoler took down the lantern, and having fastened the lamp in its place, gave to the unfortunate woodman a loaf of bread and a pitcher of water. "Come," exclaimed Fouchard, in a tone which spoke of no great pleasure in the task, "get up. I am to take off your irons for you, and truly there is no great use of them, for if you were the devil himself, you could not get out of here." "I suppose so," answered Philip, "but I trust that it will not be long before I am released altogether." "Why, I should guess that it would not," answered the gaoler, in somewhat of a sarcastic tone, still continuing to unlock the irons. "People do not in general stay here very long." "How so?" demanded Philip anxiously, misdoubting the tone in which the other spoke. "Why," replied he, "you must know there are 3 ways, by one of which prisoners are generally released, as you say, all together, and one way is as common as another, so far as my experience goes. Sometimes they die under the torture, at other times they are turned out to have their heads struck off, or else they die of the damp, which last we call being homesick." And with this very consolatory speech, he bundled up the irons under his arm, and quitted the cell, taking care to fasten the door behind him. Chapter 10. Section 22 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Showing what it is to be a day after the fair, with sundry other matters, which the reader cannot fully comprehend without reading them. Having now left the woodman as unhappy as we could wish, and de Blenau very little better off than he was before, we must proceed with Pauline, and see what we can do for her in the same way. It has been already said that, in the hurry of her flight, she struck her foot against a stone, and fell. This is an unpleasant accident at all times, and more especially when one is running away; but Pauline suffered it not to interrupt her flight one moment longer than necessary. Finding that some unexpected obstacle had delayed her pursuer as well as herself, she was upon her feet in a moment, and leaving him to arrange his difference with Monsieur Chapilleur in the best way he could, she flew on towards Rue Saint Antoine without stopping to thank her deliverer, and indeed without knowing that the good aubergiste, taking a sincere interest in her fate, had, at the hour appointed, waited at the door of his auberge till he saw her enter the Bastille, and then, from some undefined feeling that all would not go right, had watched anxiously to see her safe out again. The interest not being reciprocal, Pauline had forgot all about the aubergiste, and only seeing that some one obstructed her pursuer, she fled, as I have said before, to the Rue Saint Antoine. She passed Jacques Chapilleur's little auberge without any exchange of sentiment, even with the Sanglier gourmand, and darted by the boutique of a passemontier with the same celerity. The next shop was a marchand de broderie et de dentelle, with a little passage, or cul-de-sac, between it and the following house, which was occupied by a brocanteur, both which trades requiring daylight in aid of their operations, were at that hour firmly closed with bolt and bar, nor shed one solitary ray to light the passenger along the streets. Just as she had come opposite to the first of these, Pauline found someone seize her robe behind, and the next minute a large Spanish cloak was thrown over her head, while a gigantic pair of arms embracing her waist raised her from the ground and bore her along the street. Naturally conceiving that she was in the power of some of her pursuers from the Bastille, Pauline did not perceive, in the dreadful agitation of the moment, that she was carried in a different direction, and giving herself up for lost, she yielded to her fate without scream or cry. Whoever it was that held her carried her like a feather, but after striding along through several turnings, he paused, placed her on the ground, and still holding the cloak over her head with one hand, seemed to open a door with the other. The next moment he raised her again, though in a different position, and carried her up what was evidently a small winding staircase, at the top of which he again opened a door, where even through the cloak Pauline could perceive that they had entered some place which contained a powerful light. The moment the door was open, someone exclaimed, "It is her! Oh, Jesu, yes, it is her!" in a voice which sounded so like that of her maid Louise, that Pauline was more than ever bewildered. The person who had carried her now placed her in a chair, and taking the additional security of tying the cloak over her head, communicated for a few minutes with the other person in whispers, after which Pauline fancied that someone quitted the room. The covering was then removed from her eyes, and she found herself in a small, meanly furnished apartment, whose only occupant, besides herself, was a handsome man of very gigantic proportions, and of that sort of daring aspect which smacked a little of the bravo. He was well dressed in a pourpoint of green lustring, braided with gold lace, slightly tarnished. The haut de chausse was of the same, tied down the side with red ribbons, and the cloak which he removed from Pauline's head seemed to form part of the dress, though he had deprived himself of it for the moment, to answer the purpose in which we have seen it employed. On the whole, he was a good-looking cavalier, though there was a certain air of lawlessness in his countenance and mien which made Pauline shrink. "Nay, do not be afraid, mademoiselle," said he, with a strong Norman accent. "Point de danger, point de danger," and he strove to reassure her to the best of his power. He possessed no great eloquence, however, at least of the kind calculated to calm a lady's fears, and the only thing which tended to give Pauline any relief was the manifest respect with which he addressed her, standing cap in hand and reiterating that no harm was intended or could happen to her. She listened without attending, too much frightened to believe his words to their full extent, and striving to gain from the objects round about some more precise knowledge of her situation. She was evidently not in the Bastille, for the door of the room, instead of offering to her view bolts and bars of such complicated forms that, like a mousetrap, they would have puzzled the man that made them, was only fastened by a single wooden lock, the key of which, like a dog's tongue in a hot day, kept lolling out with a negligent inclination towards the ground, very much at ease in its keyhole. The more Pauline gazed around her, the more she was bewildered, and after resolving 20 times to speak to the Norman, and as often failing in courage, she at last produced an articulate sound, which went to inquire where she was. The Norman, who had been walking up and down the room, as if waiting the arrival of someone, stopped in the midst, and making a low inclination, begged to assure mademoiselle that she was in a place of safety. The ice being broken, Pauline demanded, "Did I not hear the voice of my maid Louise?" "No, it was my wife, mademoiselle," replied her companion drily, and recommencing his perambulations, the young lady sank back into herself. At length a tap was heard at the door, and the Norman, starting forward, went on the outside, closing it after him, though not completely, and of the conversation which ensued between him and some other man, Pauline could catch detached sentences, which, though they serve but little to elucidate her position to herself, may be of service to the reader. At first all was conducted in a whisper, but the Norman soon broke forth, "Sacristi! I tell you she got in. I did not catch her till she was coming out." "Monseigneur will be precious angry with us both," answered the other. "How I missed you I cannot imagine. I only went to call upon la petite Jeanette, and did not stay 5 minutes." "And I just stepped into the Sanglier Gourmand," rejoined our Norman, "which is opposite, you know. There I thought I could see all that went on. But that Marot, Jacques Chapilleur, was always at his door about something, so finding that I could not get my second bottle of wine, I went down to the cave for it myself, and she must have passed while I was below." "How did you find out, then, that she had got into the Bastille?" demanded the other. The Norman's reply was delivered in so low a tone that Pauline could only distinguish the words, heard a scream, saw her running past like mad, threw the cloak over her, and brought her here. "Perhaps she was not in, after all," rejoined the other; "but at all events we must tell monsieur so. You swear you caught her just as she was going in, and I'll vow that I was there and saw you." A new consultation seemed to take place, but the speakers proceeded so rapidly that Pauline could not comprehend upon what it turned exactly, although she was herself evidently the subject of discussion. "Oh, she will not tell, for her own sake," said one of the voices. "She would be banished to a certainty if it was known that she got in, and as to the folks at the Bastille, be sure that they will hold their tongues." Something was now said about a letter, and the voice of the Norman replied, "Monseigneur does not suppose that she had a letter. Oh, no, trust me, she had none. It was word of mouth work, be you sure. They were too cunning to send a letter which might be stopped upon her. No, they know something more than that." "Well, then, the sooner we take her there the better," rejoined the other. "The carriage is below, but you must blind her eyes, for she may know the liveries." "Ah, your cursed livery betrayed us once before," answered the Norman. "Hola, là-haut, mon ange! Give me a kerchief. I will tie her eyes with that, for the cloak almost smothers her, poor little soul." A light step was now heard coming down the stairs, and a third person was added to the party without. What they said Pauline could not make out, but though speaking in a whisper, she was still confident that she distinguished the voice of her maid Louise. "Harm," said the Norman, after a moment. "We are going to do her no harm, chère amie. She will be down there in Maine with the Countess, and as happy as a princess. Give this gentleman the trunk mail, and get yourself ready against I come back, for we have our journey to take too, you know, ma petite femme." The Norman now laid his hand upon the lock. There was a momentary bustle as of the party separating, and then entering the room, he informed Pauline that she must allow him to blindfold her eyes. Knowing that resistance was in vain, Pauline submitted with a good grace, and, her fears considerably allayed by the conversation she had overheard, attempted to draw from the Norman some farther information. But here he was inflexible, and having tied the handkerchief over her eyes so as completely to prevent her seeing, he conducted her gently down the stairs, taking care to keep her from falling, and having arrived in the open air, lifted her lightly into a carriage, placed himself by her side, and gave orders to drive on. The vehicle had not proceeded many minutes when it again stopped, and Pauline was lifted out, conducted up a flight of stone steps, and then led into an apartment, where she was placed in a fauteuil, the luxurious softness of which bespoke a very different sort of furniture from that of the chamber which she had just left. There was now a little bustle, and a good deal of whispering, and then every one seemed to leave the room. Fancying herself alone, Pauline raised her hand in order to remove the handkerchief from her eyes, at least for a moment, but a loud "Prenez garde" from the Norman stopped her in her purpose, and the next instant a door opened, and she heard steps approaching. "Shut the door," said a voice she had never heard before. "Marteville, you have done well. Are you sure that she had no conversation with any one within the prison?" "I will swear to it," answered the Norman, with the stout asseveration of a determined liar. "Ask your man Chauvelin, monsieur. He was by, and saw me catch hold of her before she was at the gate." "So he says," rejoined the other. "But now leave the room. I must have some conversation with this demoiselle myself. Wait for me without." "Pardi!" muttered the Norman, as he withdrew. "He'll find it out now, and then I am ruined." "Mademoiselle de Beaumont," said the person that remained, "you have been engaged in a rash and dangerous enterprise. Had you succeeded in it, the Bastille must have been your doom, and severe judgment according to the law. By timely information on the subject, I have been enabled to save you from such a fate, but I am sorry to say that, for the safety of all parties, you must endure an absence from your friends for some time." He paused as if expecting a reply, and Pauline, after a moment's consideration, determined to answer, in order to draw from him, if possible, some farther information concerning the manner in which he had become acquainted with her movements, and also in regard to her future destination. "I perceive, sir," said she, "from your conversation, that you belong to the same rank of society as myself, but I am at a loss to imagine how any gentleman presumes to attribute dangerous enterprises and actions deserving imprisonment to a lady of whom he neither does nor can know anything." "My dear young lady," replied her companion, "you make me smile. I did not think that I should have to put forth my diplomatic powers against so fair and so youthful an opponent. But allow me to remind you that, when young ladies of the highest rank are found masquerading in the streets at night, dressed in their servants' garments, they subject their conduct, perhaps, to worse misconstructions than that which I have put upon yours. But, Mademoiselle de Beaumont, I know you, and I know the spirit of your family too well to suppose that anything but some great and powerful motive could induce you to appear as you do now. Withdraw that bandage from your eyes, I have no fear of encountering them, and look if that be a dress in which Mademoiselle de Beaumont should be seen." Pauline's quick fingers instantly removed the handkerchief, and raising her eyes, she found that she was placed exactly before a tall Venetian mirror, which offered her a complete portrait of herself, sitting in an immense armchair of green velvet, and disguised in the costume of a Languedoc paysanne. The large capote, or hood, which she had worn, had been thrust back by the Norman, in order to blindfold her eyes, and her dark hair, all dishevelled, was hanging about her face in glossy confusion. The red serge jupe of Louise had acquired in the passages of the Bastille no inconsiderable portion of dust, and near the knee on which she had fallen at the foot of the glacis, it was stained with mire as well as slightly torn. In addition to all this, appeared a large rent at the side, occasioned by the efforts of Philip the woodman to disengage it from the staple on which it had caught, and the black bodice had been broadly marked with green mould, impressing against the wall while the guards passed so near to her. Her face also was deathly pale, with all the alarm, agitation, and fatigue she had undergone, so that no person could be more different from the elegant and blooming Pauline de Beaumont than the figure which that mirror reflected. Pauline almost started when she beheld herself, but quickly recovering from her surprise, she cast her eyes round the room, which was furnished in the most splendid and costly manner, and filled with 1,000 objects of curiosity or luxury, procured from all quarters of the globe. Her attention, however, rested not upon any of these. Within a few paces of the chair in which she sat stood a tall, elegant man, near the period of life called the middle age, but certainly rather below than above the point to which the term is generally applied. He was splendidly dressed according to the custom of the day, and the neat trimmings of his beard and moustaches, the regular arrangement of his dark flowing hair, and the scrupulous harmony and symmetry of every part of his apparel, contradicted the thoughtful, dignified expression of his eyes, which seemed occupied with much higher thoughts. Van Dyck has transmitted to us many such a physiognomy, and many such a dress, but few of his costumes are more splendid, or his countenance more dignified, than was that of the stranger who stood beside Mademoiselle de Beaumont. He paused for a moment, giving her time to make what examination she liked of everything in the apartment, and as her eye glanced to himself, demanded with a smile, "Well, Mademoiselle de Beaumont, do you recollect me?" "Not in the least," replied Pauline. "I think, sir, that we have never seen each other before." "Yes, we have," answered her companion, "but it was at a distance. However, now look in that glass and tell me, do you recollect yourself?" "Hardly," replied Pauline with a blush, "hardly indeed." "Well then, fair lady, I think that you will no longer demand my reasons for attributing to you dangerous enterprises and actions, as you say, deserving imprisonment. But to put an end to your doubts at once, look at that order, where, I think, you will find yourself somewhat accurately described." And he handed to Pauline a small piece of parchment, beginning with the words of serious import, "De par le roi," and going on to order the arrest of Demoiselle Pauline, daughter of the late Marquis de Beaumont, and of the Dame Anne de la Hautière, with all those good set terms and particulars which left no room for mistake or quibble, even if it had been examined by the eyes of the sharpest lawyer of the Cour des Aides. "What say you now, Mademoiselle de Beaumont?" demanded her companion, seeing her plunged in embarrassment and surprise. "I have nothing to say, sir," replied Pauline, "but that I must submit. However, I trust that, in common humanity, I shall be allowed to see my mother, either when I am in prison or before I am conveyed thither." "You mistake me," said the other. "You are not going to a prison. I only intend that you should take a little journey into the country, during the course of which all attention shall be paid to your comfort and convenience. Of course, young lady, when you undertook the difficult task of conveying a message from the Queen to a prisoner in the Bastille, you were prepared to risk the consequences. As you have not succeeded, no great punishment will fall upon you, but as it is absolutely necessary to the government to prevent all communication between suspected parties, you must bear a temporary absence from the court, till such time as this whole business be terminated, for neither the Queen nor any one else must know how far you have succeeded or failed." Pauline pleaded hard to be allowed to see her mother, but in vain. The stranger was obdurate, and would listen to neither entreaties, promises, nor remonstrances. All she could obtain was the assurance that Madame de Beaumont should be informed of her safety, and that perhaps after a time she might be permitted to write to her. "Listen to me," said the stranger, cutting short the prayers by which she was attempting to influence him. "I expect the king and court from Chantilly within an hour, and before that time you must be out of Paris. For your convenience, a female servant shall attend you, and you will meet with all the respect due to your rank. But for your own sake, ask no questions, for I never permit my domestics to canvass my affairs with any one. Nay, they are forbidden ever to mention my name, except for some express or permitted purpose. I will now leave you, and send Mathurine to your assistance, who will help you to change your dress from that coiffe. You will then take some refreshment and set out as speedily as possible. At the end of your journey you will meet with one to whose care I have recommended you, and you will then learn in whose hands you are placed. At present I have the honour of bidding you farewell." The uncertainty of her fate, the separation from her mother, the vague uneasy fear attendant upon want of all knowledge of whither she was going, and the impossibility of communicating with her friends under any event, raised up images far more terrifying and horrible to the mind of Pauline than almost any specific danger could have done; and as her companion turned away, she hid her face in her hands and wept. Hearing her sob, and perhaps attributing her tears to other motives, he returned for a moment, and said in a low voice, "Do not weep, my dear child. I give you my honour that you will be well and kindly treated. But one thing I forgot to mention. I know that your object was to visit the Count de Blenau, and I know also that a personal interest had something to do in the matter. Now, Mademoiselle de Beaumont, I can feel for you, and it may be somewhat comfort to know, that Monsieur de Blenau has at least one person in the council who will strive to give to the proceedings against him as much leniency as circumstances will admit." This said, he quitted the apartment, and in a moment after Pauline was joined by the female servant of whom he had spoken. She was a staid, reputable looking woman of about 50, with a little of the primness of ancient maidenhood, but none of its acerbity; and aware of Pauline's rank, she assisted her to disentangle herself from her uncomfortable disguise with silent respect, though she could not help murmuring to herself, "Mon Dieu, une demoiselle mise comme ça!" She then called the young lady's attention to the contents of the coffre, asking which dress she would choose to wear, when, to her surprise, Pauline found that it contained a considerable part of her own wardrobe. Forgetting the prohibition to ask questions, she could not help demanding of Mathurine how her clothes could come there, but the servant was either ignorant or pretended to be so, and Pauline could obtain no information. As soon as she was dressed, some refreshments were placed on the table by Mathurine, who received them from a servant at one of the doors, which she immediately closed again, and pressed Pauline to eat. Pauline at first refused, but at length, to satisfy her companion, who continued to insist upon it with a degree of quiet, persevering civility that would take no refusal, she took some of the coffee, which was at that time served up as a rarity. As soon as ever the domestic perceived that no entreaty would induce her to taste anything else, she called in a servant to carry the coif to the carriage, and then notified to Pauline that it was time for them to depart. Pauline felt that all resistance or delay would be vain, and she accordingly followed Mathurine down a magnificent staircase into a courtyard, where stood a chaise roulante, the door of which was held open by the Norman we have already mentioned, while two men servants appeared ready mounted to follow the vehicle as soon as it set out. Mathurine placed herself by Pauline's side when she had entered, and the Norman, having closed the door, opened the porte cochere of the court, and the carriage drove out into the street. We will not take the trouble of following Mademoiselle de Beaumont on her journey, which occupied that night and the 2 following days. Suffice it to say, that on the evening of the second day they arrived in the beautiful neighbourhood of Château du Loir, the smiling slopes covered with the first vines, the rich fruit trees hanging actually over the road, and dropping with the latest gifts of liberal nature. The balmy air of a warm September evening, the rosy cheeks of the peasantry, and the clear smooth windings of the river Loire, all announced that they were approaching the land of happy Touraine, and after putting her head more than once from the window, Mathurine, with a smile of pleasure, pointed forward, exclaiming, "Voilà le château." Pauline's eyes followed to the point where the other's hands directed them, and upon a high ground, rising gently above the trees which crowned a little projecting turn of the river, she beheld a group of towers and pinnacles, with the conical, slated roofs, multifarious weathercocks, long narrow windows, one turret upon the back of another, and all the other distinctive marks of an old French château. End of chapter 10. Section 23 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, in which de Blenau finds that he has got the rod in his own hand, and how he uses it, together with a curious account of a tremendous combat and glorious victory. I can easily imagine myself, and I dare say the reader will not find much difficulty in fancying, that the Count de Blenau suffered not a little inquietude while he remained in uncertainty respecting Pauline's free exit from the Bastille. Take and draw him as Sterne did his captive. See him walking up and down the chamber with the anxiety of doubt upon his brow and in his heart, listening for every sound in the courtyard, catching the footsteps of the sentinel at his door, and fancying it the return of the governor, hope struggling against fear, and fear remaining victor, conjuring up 1,000 wild improbable events, and missing the true one, and in short making his bosom a hell wherein to torment his own heart. Thus did Claude de Blenau, during that lapse of time which the governor might reasonably be supposed to be occupied in the duties of his office. But when a longer time passed, and still no news arrived of Pauline's escape, the uncertainty became too great for mortal endurance, and he was about to risk all by descending into the court through the turret, when the challenge of the sentinel announced the approach of someone, and in the next moment the governor entered the room, his pale features flushed with anger, and his lip quivering with ill-subdued rage. "Monsieur de Blenau," said he, in a tone that he had never before presumed to use towards his wealthy prisoner, "here is something wrong. There has been a woman in the prison to-night, passing for that rascal woodman's daughter, and I am given to understand that she has brought either a letter or message to you. But I will ascertain the truth, by heaven! I will ascertain the truth." "Have you detained her, then?" exclaimed de Blenau, losing all caution in his fears for Pauline. "Oh, monsieur le comte," said the governor, fixing on him his keen and angry eye, "then you do know that she has been here. But do you know, sir, that it may cost me my head?" "Very possibly, if you tell anybody," replied de Blenau, who by this time had recovered his self-possession, and had, upon reconsideration, drawn from the governor's speech a different conclusion from that which he had formed at first. Feeling sure that if Pauline had not escaped, his anger would have taken a calmer form. "Listen to me, Sir Governor," continued he firmly, after having determined in his own mind the line of conduct which he ought to pursue. "Let us deal straightforwardly towards each other, and like friends as we have hitherto done. We are both in some degree in each other's power. On your part, do not attempt to entrap me into any acknowledgment, and I will show you that I will not make use of any advantage you may have given me." "I do not understand your meaning, sir," cried the governor, still angrily. "I have given you no advantage. By heaven, I will have the apartments searched. Ay, sir, and your person too." "Will you so?" replied de Blenau coolly, drawing from his bosom the queen's billet, and approaching the edge to the lamp, so that it caught fire. The governor started forward to seize it, but the strong arm of the count held him at a distance, till the few lines the queen had written were irretrievably destroyed; and then freeing him from his grasp, he pointed to a chair, saying, "Now, Monsieur le Gouverneur, sit down and listen to a few words of common sense." The governor placed himself in the chair, with a look of bitter malignity, but this softened down gradually into an expression of thoughtful cunning, as de Blenau proceeded. "Thus stands the case," said the count. "I was committed to your charge, I think, with positive orders not to allow me communication with any person whatsoever. Was it not so?" The governor assented. "It so happened, however," continued the count with a smile, "that at our very first interview you conceived a friendship for me of the most liberal and disinterested nature." The governor bit his lip. "A sort of love at first sight; and, for the sake of my accommodation, you not only broke through the positive commands of the Cardinal Prime Minister, in suffering me once to have communication with another person, but allowed such to take place at all times, according to my pleasure, and also took especial pains to procure the attendance of the person I wished, paying him with my money, for which, and other excellent purposes, you have, within the space of 6 days, received from me upwards of 1,000 crowns. The governor winced most desperately, and fully convinced that a tale so told would readily convey his head under the axe of the executioner, if it reached the ears of Richelieu. He cursed himself for a fool, de Blenau for a knave, and Philip the woodman for something between the two, most devoutly wishing both the others at the devil, so he could slip his own neck out of the halter. De Blenau, without much skill in reading the mind's construction by the face, easily divined what was passing in his companion's bosom, and perceiving him to be much in the situation of a lame dog, he resolved still to apply the lash a little, before he helped him over the stile. "Well, Sir Governor," continued he, "now we will suppose, as a mere hypothesis to reason upon, that through this very liberty, which your disinterested kindness has allowed me, I have received those communications from without, which it was the cardinal's great object to prevent. How ought you to act under such circumstances? Ought you go to the stern, unrelenting Richelieu, and say to him, 'May it please your eminency, I have intentionally and wilfully broken through every order you gave me. I have taken the utmost pains that they should not be observed, and I have so far succeeded in thwarting your designs, that Monsieur de Blenau, from whom I have received 1,000 crowns, and from whom I expect 1,000 more the moment he is liberated, I say that this good friend of mine and your enemy has gained all the information which you wished to prevent.'" This would be a pretty confession of faith. De Blenau paused, and the governor bit his lip; but after a moment he looked the count full in the face, and replied, "Perhaps it might be the best way." De Blenau, however, was not to be deceived. He saw terror in the deadly hue of the governor's pale cheek, and the anxious rolling of his sunken eye, and he went on, "Perhaps it might be the best way, to have your head struck off without delay, For what would your confession avail the cardinal now, after the mischief is done? Would it not be better to say to yourself, here is a young nobleman whom I believe to be innocent, for whom I have a regard, whom I have served already, and who is both willing and able to reward anyone who does serve him, and who, lastly, will never betray me, let happen what will. Under these circumstances, should I not be a fool of the first water to inquire into a matter, the truth of which I am very unlikely to discover, and which, if I do, it will be my duty to disclose? Whereas, standing as the affair does now, without my knowledge in the least, my ignorance makes my innocence, and I betray no one. Even supposing that the whole be found out, I am no worse than I was before, for the story can but be told at last, while if the Count be liberated, which most likely he will, instead of losing my office or my head, I shall gain 1,000 crowns to indemnify me for all the trouble I have had, and shall ensure his friendship for life. Now, Monsieur le Gouverneur, this is what you ought to say to yourself. In my opinion, the strength of argument is all on one side. Even if there were anything to know, you would be a fool to investigate it, where you must of necessity be your own accuser, where all is to be lost, and nothing can be gained. You argue well, Monsieur de Blenau, answered the governor thoughtfully, and your reasoning would be convincing, if it extended to all the circumstances of the case. But you do not know one half. You do not know that Chavigny, from whose eyes nothing seems hidden, knew of this girl's coming, and sent me an order to detain her, which that sottish fool the porter never gave me till she had escaped. How am I to get over that, pray? Then positively she has escaped? demanded de Blenau. Yes, she has escaped, replied the governor pettishly. You seem to consider nothing but her. But let me tell you, Monsieur de Blenau, that you are fully as much concerned as I am, for if they discover that she has got in, you will have a touch of the peine forte et dure to make you confess who she is, and what she came for. Truly, I know not what can be done, answered the Count. Chavigny seems to know all about it. No, he does not know all, replied the governor, for he says here in his note that if a young lady dressed in a jupe of red serge with a black bodice comes to the gate of the prison, asking anything concerning the Count de Blenau, we are to detain her. Now she never mentioned your name, and, God knows, I heeded not what she was dressed in. Then the matter is very simple, replied the Count. No such person as he bade you detain has been here. This is no matter of honour between man and man, where you are bound to speak your suspicions as well as your knowledge. No person has come to the gate of the prison asking anything concerning me, and so answer Chavigny. But the porter, Monsieur de Blenau, said the officer anxiously, he may peach. All the other dependents on the prison are my own, placed by me, and would turn out were I to lose my office. But this porter was named by the cardinal himself. What is to be done with him? Oh, fear not him, answered de Blenau, as his negligence was the cause of your not receiving the order in time to render it effectual. Your silence will be a favour to him. True, cried the governor, rubbing his hands with all the rapture of a man suddenly relieved from a mortal embarrassment. True, I'll go and bully him directly. I'll threaten to inform the cardinal and Chavigny and the whole council, and then, when he begins to fancy that he feels the very rope round his neck, I'll relent and be charitable, and agree to conceal his mistake, and to swear that the lady never came. How will Chavigny know? She will never confess it herself, and at that hour it was too dark for anyone to watch her up to the gates. Morbleu! That will do precisely. I see little or no danger attending upon it, said the prisoner, and at all events it is a great deal better than conveying your neck into the noose, which you would certainly do by confessing to Richelieu the circumstances as they have occurred. Well, we will risk it, at all events, replied the governor, who, though not quite free from apprehension respecting the result, had now regained his usual sweet complacency of manner. "But one thing, Monsieur de Blenau, I am sure you will promise me, namely, that this attempt shall never be repeated, even if occasion should occur; and for the rest, with regard to your never betraying me, and other promises which your words imply, I will trust to your honour." De Blenau readily agreed to what the Governor required, and repeated his promises never to disclose anything that had occurred, and to reward his assistants with 1,000 crowns upon being liberated. Mindful of all who served him, he did not forget Philip the woodman, and deeply thankful for the escape of Pauline, was the more anxious to ascertain the fate of one who had so greatly contributed to the success of her enterprise. "Speak not of him, speak not of him!" exclaimed the Governor, breaking forth into passion at de Blenau's inquiries. "This same skilful plotter attends upon you no longer. You will suffer some inconvenience for your scheme, but it is your fault, not mine, and you must put up with it as best you may." "That I care not about," replied de Blenau, "but I insist upon it that he be treated with no severity. Mark me, Monsieur le Gouverneur, if I find that he is ill used, Chavigny shall hear of the whole business. I will risk anything sooner than see a man suffer from his kindness for me." "You paid him well, of course," said the Governor, drawing up his lip, "and he must take his chance. However, do not alarm yourself for him. He shall be taken care of. Only, with your good leave, Seigneur Comte, you and he do not meet again within the walls of the Bastille. But in the name of heaven, what clatter is this at the door?" he exclaimed, starting from his chair at a most unusual noise which proceeded from the staircase. The Governor, indeed, had good reason to be astonished, for never was there a more strange and inconsistent sound heard within the walls of a prison than that which saluted their ears. First came the "Qui vive" of the sentinel, to which a voice roared out, "Le diable!" "Qui vive?" cried the sentinel again, in a still sharper key. The answer to this was nothing but a clatter, as the Governor had expressed it, such as we might suppose produced by the blowing up of a steam kitchen. Then followed the discharge of the sentinel's firelock, and then sundry blows given and received upon some hard and sonorous substance, mingled with various oaths, execrations, and expletives, then in use amongst the lower classes of his Christian Majesty's lieges, making altogether a most deafening din. At this sound the Governor, as little able to conceive whence it originated as de Blenau himself, drew his sword, and throwing open the door, discovered the redoubtable Jacques Chapilleur, cuisinier aubergiste, striding in triumphant over the prostrate body of the sentinel, and waving over his head an immense stew-pan, being the weapon with which he had achieved the victory, and through which appeared a small round hole caused by the ball of the soldier's firelock. In the meanwhile was to be seen the sentinel on the ground, his iron morion actually dented by the blows of his adversary, and his face and garments bedabbled, not with blood indeed, but with the poulet en blanquette and its white sauce, which had erst been tenant of the stew-pan. "Victoria! Victoria! Victoria!" shouted the aubergiste, waving his stew-pan. "Twice have I conquered in one night. Can Meilleraye or Bouillon say that? Victoria! Victoria!" But here his triumph received a check, for looking into the unhappy utensil, he suddenly perceived the loss of its contents, which had flown all over the place, the treacherous lid having detached itself during his conflict with the sentinel, and sought safety in flight down the stairs. "Mon poulet! Mon poulet!" exclaimed he, in a tone of bitter despair. "Le nid y est, mais l'oiseau est parti." The nest is there, but the bird is flown. "Et là, mon poulet! Mon pauvre poulet!" And quitting the body of his prostrate foe, he advanced into the apartment with that sort of zigzag motion which showed that the thin sinewy shanks which supported his woodcock-shaped upper man were somewhat affected by a more than usual quantity of the generous grape. The whole scene was so inexpressibly ludicrous that de Blenau burst into an immoderate fit of laughter, in which the Governor could not help joining, notwithstanding his indignation at the treatment the sentinel had experienced. Recovering himself, however, he poured forth his wrath upon the aubergiste in no measured terms, demanding how he dared to conduct himself so in the royal château of the Bastille, and what had become of the Count de Blenau's supper, adding a few qualificatory epithets, which may as well be omitted. Eh bien, monsieur, eh bien, cried the aubergiste, with very little respect for the government. As for the gentleman there, lying on his belly, he ought to have let me in, and not fired his piece at me. He knew me well enough. He might have cried qui vive once, that was well, as it is the etiquette. But why did you not answer him, sacré maraud? Cried the governor. I did answer him, replied the other stoutly. He cried qui vive, and I answered le diable, car le diable vive toujours. And as for the supper, I have lost it all. Je l'ai perdu entre deux matins. The first was a greedy Norman vagabond who feeds at my auberge, and while I was out for a minute, he whips me up my matelot d'Angers from out of the casserole, and my dinde de piquet from the spit, and when I came back 5 minutes after, there was nothing left but bare bones and empty bottles. Pardi! And now I have bestowed on the head of that varlet a poulet en blanquette that might have comforted the stomach of a king. Oh, Dieu, Dieu, mes malheurs ne finiront jamais. Oh, but I forgot, he continued. There is still a fricandeau à l'oseille, with a cold pâté, that will do for want of a better. Monseigneur, votre serviteur. And he bowed 5 or 6 times to de Blenau. Monsieur le Gouverneur, votre très humble, and bowing round and round to everyone, even to the sentinel, who by this time was beginning to recover his feet, the tipsy aubergiste staggered off, escaping the wrath of the governor by the promise of the fricandeau, but not, however, without being threatened with punishment on the morrow. End of chapter 11. Section 24 of Richelieu, A Tale of France by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Bureau of a Councillor of State, or How Things Were Managed in 1642. Marteville, you have served me essentially, said the Count de Chavigny, as soon as he had left Pauline in what was called the ladies' hall of the Hôtel de Boutillier, addressing the tall Norman, whom the reader has already recognised beyond a doubt. You know I never suffer any good service to go without its reward, therefore I will now pay you yours, more especially as I have fresh demands to make upon your zeal. Let us see how our accounts stand. And approaching a small table which served both for the purposes of a writing desk and also to support a strong ebony cabinet clasped with silver, he drew forth a bunch of keys and opened a drawer plated with iron, which contained a quantity of gold and silver coin. Chavigny then seated himself at the table, and the Norman standing on his right hand, they began regularly to balance accounts, the items of the Norman's charge being various services of rather a curious nature. For stopping the Archduke's courier, said Chavigny, and taking from him his dispatches, 50 crowns is enough for that. I demand no more, said Marteville. Any common thief could have done it. But, by the way, I hope you did not hurt him, for he came with a safe conduct. Hurt him? No, replied the Norman. We are the best friends in the world. When I met him on the road, I told him civilly that I must have his dispatches, and that I would either cut his throat or drink a bottle with him, whichever he liked. So he chose the latter, and when we parted he promised to give me notice the next time he came on the same errand. The rascal, said Chavigny, that is the way we are served. But now we come to this business of the Count de Blenau. What do you expect for the whole concern? Nay, but monsieur, you forget, exclaimed the other. There is one little item before that. Put down for being an astrologer. "Why, I have given you 50 crowns on that account already," rejoined the statesman. "You are exorbitant, Seigneur Marteville." "That 50 crowns went for my expenses, all of it," replied the other. "There was my long black robe all covered with gin tracts. There was my leathern belt painted with all the signs under heaven. There was my white beard and wig, which cost me 10 good crowns at the shop of Jansen the perruquier, besides the harness of my horse, which was made to suit, and my astrologer's bonnet, which kept all fast upon my head. Now, monsieur, you cannot give me less than 50 crowns for being out 2 nights and running the risk of being burnt alive." "I think not," said Chavigny, "so let that pass. But to come to the other business." "Why, first and foremost," replied the Norman, marking each article as he named it, by laying the index of his right hand upon one of the immense fingers of his left, "for making love to mademoiselle's maid." "Nay, nay, nay," cried Chavigny, "this is too much. That must be part of the dower I have promised with her, of which we will talk presently. But have you married her?" "No," answered the Norman, "not yet. We will see about that hereafter." Chavigny's cheek reddened and his brow knit into a heavy frown. "No evasion, sir. I commanded you, when you took her away last night from Chantilly, to marry her directly, and you agreed to do so. Why is it not done?" "If the truth must be told, monseigneur, it is not done because it goes against a Norman gentleman's stomach to take up with anybody's cast-offs." "Do not be insolent, sir," cried the statesman. "Did I not give you my honour that your suspicion was false? No, sir, that though Chavigny may sometimes condescend to converse with you, or may appear to trifle for a moment with a girl like this Louise, it is merely to gain some greater object that he does so, and that unless it be for some state purpose, he never honours such beings with his thoughts." "Well, well, monseigneur," replied the other, seeing the fire that flashed in his lord's eye, "I will marry her. Foi de Normand. Don't be angry. I will marry her." "Foi de Normand will not do," said Chavigny. "It must be this very night." Eh bien, soit," cried the Norman, and then muttered to himself with a grin, "I've 4 wives now, living. A 5th won't make much difference." "What murmur you, sir?" demanded the statesman. "Mark me, in 1 hour from hence you will find a priest and 2 witnesses in the Cardinal's chapel. When you are married, the priest will give you a certificate of the ceremony. Carry it to my intendant, and upon the sight of it, he will pay you the sum we agree upon. Now proceed with your demands." "Well then, monseigneur," continued Marteville, "what is the information concerning mademoiselle's coming to Paris worth?" "It is worth a good deal," replied Chavigny, "and I will always pay more for knowledge of that kind than any acts of brute force. Set that down for 100 crowns, and 50 more for catching the young lady and bringing her here, making altogether 250. "Yes, sir, yes, but the dowry you mentioned," cried the Norman. "You have forgotten that." "No, I have not," replied Chavigny. "In favour of Louise, I will make the sum up to 1,000 crowns, which you will receive the moment you have married her." "Oh, I'll marry her directly, if that be the case," cried the Norman. "Morbleu, that makes all the difference." "But treat her kindly," said Chavigny. "With the stipend of 1,000 crowns, which I allow you yearly, and what you can gain by particular services, you may live very well, and perhaps I may add some little gratification, if you please me in your conduct towards your wife." "Oh, I'll be the tenderest husband living," cried the Norman, "since my gratification depends upon hers. But I'll run and fetch her to be married directly, if you will send the priest, monseigneur." "Nay, stop a moment," said the statesman. "You forget that I told you I had other journeys for you to take, and other services for you to perform." "No, sir," answered the Norman. "All is prepared to set out this very night, if you will tell me my errand." Chavigny paused for a moment and remained in deep thought, gnawing his lip as if embarrassed by doubts as to the best manner of proceeding. "Mark me, Marteville," said he at length. "There are 2 or 3 sorts of scoundrels in the world, amongst whom I do not look upon you as the least." The Norman bowed with the utmost composure, very well aware of the place he held in Chavigny's opinion. "There are, however, some good points about you," continued the statesman, at which Marteville bowed again. "You would rob, kill, and plunder, I believe, without remorse, anyone you hated or did not care about. But I do not think you would forget a kindness or betray a trust." "Never," said the Norman. "Red-hot pincers will not tear from me what is entrusted to my honour." "So be it, then, in the present instance," said Chavigny, "for I am obliged to give you the knowledge of some things, and to enter into explanations with you, which I do not often do with anyone. You must know, then, I have information that on the same day that Monsieur de Cinq-Mars set out from Chantilly with Monsieur de Thou, the Duke of Orleans, with Montresor and Saint-Ibal, took their departure from Moulins, and the Count de Fontrailles from Paris. They all journeyed towards the same point in Champagne. I can trace Fontrailles to Troyes, the Duke and his companions to Villeneuve, and Cinq-Mars and de Thou to Nogent, but no farther. All this might be accidental, but there are circumstances that create suspicion in my mind. Cinq-Mars, when he set forth, gave out that he went to his estate near Troyes, in which I find he never set his foot, and when he returned, his conference with Louis was somewhat long. It may have been of hawks and hounds, it is true, but after it the king's manner both to the cardinal and myself was cold and haughty, and he suddenly took this resolution of coming to Paris himself to examine into the case of the young Count de Blinau. In short, I suspect that some plan is on foot. What I require of you, then, is to hasten down to Champagne, try to trace each of these persons, and discover if they had a conference and where. Find out the business that brought each of them so far, examine their track as you would the slot of a deer, and give me whatever information you collect. Employ every means to gain a thorough knowledge of all their proceedings. Force, should it be required, but let that be the last thing used. Here is the signet, upon the sight of which all the agents of government in the different towns and villages will communicate with you." And he drew from his finger a small seal ring, which the Norman consigned to his pocket, his hands being somewhat too large to admit of his wearing it in the usual manner. "The Duke of Orleans and his pack I know well," answered Marteville, "and also Cinq-Mars and de Thou, but this Count de Fontrailles, what like is he, monsieur?" "He is a little ugly, mean-looking man," replied Chavigny. "He frequently dresses himself in grey, and looks like a sorcerer. Make him your first object, for if ever there was a devil of cunning upon earth, it is Fontrailles, and he is at the bottom of the plot, if there be one." "You traced him to Troyes, you say, monseigneur. Had he any pretence of business there?" "None," answered Chavigny. "My account says that he had no attendants with him, lodged at the Auberge du Grand Soleil, and was poorly dressed." "I will trace him if he were the devil himself," said the Norman, "and before I see you again, monseigneur, I shall be able to account for each of these gentry." "If you do," said Chavigny, 1,000 crowns is your reward, and if you discover any plot or treasonable enterprise, so that by your means they may be foiled and brought to justice, 1,000 shall grow into 10,000, and you shall have a place that will give you a life of luxury." The Norman's eyes sparkled at the anticipation, and his imagination portrayed himself and his 5 wives living together in celestial harmony, drinking the best vintages of Burgundy and Epernay, eating of the fat of the land, and singing like mad. These blissful ideas were first interrupted by the sound of horses' feet in the court. "Hark!" cried Chavigny, "they are putting the horses to the carriage. Go down and see that all be prepared for the young lady's journey." "Instantly," answered the Norman. "After that I will carry Louise to the priest, finger your lordship's cash, and we will set off for Troyes." "Do you intend to take her with you?" demanded Chavigny in some surprise. "Nay, my lord, you would not wish me to leave my bride on our wedding night, surely," replied the Norman, in a mock sentimental tone. "But the truth is, I think she may be useful. Woman's wit will often find a way where man's wisdom looks in vain, and as I have now, thanks to your bounty, 2 good horses, I shall e'en set Louise upon one of them, and with the bridle rein over my arm lead her to Brie, where, with your good leave, we will sleep, and thence on upon our journey. Travelling with a woman, no one will suspect my real object, and I shall come sooner at my purpose." "Well, so be it, then," answered the statesman. "You are now, as you wished to be, entrusted with an affair of more importance than stopping a courier, or carrying off a weak girl, and as the reward is greater, so would be the punishment in case you were to betray your trust. I rely on your honour, but let me hint at the same time that there is such a thing as the rack, which has more than once been applied to persons who reveal state secrets. Keep good account of your expenses, and such as are truly incurred for the government will pay." Thus ended the conference between Chavigny and the Norman, neither of whom we shall follow much farther in this volume. Of Chavigny it is only necessary to say that immediately after the departure of Pauline he proceeded to the Louvre to wait the arrival of Louis XIII, who soon after entered Paris, accompanied by the Queen, Cinq-Mars, and all the usual attendants of the court, and followed by the cardinal and those members of the council who had not previously arrived along with Chavigny. In regard to the Norman, inspired by the agreeable prospect of 1,000 crowns, he was not long in visiting the chapel of the Palais Cardinal, where the priest speedily united him to a black-eyed damsel that he brought in his hand. Who this was it does not suit me to discover to the reader. If he have found it out already, I cannot help it, but if he have not, I vow and protest that in the whole course of this true history I will afford him no farther explanation. No, not even in the last sentence of the last page of the last volume. Immediately after the marriage, the Norman put his bride upon horseback and proceeded to Brie, each carrying behind them a valise containing a variety of articles which would doubtless greatly edify the reader to learn, but which unfortunately cannot now be detailed at full length, the schedule having been lost some years after by one of their collateral descendants in the great fire of London, where it had found its way in consequence of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. All that can be affirmed with certainty is, that in the valise of the Norman were 3 shirts and a half with falling collars, according to the fashion of that day, a pourpoint or doublet of blue velvet, which was his best, and a cloak to match, also, of the same stuff, a haute des chausses, which was a machine then used for the same purpose as a pair of breeches nowadays, and over and above all the rest was his astrologer's robe and grey beard, folded round a supernumerary brace of pistols, and a small stiletto. Into the lady's wardrobe we shall not inquire. Suffice it to say that it accompanied its mistress safe from Brie to Troyes, where, putting up at the Grand Soleil, the Norman began his perquisitions concerning Fontrailles. Now, having left all my friends and acquaintances at 6s and 7s, I shall close this volume, and if the reader be interested in their fate, he may go on to the next, in which I mean utterly to annihilate them all, leaving nothing behind but the soul of the Count de Blenau's shoe, with Fini at the bottom of the page. End of chapter 12. End of the 2nd volume. Section 25 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 3, Chapter 1. Showing how a great minister made a great mistake. Strange to say, in the manuscript notes from which this true history is derived, there occurs the most extraordinary omission that perhaps ever appeared in the writings of any one pretending to accuracy, and, most provoking of all, I have searched memoirs and annals, histories and letters, state papers and private memoranda, and have consulted all sorts of tradition, oral and written, without being enabled to supply from any other source the neglect of the original historian. Who would believe that, after having interested the reader so deeply in the character of Jacques Chapilleur, cuisinier aubergiste, the writer of the above-mentioned notes would be so inconsiderate, so stupid, so disappointing, as not to say one word concerning the farther progress of the redoubtable Vivandier on that night, wherein he achieved the two famous victories recorded in the last volume. But so it is. Instead of giving us a pathetic account of the scanty supper he at length contrived to furnish forth for the noble prisoner, or of satisfying our curiosity in regard to the means he employed to appease the wrath of the governor, the notes skip over the farther proceedings of that entire night, and bring us at once to the Count de Blenau's levee the next morning, entering into very minute details concerning the difficulties he encountered in arranging his moustaches, buttoning his pourpoint, etc., without assistance, all of which I shall pass over as contemptible and irrelevant, and below the dignity of authentic history. With the embarrassment of the Count de Blenau's mind we have something more to do, and, to tell the truth, the more he reflected upon his situation, the more he was puzzled in regard to his future conduct. A fresh examination, either by Laffemas or some member of the council, was to be expected speedily, under which he must either still refuse to answer, which would be followed by the peine forte et dure, or he must acknowledge that the Queen had privily conveyed him an order to confess all, which would involve his royal mistress and himself and Pauline in dangers, the extent of which he hardly knew, or he must reply to the questions he had before refused to answer, and disclose what had been entrusted to his honour, without showing that he was authorised to do so, in which case the reproach of treachery and cowardice must inevitably fall upon his name. This was a dilemma with three horns, and each very sharp, so that it was difficult to determine which to jump upon, and seemingly impossible to avoid them all. De Blenau was sadly chewing the cud of these bitter doubts when he heard someone enter the outer chamber, and the moment after, the very privacy of his bedroom was invaded by the governor, who entered with a countenance pale and agitated, and who, like all people who have something horrible to communicate, begged him not to be alarmed, in a tone that was enough to frighten him out of his wits. "Alarmed at what?" demanded the Count, summoning courage to encounter the danger, whatever it might be. "Why, Monsieur de Blenau," answered the governor, "you must prepare yourself to meet the cardinal himself. A messenger has just come to say that he will be here in person without loss of time. He arrived last night at the Palais Cardinal, and brought the king to Paris with him." "You seem to hold this cardinal in some fear," said de Blenau, almost smiling, amidst his own embarrassment, at the evident terror of the governor. "I could have wished that he had given me a little more time for consideration, but I am not so frightened at him as you seem to be, who have nothing to do with it." "But pray remember, mon cher comte," cried the governor, "that you promised not to betray me to the cardinal in any case." De Blenau's lip curled with contempt. "I think you ought to know before this time," answered he, "that I am not likely to betray any one. But there seems a noise and bustle in the court, in all probability caused by the arrival of the cardinal. Go and receive him, and depend upon me." Of all misfortunes on the earth, thought de Blenau, the curse of cowardice is the most dreadful. In a few minutes his supposition respecting the arrival of the cardinal was confirmed by a summons to appear before the council in the hall of audience, and with his mind still undecided, he followed the officer across the court to the scene of his former examination. A difference, however, struck him in the present arrangements of the prison from those which he had before remarked. The court, instead of being crowded by those prisoners who had the liberty of walking in it, was now entirely void, and fixed like marble on each side of the door opening into the audience hall was a soldier of the cardinal's guard, between whom stood a clerk or greffier of the council chamber, seemingly waiting for the approach of the prisoner. As soon as de Blenau was within hearing, the doors were thrown open, and the clerk pronounced, "Claude, Count de Blenau, appear before the king in council." The king, thought de Blenau. This cardinal, not content with taking the king's guards, must take his title also. But passing on through the open doors, he entered the hall, where a very different scene presented itself from that which had before met his eyes in the same place. The whole farther part of the chamber was filled with the officers and attendants of Richelieu. Each side, as well as the interstices between the massy pillars that supported the roof, was occupied by a body of the cardinal's guard. In the chair at the head of the table sat the king himself with the prime minister on his right hand. Chavigny, Boutillier, Mazarin, and others occupied seats on either side, and to complete the array appeared several clerks, together with the officers of the prison, leaving only the space of about 3 feet at the bottom of the table, which remained clear for the prisoner to present himself opposite the throne. Extraordinary as it was for the king himself to sit upon the examination of a state prisoner, the whole demeanour and conduct of the monarch had undergone a change since the return of Cinq-Mars, which astonished those about him more than even his resolution to be present at the council held that morning in the Bastille. Even those who were most accustomed to watch the changes of the king's variable disposition would hardly have recollected in the sovereign, who, with the easy dignity and self-possession of a clear and intelligent mind, presided at the head of the council table, the same man who in general yielded his very thoughts to the governance of Richelieu, and abandoned all his kingly duties to one whom he appeared both to dislike and dread. But so it was, that, stimulated by some unseen means, Louis seemed at once to have resumed the king; and as soon as de Blenau entered the audience hall, he at once opened the business of the day himself, with all those powers which his mind really possessed when called into activity. "Monsieur de Blenau," said the king, "we are glad to see you. We have heard much of you, and that always a good report, from those that we love, and therefore our confidence in your honour and integrity is great. There will be various questions asked of you to-day by the members of the council present, which must affect the welfare of the kingdom, and our own personal happiness, and to these questions we command you, as a good subject and an honest man, to answer truly and according to your conscience, without any reservation whatsoever." Before entering the audience hall, de Blenau, well knowing that every careless word might be subject to misconstruction, had determined to speak as little as possible, and therefore merely answering the king's speech by a profound inclination of the head, he waited in silence for the questions to which he had alluded. Richelieu, the keen, searching glance of whose eyes had been fixed upon him during the whole time, paused for a moment in expectation of a reply, but seeing that he said nothing, the minister proceeded himself. "I have heard with astonishment, Monsieur de Blenau," said he, "that you have lately refused to answer questions to which you had before replied in conversation with me, and I can conceive no reason, sir, why you should object to give satisfaction on these points one day as much as another." "Nor can I conceive," replied de Blenau, "any reason why your eminence should cause questions to be put to me again, which I had before answered, and that reiteration, even while the replies were yet new in your mind." "My memory might want refreshing," answered the cardinal; "and you must also remember that the circumstances were very different at those 2 periods in which those questions were addressed to you. In the first place, you spoke merely in conversation. In the second case, you were a prisoner, and it was therefore necessary that your deposition should be taken from your own mouth. But all this is irrelevant. The council is not inclined to take notice of your former contumacy, provided you now reply to what shall be asked you." De Blenau was again silent, merely bowing to signify that he comprehended, without pledging himself either to answer or not, and Richelieu proceeded with his questions, placing his hand, as he did so, upon a large packet of open letters which lay upon the table before him. "You have already informed me, Monsieur de Blenau, if I remember rightly," said the minister, "that you have at various times forwarded letters for the queen, both by the usual public conveyances and otherwise." The king fixed his eyes intently upon the count, while he replied at once, "I have done so." Can you remember, continued the cardinal, during what period you have been accustomed to send these letters for the queen? I mean, of what date was the first? I cannot precisely at this moment call to mind, answered de Blenau, but it was shortly after your eminence appointed me, or rather recommended me, to the office of chamberlain to her majesty. You see, sire, said Richelieu, turning to the king with a meaning glance, just before the taking of Arras by the imperialists. Exactly so, your eminence. I remember it by a circumstance that occurred at the time, interposed de Blenau, misdoubting the effect of the cardinal's comments. Richelieu gave him a gracious smile for this confirmation of his remark. Pray, what circumstance was that, Monsieur de Blenau? Demanded he, but his smile was soon clouded by the count's reply. It was that the lace lappets, in order to procure which her majesty wrote that letter to Brussels, were seized at Arras, that city having fallen into the enemy's hands. The queen was much grieved thereat. You know, monseigneur, ladies set great store by their apparel. Chavigny smiled, but Richelieu's brow gathered into a heavy frown, and his reply was in that deep hollow tone of voice by which alone one could distinguish when he was affected by any powerful feeling. His brow at all times remained calm, except when he sought to awe or intimidate. His eye, too, was under command, scanning the passions of others, and expressing none of his own, but those which he himself wished to appear. But his voice betrayed him, and when internally agitated, it would sink to so low and cavernous a sound, that it seemed as if the dead was speaking. It was in this tone that he answered de Blenau. The contents of that letter, sir, are but too well known by their effects. But I am to conclude from your observation that you are as well aware of what the queen's letters have contained as the persons to whom they were addressed. Not so, your eminence, replied de Blenau. The import of that letter I happen to be acquainted with by accident, but I pretend to no farther knowledge. Yes, yes, sir, said Richelieu. It is very evident that you know well to be informed or not on any subject as it suits your purpose. Nay, monsieur le cardinal, interposed the king, I think the young gentleman answers with all candour and discretion. We do not seek to perplex him, but to hear the truth, and I am sure that he will not discredit his birth or honour by prevarication. Your majesty's own honourable mind does justice to mine, replied the count. I will own that I am guarded in my speech, for surrounded by those who seek to draw matter from my mouth on which to found some accusation against me, I were a fool to speak freely. Nevertheless, I will answer truly to whatsoever I do answer, and if there should come a question to which I cannot reply without betraying my duty, I will tell no falsehood, but, as I have done before, refuse to answer, and the consequences of my honesty be upon my own head. Well, sir, said the cardinal, if you have done the harangue with which you are edifying the council, I will proceed with my questions. But first let me tell you that I am not disposed to be dared with impunity. I think you denied to me that you had ever forwarded any letters to Don Francisco de Mello, Leopold Archduke of Austria, or Philip King of Spain. Beware what you say, Claude Count de Blenau. If I understand your eminence rightly, said the prisoner, you do not ask me whether I ever did forward such letters, but whether I ever denied to you that I did forward them. In which case I must reply that I did deny having expedited any letter to Don Francisco de Mello, but the other two names I never touched upon. Then you acknowledge that you have conveyed letters from the queen to the Archduke and the King of Spain? Demanded Richelieu. I have made no such acknowledgment, answered de Blenau. Your eminence puts a forced construction on my words. In vain you turn, sir, like a rebellious serpent that strives in its windings to escape the hand that grasps it. At once I ask you, have you or have you not ever by any means expedited any letter from the queen or any other person to either the Archduke of Austria or the King of Spain? This, sir, is a question that you cannot get over. The eyes of the whole council fixed upon the count as the cardinal spoke. De Blenau paused for a moment to recollect himself, and then addressed himself directly to the king. "As a good and faithful subject," he said, "there is a great duty which I owe your majesty, and I believe I have always performed it as I ought. But as a servant of your royal consort, the queen, I have other duties, distinct, though I hope in no degree opposed, to those which bind me to my king. As a man of honour, also, and a gentleman, I am bound to betray no trust reposed in me, whether that trust seem to me material or not. And though I feel sure that I might at once answer the questions proposed to me by his eminence of Richelieu, without any detriment or discredit to her majesty, yet so sacred do I hold the confidence of another, that I must decline to reply, whatever be the consequences. However, let me assure you, sire, that no word or deed of her majesty the queen, which has ever come to my ears, has been derogatory to your majesty's dignity, or contrary to your interest." "Then am I to conclude that you refuse to answer?" said Richelieu sternly. "Think, Monsieur de Blenau, before you carry your obstinacy too far." "My conduct does not arise in obstinacy," replied de Blenau, "but from a sense of what is due to my own honour; and unless it can be shown me that it is her majesty's desire I should inform your eminence of all I know respecting her affairs, from henceforth I hold my tongue, and answer no farther questions whatever." "Be the consequences on your own head, then, young man," exclaimed the cardinal. "We will now break up the council. Monsieur de Blenau, take leave of the sun, for you never see another morrow." De Blenau's courage was unshaken, but yet a cold, chilly feeling gathered round his heart as Richelieu bade him take leave of the sun, and rose to break up the council. But still the king kept his seat, and Chavigny, hastily writing a few words on a scrap of paper, handed it to the cardinal, who, after reading it, appeared to think for a moment, and then again addressed de Blenau. "There is one hope still left for you, sir. Did Monsieur de Chavigny understand you rightly, that if you had the queen's command to confess what you know of her affairs, you would answer the questions we put to you?" De Blenau breathed freely. "Undoubtedly," replied he. "My honour will then be satisfied, and there will be no subject on which I shall have a reserve." "What will you consider a sufficient expression of her majesty's commands to that effect?" asked Chavigny. "I know that his eminence wishes to treat you with all possible lenity, although the mere command of the king in council ought to be sufficient warrant for you to yield any information that may be required." "We think differently on many points, Monsieur de Chavigny," answered de Blenau; "but if you can show me her handwriting to any order, or if any of the officers of her household will bear me a message from her majesty to deliver what little I know of her affairs, I will do so without farther hesitation." There was now a momentary consultation carried on in a low voice amongst the various members of the council, apparently concerning which of the queen's attendants should be sent for. But at length Chavigny whispered to the cardinal, "Send for LibriVox. He is a friend of Laffemas, who will do anything he is bid." "If Monsieur de LibriVox bear you the queen's commands, will you be satisfied, Sir Count?" demanded Richelieu. "The queen's gentleman usher," said de Blenau. "Most assuredly, that will be sufficient." "Go yourself, Chavigny," whispered Richelieu, "and as you come, tell him what to say. We will wait his arrival," he proceeded aloud; "but see Monsieur de Chavigny, that he communicates with the queen, and be fully informed of her wishes." De Blenau smiled, convinced from his late information, through Pauline, that the queen was still at Chantilly, and therefore that though LibriVox might be himself in Paris, and ready to swear anything that the cardinal dictated, he could have no communication with Anne of Austria, unless, what seemed improbable, she had returned to the capital with the king. As soon as de Chavigny had retired for the purpose of seeking LibriVox, Richelieu ran his eye over some memoranda, as if about to put farther questions to de Blenau. But the king, not noticing these indications of his purpose, addressed the prisoner himself. "Well, Monsieur le Comte," said he, "while Chavigny is gone, there are 2 or 3 points on which I shall be glad to speak with you." Richelieu was surprised, and not particularly delighted, thinking that the king was about to continue the examination himself, which might not be conducted precisely in such a manner as to produce the effect he wished. But in the independent mood with which Louis was affected, he dare not, with all his daring, attempt to interrupt the course of his sovereign's proceedings, and therefore remained silent, watching the opportunity of interposing, to give what turn he best could to the interrogatory that appeared about to commence. In the meanwhile, de Blenau bowed his head, calmly prepared to bear the mental torture of a long cross-examination, where every word might be subject to dangerous misconstruction. "I understand, Monsieur de Blenau," continued the king, while the whole council listened with attentive expectation, "I understand that you have the best breed of boar dogs in France. Pray, are they of the Pomeranian or the Exel race, and how can they be procured?" Richelieu bit his lip, but to de Blenau the king's question was like the clearing away of a threatened storm, and habitually attached to the chase, as well as deeply learned in all its mysteries, he was delighted to find that Louis turned the conversation to a subject equally familiar to both. "Mine are the true Pomeranian breed, sire," he replied, "flewed an inch deep, with eyes like sandarac, and would light your majesty home at night, if by chance you lost your way. In truth, they are only fit for a monarch, and Cinq Mars has now 4 couple of the best in education for your majesty, which, when well trained and recovered from their wildness, he will present to your majesty in my name, and I humbly hope that you will accept them in aid of your royal sport." We shall, and thank you well, Sir Count," replied the king, smiling most graciously at the prospect of possessing a breed which he had long been seeking for in vain. "Monsieur le Cardinal, do you hear that? We will hunt with them some day. You used to hunt in your day too. Have you quite given it over?" "I have been too much busied, sire," answered Richelieu gravely, "in hunting from your majesty's dominions Huguenot wolves and Spanish foxes, to pursue other game." Louis turned from him with an uneasy shrug, expressive of fully as much distaste for Richelieu's employments as the statesman experienced for his, and once more addressing de Blenau, he plunged deep into the science of hunting, hawking, and fowling, giving the young count 1,000 receipts, instructions, and anecdotes, which he listened to with the most reverential deference, not only inasmuch as they proceeded from his sovereign, but also as coming from the most experienced sportsman of the age. In the meanwhile, Richelieu was fain to employ himself in writing notes and memoranda, to allay the spleen and irritation that he felt at what he internally termed the king's weak trifling, till at length he was relieved by the return of Chavigny, bringing with him the queen's usher, La Rivière. De Blenau well knew that this person, who was by birth just within the rank of a gentleman, which word was then in France one of great significance, had been placed in the service of Anne of Austria for the purpose of acting as a spy upon her, from Richelieu's fear of her correspondence with Spain. But informed as the Count now was of the Queen's wishes, it was perfectly indifferent to him who appeared on her behalf, his only object being that his mistress's commands, publicly expressed, should, in the minds of all, free him from the imputation of having betrayed her. La Rivière looked round him as he entered, with a glance not altogether free from apprehension, for though Chavigny had given him full instructions and information concerning the services he was sent for to perform, yet there was something so terrible in the idea of the Bastille, that he could hardly keep his limbs from trembling as he passed the gates of the prison. "Come hither, Monsieur de la Rivière," exclaimed the cardinal as soon as he appeared. "We are wasting too much time here." La Rivière approached and placed himself in the spot to which Richelieu pointed, almost exactly opposite to de Blenau. The cardinal then proceeded. "Have you seen her majesty the queen since Monsieur de Chavigny informed you of the wishes of the council?" "I have, may it please your eminence," replied La Rivière in a tremulous voice. "And what was her majesty's reply to our request?" asked Richelieu. "Speak boldly," he added, in a tone only calculated to reach the ear of the usher, who stood close beside him, and showed plainly by his hesitating manner that he was under the influence of alarm. The cardinal, however, attributed this to a wrong cause, thinking that Lariviere had not really seen the queen, and was about to play his part as prompted by Chavigny, but that in all probability he would spoil it by his hesitation. Just as Lariviere was proceeding to answer, however, Chavigny, who had taken his place at the council table the moment he entered, and had been writing rapidly since, conveyed a slip of paper across to the cardinal, who raised his hand for the usher to be silent while he read. The words which his friend had written greatly discomposed the minister's plans. They were, "I am afraid it will not succeed. I have seen the queen, when she not only told Lariviere at once to command the count in her name to answer every question that related to her, but has given him a letter under her own hand to that effect. She is either innocent or relies devotedly on de Blenau. Whichever is the case, her open conduct will clear her in the mind of the king. Act as you like." "What is the matter, Monsieur le Cardinal?" demanded Louis, somewhat impatiently. "Why do we not proceed?" "Because," answered Richelieu, "what Monsieur de Chavigny says is right, sire, though I confess it did not strike me before. Shall we not become contemptible in the eyes of the world by submitting to be dictated to by Monsieur de Blenau? And is it not a gross insult to your Majesty's power to obey the commands of the Queen when he has refused to obey your own? I am sorry that this did not appear to me earlier. But the objection now seems to me so forcible that I can proceed no farther in this course." Louis paused. He was as jealous of the Queen possessing any authority as Richelieu could wish, but in the present instance he was urged by different motives in an opposite direction. Some sparks of affection had revived in his bosom towards Anne of Austria, and he wished much to satisfy himself regarding the suspicions which had been urged against her. De Blenau was the dear friend of his favourite Cinq-Mars, and his mind also had begun to yield to the arguments of those who sought the destruction of the minister. But on the other hand, the habit of being ruled by Richelieu, and the specious arguments he produced, made Louis hesitate. "What, then, do you intend to do?" demanded he, addressing the cardinal. "In the first place, sire," replied Richelieu sternly, "I propose to interrogate the prisoner once more, and if his contumacy still continues, let the question be his doom." The king's naturally good feelings and love of justice here at once overcame all doubt. "No, God forbid!" cried he, rousing himself to energy. "What, are we Christians, Monsieur le Cardinal, and shall we put a fellow creature to the torture, when there is a straightforward way to gain the information that we want? Fie upon it, no!" Richelieu's ashy cheek grew still a shade paler. It was the first time for many a year he had undergone rebuke. He felt that trammels with which he had so long held the king enthralled were but as green lives twined round the limbs of a giant. He saw that the vast fabric of his power was raised upon a foundation of unsteady sand, and that even then it trembled to its very base. "Monsieur Lariviere, answer the king," continued Louis in a dignified tone. "What says the queen to the request of our council that she would command her chamberlain to answer those questions in regard to which he has a scruple on her account?" "Her Majesty says, sire," answered Lariviere, "that she is most willing to do anything that will please your Majesty, and she has not only ordered me to command in her name Monsieur de Blenau to inform the council of everything he knows concerning her conduct, but has also written this letter with her own hand to the same effect." And advancing to the table, he bent his knee before the king, and presented the document of which he was the bearer. Louis took the letter and read it through. "This looks not like a guilty conscience," said he, frowning upon Richelieu. "Give that to Monsieur de Blenau," he continued to one of the officers. "There, Sir Count, is your warrant to speak freely, and though we think you carry your sense of honour too far, so as to make it dangerous to yourself, and most rebellious towards us, we cannot help respecting the principle, even though it be in excess." "May I always have such a judge as your Majesty," replied de Blenau. "Most humbly do I crave your royal pardon, if I have been at all wanting in duty towards you. Believe, sire, it has proceeded not from any fault of inclination, but from an error of judgment. I have now no farther hesitation, all my duties being reconciled. and I believe the best way fully to reply to the questions which have been asked me will be by telling your Majesty that I have on several occasions forwarded letters from the Queen by private couriers of my own, or by any other conveyance that offered. None of these letters have been either to the Archduke, to Don Francisco de Mello, or any other person whatever connected with the Spanish government, except Her Majesty's brother, Philip, King of Spain, to whom I have assuredly sent several, but before I ever undertook to do so, Her Majesty condescended to give me her most positive promise, and to pledge her royal word, that the tidings she gave her brother should on all occasions be confined to her domestic affairs, nor ever touch upon the external or internal policy of the government, so that my honour and allegiance should be equally unsullied. These letters have sometimes remained upon my person for weeks, waiting for the fit opportunity to send them, which circumstance having by some means been discovered, has caused me no small inconvenience at times. Farther, I have nothing to tell your Majesty, but that I have ever heard the Queen express the greatest affection for your royal person, and the warmest wishes for your public and private welfare, and, on my honour, I have never observed her do, by word or action, anything which could be construed into a breach of the duty she owes your Majesty, either as her sovereign or her husband. "You see," exclaimed the king, turning to Richelieu as de Blenau concluded, "you see exactly what she confessed herself, not one tittle of difference." The anger of the cardinal at finding himself foiled swept away his political prudence. Irritated and weakened by a wearing disease, he was in no frame of mind to see calmly a scheme he had formed with infinite care so completely overthrown; and forgetting that the king's energies were now aroused to oppose him, he resolved to let his vengeance fall on the head of de Blenau as the means of his disappointment. His brow darkened and his eye flashed, and he replied in that stern and haughty manner which had so often carried command along with it. "If your Majesty be satisfied, of course so am I, whose sole wish was to purge the lily crown from the profaning touch of strangers. But as for Monsieur de Blenau, he has confessed himself guilty of a crime little short of high treason in forwarding those letters to a foreign enemy. We have already condemned a woman to exile for a less offence, and therefore the mildest sentence that the council can pronounce, and which by my voice it does pronounce, is, that Claude Count de Blenau be banished for ever from these realms, and that, if after the space of 16 days he be found within their precincts, he shall be considered as without the pale of law, and his blood be required at the hand of no man that sheds it." There was an indignant spot glowing in the king's face while Richelieu spoke thus, that Chevigny marked with pain, for he saw that the precipitant haste of the minister was hurrying his power to its fall. "Too much of this," cried Louis angrily. "Lord Cardinal, you forget the presence of the king. Monsieur de Blenau, we, by our royal prerogative, do annul and make void the sentence you have just heard, merely commanding you to retire from this château of the Bastille, without holding communication with any persons attached to the court, and to render yourself within the limits of our province of Bourbon, and there to wait our farther pleasure. The council is over," he continued, rising. "Monsieur le Cardinal de Richelieu, by sending the warrant for the count's release some time in the day to the governor of the Bastille, you will merit our thanks." The officers cleared the way for the king, the huissier of the chamber threw wide the doors, and Louis, with a firm and dignified step, proceeded slowly out of the hall, followed by Richelieu, who, thunderstruck and confounded, kept his eyes bent upon the ground, in the silence of deep astonishment. The rest of the council, equally mute and surprised, accompanied the cardinal with anxiety in every eye, while the officers of the Bastille and the Count de Blenau remained the sole occupants of the hall of audience. End of chapter 1. Section 26 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, in which de Blenau gets out of the scrape. The silence that reigned in the audience hall of the Bastille after the scene we have described endured several minutes, during which each person who remained within its walls commented mutely on the extraordinary events he had just witnessed. De Blenau's feelings were of course mingled, of surprise at the king's unusual conduct, and gratification at his own deliverance. The governor's thoughts were differently employed, looking forward to the fall of Richelieu, speculating in regard to his successor, and trying to determine who would be the best person to court in the changes that were likely to ensue. Like master, like man, says the adage, and the inferior officers of the prison, in compliance therewith, calculated upon the removal of the governor as a consequence of the ruin of the minister who had placed him there, and laid their own minor plans for securing their places. De Blenau was the first to break silence. "Well, my friend," said he, addressing the governor, "I am to be your guest no longer, it seems, but be assured that I shall not forget my promises." "You are infinitely good, monseigneur," answered the other, bowing almost to the ground. "I hope you will believe that I have gone to the very extreme of what my duty permitted, to afford you all convenience." "I have no doubt of it," replied the Count; "but let me ask what has become of my good friend, Philip the woodman. He must not be forgotten." The knowledge of the severity he had exercised towards poor Philip, in the first heat of his anger, now called up a quick flush in the pale cheek of the governor, and he determined to shelter himself from the resentment of his late prisoner by telling him that the woodman had been liberated. In those dangerous times the acuteness of every one was sharpened by continual exercise, and De Blenau's eye, fixing on the varying countenance of his companion, soon detected that there was something amiss, by the alteration which his question produced. "Monsieur le Gouverneur," said he, "give me the truth. I promise you that everything shall be forgotten, provided you have not seriously injured him. But I must know that the man is safe who has served me so faithfully." "The fact then is this, monseigneur," replied the governor. "Thinking it best for all parties, I ordered this Monsieur Philip Grissol to be confined till after your examination to day, lest anything might transpire that could injure you or me." "You thought of yourself alone, sir," answered De Blenau, somewhat bitterly; "but see that he be restored to that degree of liberty which you were ordered at first to permit, or you will hear more of me." As he spoke, the door of the audience hall communicating with the outer court was thrown open so suddenly as to make the governor start a pace back, and Chavigny entered the room with a countenance from which all his efforts could not banish the anxiety of his mind. Naturally quick and impatient, it often happened that his long training in the school of political duplicity did not suffice to overcome the struggles of his original disposition, and even the violent effort to conquer the native earnestness and impatience of his character would sometimes produce more visible marks of its working than if he had suffered his passions to take their course. In the present instance, his fine features were drawn and sharpened by the attempt to drive from them any expression of his feelings, and his eye flashed with ill-subdued fire, as he irritated himself with 1,000 conjectures concerning the latent movers of the recent occurrences. On entering, he pointed with his hand towards the door for the governor to leave them, and seeing that he did not immediately obey, he exclaimed in no very placable voice, "Begone! I wish Monsieur de Blenau's company alone. What do you wait for? Oh, there is the order for his liberation. There, take your pack with you." And he pointed to the lower officers of the prison, who, thus dismissed, quickly followed the governor as he shrunk away from the statesman's hasty and irritable glance. "Monsieur de Blenau," said Chavigny, as soon as the door was closed, "it was not worth while to detain you here for an hour or two, till such time as the order could be sent for your emancipation. I therefore drew it out of the lodge; but you owe me nothing for that," he continued, seeing that De Blenau was about to thank him for the supposed service. "I made it an excuse to stay behind, in order to seek an answer to a question or two. Now, I make no pretence of asking you these questions as a friend, for I know that you consider me not as such. but I do merely on my own account, wishing for information on some points regarding which you alone can satisfy me. It is your business, therefore, to consider before you answer, whether so to do before your interest or not. The only thing I will promise, which I do honestly, is, not to let your replies go beyond my own breast. The method of your address is certainly extraordinary, Monsieur de Chavigny, replied de Blenau. But however we may differ on many points, I give you credit for so much frankness, that I believe you would not betray even your enemy if he relied on you. Neither do I know, or rather recollect at this moment, any question I should hesitate to answer. Therefore propose what you think fit, and I will satisfy you or not, as suits my convenience. Between you and me, Monsieur de Blenau, there is no need of fine words. I have always found you strictly honourable, and therefore I rely on what you tell me as if it were within the scope of my own knowledge. In the first place, then, you have been witness to an extraordinary scene to-day. Are you at all aware from what cause the king has acted as he has done, so at variance with his conduct for 15 years? Particularly, I am aware of no cause, and can only conjecture that his majesty is tired of being dictated to by his servant. Said Chavigny, in a tone of dissatisfaction. There is no need to triumph, Monsieur de Blenau. Am I to believe that you know of no one who has instigated the king to take such singular steps in your favour? Of none whatever, answered the Count, unless it were her Majesty the Queen, the effect of any application from whom would be quite different, I should conceive. No, said Chavigny. It was not on her that my suspicions rested. I must have been mistaken. One word more. Have you had any late communication with Monsieur de Cinq-Mars? About 3 weeks ago I wrote to him from Saint-Germain, sending him some young hounds for the king's service, but that was long before I dreamed of finding my way hither. I must have been mistaken, repeated Chavigny. I thank you, Monsieur de Blenau. This must be a whim of the king's own. God grant it, for then the humour will soon pass. And now, sir, said de Blenau, that I have answered your questions, there are 1 or 2 subjects on which you might give me satisfaction. Are you inclined to do so? If I can, without injuring myself or others, or disclosing any plan that I am desirous to conceal, replied the statesman. My questions shall regard the past and not the future, said de Blenau, and are intended merely to gratify my own curiosity. In the first place, then, I once saw you at Saint-Germain in conversation with a demoiselle attached to Mademoiselle de Beaumont. To what did your business with her refer? I did not think you had seen us, replied Chavigny. I might answer that I was making love, and probably you thought so as well as she did herself. But my conversation referred to you. I found that she had been present when Seguin, the surgeon, brought the news of your having been wounded to the queen, and from her also I learned the words he made use of to let her know that you had not lost the packet which you had upon you in the woods of Mantes. Monsieur de Chavigny, said de Blenau, with more cordiality in his manner than he usually evinced towards the statesman, the world is too well aware of your domestic happiness for any one to suspect you of degrading yourself to a soubrette. I thank you for your candour. Now tell me, is a poor man called Philip the Woodman detained here on my account, and why is he so? He is, replied Chavigny, and the reason is this. He happened to recognise amongst those who attacked you a servant of mine, and was fool enough to tell it abroad, so that it reached the king's ears. Now, though everything is justifiable in the service of the state, I did not particularly wish that business investigated, and I therefore put Monsieur Philip in here to keep him out of the way for a time. You are now, of course, aware why you were attacked. It was to secure the papers on your person, which papers we supposed were part of a treasonable correspondence between the Queen and the Spanish government. All that is now over, and therefore, if you will promise me not to stir the business of that affray in any way, which indeed would do you no good, this meddling woodman shall have his liberty. I never had the slightest intention of stirring it, replied de Blenau, and therefore rest satisfied on that score. But at the same time I must tell you that the whole affair came to the king's ears through me, and not through the woodman, I believe. I observed your servant, as well as he did, and did not fail to write of it to several of my friends, as well as speak of it openly on more than one occasion. And this, depend upon it, has been the means by which it reached the ears of the king, and not by poor Philip." "Then I have done him wrong," said Chavigny, "and must make him some amends. Let me see. Oh, he shall be sub-lieutenant of the forest. It will just suit him. And now, Monsieur de Blenau, as a friend, let me give you one piece of advice. This country is in a troubled and uncertain state, and there will be, doubtless, many plots and cabals going on. Retire, as you are commanded, into Bourbon, and if any one attempt to lead you into any conspiracy, so far from acceding, do not even listen to them. For the cardinal owes you something for what has happened to-day, and he is not one to forget such debts. The eye of an angry man is upon you, so be as guarded as if you trod amongst vipers. The time will come when you will say that Chavigny has advised you well. And it is certainly advice which I shall follow, both from reason and inclination. But let me ask, am I to consider the king's prohibition strict in regard to communicating with anyone at the court?" Chavigny thought for a moment, and de Blenau imagined that he was considering the circumstances under which Louis's command had been given. But it was not so. The mind of the statesman rapidly reverted to Pauline de Beaumont, all his precautions with regard to whom turned out to be nugatory, and he now calculated the consequences which were likely to ensue under the present state of affairs. He had no fear, indeed, in regard to the responsibility he had taken upon himself, for it would be easy to prove, in case of investigation, that Pauline had attempted in disguise to communicate privately with a state prisoner in the Bastille, which would completely justify the measures he had pursued. But he wished on all accounts to let a matter drop and be forgotten which had already produced such disagreeable events, and he therefore determined boldly to inform Madame de Beaumont of what had been done, and the motives for doing it; and then, certain that for her own sake she would keep silence on the subject, to restore her daughter with all speed. Though the thoughts of Chavigny were very rapid in combination, yet all these considerations occupied him so long, that de Blenau, perceiving his companion plunged into so profound a reverie, took the liberty of pulling him out by the ear, repeating his former question, whether he was to consider the king's prohibition in regard to communicating with the court as strictly to be observed. "Undoubtedly," replied Chavigny, "beyond all question. You do not want to get into the Bastille again, do you? Oh, I perceive it is Mademoiselle de Beaumont you are thinking of, but you cannot see her. She is neither in Paris nor at Saint Germain, but I will take care that when she joins her mother in Paris she shall be informed of your safety, and you can write yourself when you get into the Bourbonnois." The reader, who is behind the scenes, may probably take the trouble of pitying de Blenau for the anxiety he would suffer on hearing that Pauline was neither at Saint Germain nor in Paris. But there is no occasion to distress himself. De Blenau, knowing that Pauline had absented herself from the court for the purpose of conveying to him the epistle of the queen, naturally concluded that Chavigny had been deceived in regard to her absence, and that she was at all events in safety wherever she was. In the meantime Chavigny proceeded. "You must of course go to Saint Germain to prepare for your journey, but stay even there as few hours as well you may. Remember, I have told you, the eye of an angry man is upon you. Today is yours, tomorrow may be his. Take care that by the least imprudence you do not turn your sunshine into storm. That you may make all speed, I will lend you a horse, for I own I take some interest in your fate. I know not why. It shall be at the gates in an hour, together with an order for the woodman's liberation. So now, farewell. I have wasted too much time on you already." With this speech, half kind, half rude, Chavigny left de Blenau. Whether the statesman's motives were wholly friendly, or whether they might not be partly interested, proceeding from a nice calculation of the precarious state both of the cardinal's health and of his power, weighed with the authority the Queen might gain from the failure of either, the Count did not stay to investigate, although a suspicion of the latter kind flashed across his mind. In this, however, he did Chavigny injustice. In natural character he was not unlike de Blenau himself, frank, honourable, and generous, but education is stronger than nature, and education had made them different beings. On the departure of the statesman, the Count returned once more to the apartment he had occupied while a prisoner, with no small self-gratulation on the change in his situation. Here he busied himself in preparations for his departure, and took pains to ascertain that the paper written by the unhappy Capley still remained in the book, as well as that the file was yet in the position which it described. Having finished this examination, which he looked upon as a duty to the next person destined to inhabit that abode, he waited impatiently till the hour should be past which Chavigny had named as the time likely to elapse before the horse he promised would be prepared. Ere it had flown much more than half, however, the governor entered the chamber, and with many profound bows and civil speeches, informed him that Monsieur de Chavigny had sent a horse for his use, and an order for the immediate liberation of Philip the woodman. De Blenau was gratified by Chavigny's prompt fulfilment of his word in this last respect, and remembering the 1,000 crowns which he had promised the governor on his liberation, he placed them in his hands, which brought him very near to the end of the large sum of gold that his valise contained. Now de Blenau was perfectly well convinced that the governor was as great a rogue as need be, and there is something so expansive in the idea of being liberated from prison, that he could not bear the thought of keeping his louis shut up in a bag any longer, and he poured them forth into the governor's palm, with as much satisfaction as if he was emancipating so many prisoners himself. An écu courant was worth, in those days, about 3 francs, and a louis d'or somewhere about 24, more or less, according to the depreciation. So that 8 écus, or crowns, went to the louis, and consequently the sum of 1,000 crowns amounted very nearly to 125 golden louis, which was a very pretty reward for a rogue to receive for being a rascal in a good cause. Nevertheless, the governor, even when he had safely clutched the promised fee, looked very wistfully at a little green silk bag, which de Blenau reserved in his left hand, and which he calculated must contain about the same sum, or more. The Count, however, held it firm, and having given directions to whom and when his baggage was to be delivered, he descended into the inner court, and cast his eyes round in search of his faithful friend Philip. But the woodman had received his emancipation from the dungeon where we last left him, and the news that de Blenau was free, and though he lingered in the court to see the young Count depart, with something both of joy and pride in his feelings, yet there was a sort of timid delicacy in the peasant's mind, which made him draw back from observation, amidst the crowd of prisoners that the court now contained, the moment that he perceived the governor, with many a servile cringe, marshalling the late prisoner towards the gate of the Bastille, while those less fortunate persons, still destined to linger out their time within its walls, stood off with curious envying looks, to allow a passage for him now freed from their sad fellowship. De Blenau, however, was by no means forgetful of the woodman, and not perceiving him amongst the rest, he inquired where he was of the obsequious governor, who instantly vociferated his name till the old arches echoed with the sound. "Philip! Philip the woodman! Philip Grisol!" cried the governor. "Does he know that he is free altogether to return home?" demanded de Blenau, seeing him approach. "No, I believe not," replied the governor. "I had the honour of waiting first upon your lordship." Philip now came near, and de Blenau had the gratification of announcing to him, unforestalled, that the storm had blown over, and that he might now return to his cottage in peace. He also told him of the appointment with which Chavigny proposed to compensate his imprisonment, an office so elevated that the gayest daydreams of Philip's ambition had never soared to half its height. But the joy of returning to the bosom of his family, to the calm shelter of his native forest, and the even tenor of his daily toil, swallowed up all his feelings. A throne would not have made him happier, and the tears of delight streaming down his rough cheek brought a glistening drop, too, into de Blenau's eye. Noble and aristocratic as he was, de Blenau felt that there was an aristocracy above all, the nobility of virtue, and he did not disdain to grasp the broad hand of the honest woodman. "Fare you well, Philip," he said. "Fare you well till we meet again. I shall not easily forget you." The woodman felt something more weighty in his palm than the hand of de Blenau, and looked at the heavy green purse which remained in it with a hesitating glance. But the Count raised his finger to his lip with a smile. "Not a word," said he, "not a word, as you value my friendship." And turning round, he followed the governor through the various passages to the outer court, where stood Chavigny's horse caparisoned for his journey. De Blenau sprang into the saddle with the lightness of recovered freedom. The heavy gate was thrown open, the drawbridge fell, and striking the sides of his horse with his armed heel, the newly emancipated prisoner bounded over the clattering boards of the Pont l'Evêque, and with a lightened heart took the road to Saint-Germain. His journey was soon made, and as he approached the place of his destination, all the well-known objects round about seemed as if there shone upon them now a brighter and more beautifying sun than when he last beheld them. At his hotel all was gladness and delight, and crowding round their beloved lord with smiles of welcome, his attendants could scarcely be made to comprehend that he was again about to quit Saint-Germain. De Blenau's commands, however, immediately to prepare for a long journey, recalled them to their duty, and eager to accompany him wherever he went, their arrangements were soon completed, and the major domo announced that all were ready. Not so the Count himself, who, notwithstanding the king's command, could not resolve to quit Saint-Germain without visiting the palace. Sending forward, therefore, his train to the entrance of the forest, he proceeded on foot to the gate of the park, and crossing the terrace, entered the château by the small door in the western quadrangle. Perhaps de Blenau was not without a hope that Pauline might have returned thither from Paris, and at first, meeting none of the royal servants, he walked from empty chamber to chamber, with a degree of undefined expectation that in each he should find the object of his wishes. But of course his search was in vain, and descending to the lower part of the building, he proceeded to the porter's chamber, who, having received no news to the contrary, informed him that the whole court was still at Chantilly. I know not why it is, but somehow the heart, by long association with particular objects, forms as it were a friendship even with things inanimate, when they have been the silent witnesses of our hopes or our happiness. They form a link between us and past enjoyment, a sort of landmark for memory to guide us back to happy recollections, and to quit them, like every other sort of parting, has no small degree of pain. We are apt, too, to calculate all that may happen before we see them again, and the knowledge of the innumerable multitude of human miseries, from amongst which fortune may choose, gives generally to such anticipations a gloomy hue. Looking back upon the towers of Saint-Germain, de Blenau felt as if he were parting from Pauline, and parting from her for a long and indefinite time, and his heart sickened in spite of all the gay dreams to which his liberation had at first given birth. Who is there that even when futurity is decked in the brightest colours which probability can lend to hope, when youth and health and ardent imagination combined to guarantee all the promises of life, who is there that even then does not feel the painful influence of parting from anything that is loved? Who is there in the world, the summer of whose bosom is so eternal, that at such moments dark imaginings will not cloud the warmest sunshine of their heart, and cast a gloomy, uncertain shadow on the most glowing scenes expectation can display? Just so de Blenau. Fancy presented to his mind 1,000 forebodings of evil, as with many a lingering look he turned again and again towards the palace; and even when at length he was joined by his train, who waited at the entrance of the forest, he was still absorbed in gloomy meditations. However, he felt it was in vain, and springing on his horse, he turned his face resolutely on his onward way. Skirting along the wood, he soon reached Versailles, and thence proceeding with little intermission, he arrived in time to pass the night at Étampes, from which place he set out early the next morning for Orleans. Continuing to trace along the course of the Loire with quick stages, he soon arrived at Nevers, where he crossed the river, and shortly after entered the Bourbonnois. End of chapter 2. Section 27 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, which shows the truth of the French adage, l'habit ne fait pas le moine. I know I am very wrong, very partial, and very inconsiderate, to give 2 consecutive chapters to the Count de Blenau, when I have more people to dispatch than had Captain Bobadil in the play, and less time to do it in. But I could not help it. Those last 2 chapters would go together, and they were too long to be clapped up into one pat, as I have seen Sarah the dairymaid do with the stray lumps of butter that float about in the buttermilk, after the rest of the churn's produce has been otherwise disposed of. So I am very sorry, and so forth. And now, if you please, my dear reader, we will go on to something else. What would you think of the Norman? Very well. For my part, I look upon him as the true hero of the story, for according to the best accounts, he eat more, drank more, lied more, and fought more than any one else, and was a great rogue into the bargain, all which, in the opinion of Homer, is requisite to the character of a hero. See the Odyssey, passim. At Troy, the Normans' perquisitions were very successful. No Bow Street officer could have detected all the proceedings of Fontrailles with more acuteness. Step by step he traced him, from his first arrival at Troy till the day he set out for Mesnil-Saint-Loup, and learning the road he had taken, he determined upon following the same track, for he shrewdly concluded that whatever business of import the conspirator had been engaged in had been transacted in the 2 days and 1 night which, according to the story of the garçon d'auberge at the Hôtel du Grand Soleil, he had been absent from the good city of Troy. Now our friend Monsieur Marteville had learned another piece of news which made him the more willing to bend his steps in the direction pointed out as that which Fontrailles had taken. This was no other than that a considerable band of robbers had lately come down into that part of the country to collect their rents, and that their principal haunt was supposed to be the thick woods which lay on the borders of the high road to Troy and the neighbourhood of Mesnil. True it is, the Norman had abandoned his free companions of the forest, and received the wages of Monsieur de Chavigny, but still he kept up a kind of desultory correspondence with his former associates, and had not lost sight of them till certain reports got about that the lieutenant criminel was going to visit the forest of Lay, which induced him to leave the vicinity of Saint-Germain, for fear that there should not be enough room in the forest for them and the lieutenant too. It was natural enough that Marteville should wish to make a morning call upon his old friends. Besides, I'll tell you a story. There was once upon a time a man who had a cat, of which he was so fond, understanding one Mr. Pygmalion had got an ivory statue changed into a wife just by asking it, he resolved to see what he could do for his cat in the same way. But I dare say you know the story just as well as I do, how the cat was changed into woman, and how she jumped out of bed after a mouse, and so forth, showing plainly that what is bred in the bone will never go out of the flesh, that nature is better than a schoolmaster, and that you can never make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, as Sancho would say. But, however, the Norman had a strange hankering after his good old trade, and was very well inclined to pass a day or 2 in the free forest, and do Chavigny's work into the bargain. There was a little embarras, indeed, in the case respecting Louise, for whom, in these first days of possession, he did feel a certain degree of attachment, and did not choose to leave her behind, though he did not like to take her with him, considering the society he was going to meet. "Pshaw!" he said at length, speaking to himself, "I'll leave her at Mesnil." This resolution he began to put into execution, by placing Louise upon one horse and himself upon the other, together with their several valises, and thus, in the same state and order in which they had arrived at Troyes, so they quitted it for Mesnil-Saint-Loup. All the information that Marteville possessed to guide him in his farther inquiries amounted to no more than this, which he learned from the aforesaid garçon d'auberge, namely, that the little gentleman in grey had taken the road apparently to Mesnil, that he had been absent, as before said, 2 days and 1 night, and that his horse, when it came home, appeared to have been furnished with a new shoe en route. This, however, was quite sufficient as a clue, and the Norman did not fail to turn it to its full account. Passing through the little villages of Mehun and Longleat, the Norman eyed every blacksmith's forge as he went, but the one was next to the post-house, and the other was opposite the inn, and the Norman went on, saying within himself, a man who was seeking concealment would rather proceed with his beast unshod than stop there. So, resuming his conversation with Louise, they jogged on, babbling, not of green fields, but of love and war, both of which subjects were much within the knowledge of the Sieur Marteville, his battles being somewhat more numerous than his wives, and having had plenty of both in his day. At all events, Louise was very well satisfied with the husband that Heaven had sent her, and looked upon him as a very fine gentleman and a great warrior, and though now and then she would play the coquette a little, and put forth all the little minauderie which a Languedoc soubrette could assume, in order to prevent the Norman from having too great a superiority, yet Monsieur Marteville was better satisfied with her than any of his former wives, and as she rode beside him, he admired her horsemanship, and looked at her from top to toe, in much the same manner as he would have examined the points of a fine Norman charger. No matter how Louise was mounted, suffice it to say that it was not on side saddle, such things being but little known at the time I speak of. While they were thus shortening the road with sweet discourse, at the door of a little hovel by the side of the highway, half hidden from sight by a clumsy mud wall against which he leaned, half exposed by the lolloping position he assumed, appeared the large, dirty, unmeaning face and begrimed person of a Champenois blacksmith, with one hand grubbing against the roots of his grizzled hair, and the other hanging listlessly by his side, loaded with a ponderous hammer appropriated to his trade. C'est ici, thought the Norman, 99 moutons et un champenois fonçant. 49 sheep and a champenois to make 100. So we'll see what my fool will tell me. Hola, monsieur, plaît-il? Cried the Champenois, advancing from his hut. Pray has Monsieur en passant passed here to-day? Demanded the Norman. Monsieur Pontenson? Monsieur Pontenson? Cried the Champenois, trying to assume an air of thought, and rummaging in his empty head for a name that was never in it. Pardi, I do not know. I mean, said the Norman, the same little gentleman in grey who stopped here 10 days agone to have a bay horse shod as he was coming back from what's the name of the place? No, cried the Champenois, he was going, he was not coming, when he had his horse shod. But I say he was coming, replied the Norman. How the devil do you know he was going? Mesdames, exclaimed the other, how do I know he was going? Why did he not ask me how far it was to Mesnil? And if he had not been going, why should he wish to know? It was not he, then, said the Norman. Mesdames, ouais, cried the Champenois. He was dressed all in grey, and had a bay horse on whose hoof I put as nice a piece of iron as ever came off an anvil, and he asked me how far it was to Mesnil, and whereabouts was the old castle of Saint-Loup. Monsieur Pontenson, Dieu, qui aurait deviné que c'était Monsieur Pontenson? Mais je vous dis que ce n'était pas lui, cried the Norman, putting spurs to his horse. Allons, chéri, adieu, Monsieur Champenois, adieu. Cried he, when at a little distance. Ganache, he has told me all that I wanted to know. Then he did go to Mesnil, the old chateau of Saint-Loup. What could he want there? I've heard of this old chateau. But who is Monsieur Pontenson? demanded Louise, interrupting the broken cogitations of her husband. Nay, I do not know, ma chère, replied her husband. The man in the moon, with a corkscrew to tap yon fool's brains, and draw out all I wanted to know about the person whom I told you I was seeking for Monsieur de Chavigny. It was a mere name. But there, I see a steeple on yon hill in the wood. Courage, we shall soon reach it. It is not above a league. That must be Ménil. The Norman's league, however, proved at least 2, and Louise, though a good horsewoman, was complaining most bitterly of fatigue when they arrived in the little street of Ménil-Saint-Loup, and riding up to the dwelling of our old friend Gautier, the innkeeper, alighted under the withered garland that hung over the door. "Hola, aubergiste, garçon!" cried the Norman. "Hola!" But no one came, and on repeating the summons, the sweet voice of the dame of the house was all that could be heard, screaming forth a variety of tender epithets applicable to the garçon d'écurie, and intended to stimulate him to come forth and take charge of the stranger's horses. "Don't you know him, Lambert?" cried she. That hog your master is lying upstairs dying for no one knows what, and am I to go out, Marot, and take people's horses with my hands all over grease, while you stand blanking yourself there? Cochon! If you do not go, I'll throw this pot lid at you." And immediately a tremendous rattle on the boards at the farther side of the table announced that she had been as good as her word. This seemed the only effectual method of arousing the occult sensibilities of the garçon d'écurie, who listened unconcerned to her gentler solicitations, but yielding to the more potent application of the pot-lid, came forth and took the bridle of the horses, while our Norman lifted his lady to the ground. The sight of such goodly limbs as those possessed by Monsieur Marteville, but more especially the blue velvet pourpoint to which we have formerly alluded, and which he wore on the present occasion, did not fail to produce the most favourable impression on the mind of the landlady, and bustling about with the activity of a grasshopper, she prepared to serve the athletic cavalier and his pretty lady to the best cheer of the auberge. Would madame choose some stewed escargot pour se restaurer? Would monsieur take un coup de vin before dinner to wash the dust out of his mouth? Would madame step upstairs to repose herself? Would monsieur take a goûter? These and 1,000 other civil proffers the hostess showered upon the Norman and Louise, some of which were accepted, some declined, but the principal thing on which the Norman seemed to set his heart was the speedy preparation of dinner, which he ordered with the true galloping profusion of a beggar on horseback, demanding the best of everything. While this was in progress, he forgot not the principal object of his journey, but began with some circumlocution to draw the hostess towards the subject of Fontrailles' visit to Ménil. At the very mention, however, of the little man in grey, the good landlady burst forth in such a torrent of invective that she went well nigh to exhaust her copious vocabulary of epithets and expletives, while the Norman, taken by surprise, stood gazing and shrugging his shoulders, wondering at her facility of utterance, and the vast rapidity with which she concatenated her hard names. The little man in grey, who had been there precisely 10 days before, was, according to her opinion, a liar and a rogue and a cheat, a conjurer, a Huguenot and a vagabond, a man without honour, principle, or faith, a Marot, a Matin, a Misérable, together with a great many other titles, the enumeration of which she summed up with "Et s'il n'est pas le diable l'emporte." "C'est vrai," cried the Norman every time she paused to take breath. "C'est vrai. But how came you to find out he was so wicked?" The lady's reply was not of the most direct kind, but from it the Norman gathered, with his usual acuteness, that after our friend Gautier had pointed out to Fontrailles the road to the old castle of Saint-Loup, he returned home, his mind oppressed with the consciousness of being the confidant of a sorcerer. He laboured under the load of this terrific secret for some days, and then, his constitution not being able to support his mental struggles, he sickened and took to his bed, where he still lay in a deplorable state, talking in his sleep of the conjurer in grey, and of Père Le Rouge, and the devil himself, and sundry other respectable people of the same class. But when awake, it must be remarked, the aubergiste never opened his lips upon the subject, notwithstanding all the solicitations which his better half, being tempted by the curiosity of her sex, did not fail to make. From all this the good dame concluded that the little man in grey had bewitched her husband and driven him mad, causing him to lie up there upon his bed like a hog, neglecting his business and leaving her worse than a widow. All this was corn, wine, and oil to the mind of the Norman, who, wisely reserving his opinion on the subject, retired to consult with Louise, having a great esteem for woman's wit in such cases. After some discussion a plan was manufactured between them, which, though somewhat bold in conception, was happily brought to issue in the following manner. During the dinner at which the bourgeoise waited herself, she was not a little surprised to hear Louise more than once call Marteville by the reverend appellation of mon père, and if this astonished, how much more was her wonder increased when afterwards, during a concerted absence of the Norman, the fair lady informed her, under a promise of profound secrecy, that the goodly cavalier, whose blue velvet doublet she had so much admired, was neither more nor less than the celebrated Père Alexis Directeur of the Jesuits of Alençon, who was travelling in disguise in order to place her, one of his penitents, in a monastery at Rome. True, Louise either forgot or did not know that they were not precisely in the most direct road to Rome, but she was very safe in the person she spoke to, who had even less knowledge of where Rome stood than herself. Now the story of Louise was a very probable one in every other respect, considering the manners of the day. For les bons pères jésuites very often travelled about in disguise for purposes best known to themselves, and very few of the bons pères, whether Jesuits or not, were averse to a fair penitent. Be that as it may, the simple bourgeoise never doubted it for a moment, and casting herself at the feet of Louise, she entreated her, with tears in her eyes, to intercede with the reverend directeur to confess and absolve her sinful husband, who lay upstairs like a hog, doing nothing. Just at this moment the Norman re-entered the room, and though his precise object, in the little drama they had got up, was neither more nor less than to confess the unhappy aubergiste, yet, as a matter of form, he made some difficulty to meddling with the penitent of another, but after faintly advising that the curé of the village should be sent for, he agreed, as the case was urgent, to undertake the office of confessor himself, though he mildly reproached Louise in presence of the hostess for having betrayed his real character, and bade her be more careful in future. As soon as he had signified his consent, the bourgeoise ran to tell her husband that the very reverend Père Alexis, directeur of the Jesuits of Alençon, had kindly consented to his confession and absolve him of his sins, and in the meanwhile the Norman gave directions to Louise, whose adroitness had often served him in discovering the secrets of the palace, while she had remained with Madame de Beaumont, to gain, in the present instance, all the information she could from the wife, while he went to interrogate the husband. This being settled, as a blue velvet pourpoint was not exactly the garb to play of confessor in, Louise ran in all haste to strip the astrologer's robe we have already mentioned of all its profane symbols, and the Norman, casting its shadowy folds over his lusty limbs, and drawing the hood over his head, appeared to the eye as goodly a friar as ever cracked a bottle. No great regard to costume was necessary, for the landlady took it all for granted, and when she beheld the Norman issue forth from the room in which the valise had been placed, clothed in his long dark robes, she cast herself at his feet in a transport of reverence and piety. Monsieur Marteville, otherwise the Père Alexis, did not fail to give her his blessing with great gravity, and with a solemn demeanour and slow step followed to the chamber of the sick man. Poor Gaultier was no longer the gay rosy-cheeked innkeeper which he had appeared to Fontrailles, but stretched upon his bed, he lay pale and wan, muttering over to himself shreds and tatters of prayers, and thinking of the little man in grey, Père Le Rouge, and the devil. As soon as he beheld the pretended Père Alexis enter his chamber, he essayed to rise in his bed, but the Norman motioned him to be still, and sitting down by him, exhorted him to make a full confession of his sins, and then, to give greater authenticity to his character, he knelt down and composed an extempore prayer, in a language equally of his own manufacture, but which the poor aubergiste believed devoutly to be Latin, hearing every now and then the words Sanctissimus, in seculis seculorum, and Benedictus, with which the Norman did not fail to season it richly, being the only stray Latin he was possessed of. Hum gumnibus quintessentialiter expositu dum benedictus sint fulatii et sanctissimus furbi, hae stae aubergisti rorum corum, nobis excipe capones puladici generi, fulgrataverunt pectus leg bonibus venson in secula seculorum sanctissimus benedictus, said the Norman. Amen, cried the innkeeper from the bottom of his heart, with such fervency that the Père Alexis could scarcely maintain his gravity. The Norman now proceeded to business, and putting down his ear to a level with the lips of Gautier, he once more desired him to make a clear breast. Oh, mon père, cried Gautier, je suis un pauvre pécheur, un misérable. The good father exhorted him to take courage, and to come to a detail of his crimes. Oh, mon père, cried he, I have sold cats for rabbits, and more especially for hares. I have moistened an old hareskin with warm water, and blooded it with chicken's blood, to make my cats and my badgers and my weasels pass for what they really were not. I have cooked up snakes for eels, and dressed vipers on Matalon. I have sold bad wine of Bois-Marly for good wine of Epernay. And oh, mon père, je suis un pauvre pécheur. Well, well, get on, cried the Norman somewhat impatiently. I'll give you absolution for all that. All innkeepers do the same. But what more have you done? Oh, mon père, je suis un pauvre pécheur, proceeded Gautier in a low voice. I have charged my customers twice as much as I ought to charge. I have vowed that fish was dear when it was cheap, and I have— Nom de Dieu! Cried the Norman, getting out of temper with the recapitulation of Gautier's peccadilloes. Nom de Dieu, that is to say, in the name of God, I absolve you from all such sins as are common to innkeepers, masters of taverns, cooks, aubergistes, and the likes, sins of profession as they may be called, only appointing you to kneel before the altar of your parish church for 2 complete hours, repeating the Pater and the Ave during the whole time by way of penance, thought he, for making me hear all this nonsense. But come, he continued, bring up the heavy artillery, that is, let me hear your more uncommon sins. You have some worse things upon your conscience than any you have told, or I am mistaken. Oh, mon père, oh, mon bon père, groaned Gautier, je suis un pauvre pécheur, un misérable. Now it comes, thought the Norman. Allons, allons, mon fils, ayez courage. L'église est pleine de miséricorde. Ventre sangri, cried Marteville to himself, this will never come to an end. Mais mon fils, he said aloud, I have told you all that is pardoned. Speak, can you charge yourself with murder, treason, conspiracy, sorcery? Gautier groaned. Astrology? Gautier groaned still more deeply. Or of having concealed any such crimes when committed by others? Gautier groaned a 3rd time. The Norman had now brought him to the point, and after much moaning, hesitation, and agony of mind, he acknowledged that he had been privy to a meeting of sorcerers, nay, that he had even conducted a notorious astrologer, a little man in grey, on the road to meet the defunct Père Le Rouge and his companion the devil at the old chateau of Saint-Loup, and that it was his remorse of conscience for his crime, together with his terror at revealing it, after the menaces of the sorcerer, that had thrown him into the lamentable state in which he then lay. By degrees the Norman drew from him every particular, and treasuring them up in his memory, he hastened to give the suffering innkeeper absolution, which, though not performed in the most orthodox manner, quite satisfied Gautier, who concluded that any little difference of form from that to which he had been used proceeded from the Norman being a Jesuit and a directeur, and he afterwards was heard to declare that the Père Alexis was the most pious and saintly of men, and that 1 absolution from him was worth 100 from anyone else. Although the curé of the village, when he heard the method in which it had been administered, pronounced it to be heterodox and heretical, and in short a damnable error. And here be it remarked that a neighbouring curé having taken up the quarrel of Père Alexis, and pronounced his form to be the right one, a violent controversy ensued, which raged in Champagne for more than 50 years, producing 900 pamphlets, 3,000 letters, 20 public discussions, and 4 papal bulls, till at length it was agreed on all hands to write to the Jesuits of Alençon and demand their authority for such a deviation from established rules. When it was discovered that they administered absolution like everyone else, and that they had never had such a person as Père Alexis belonging to their very respectable and learned body. But to return to the Norman, as soon as he had concluded all the ceremonies he thought right to perform, for the farther consolation of Gautier, he said to him, "Fear not, my son, the menaces of the sorcerer, for I forbid all evil beings, even were it the devil himself, to lay so much as the tip of a finger upon you. And, moreover, I will go this very night to the old Château of St. Loup, and will exorcise Père Le Rouge, and drive his spirit forth from the place. And, morbleu, if he dare appear to me, I will take him by the beard, and lead him into the middle of the village, and all the little children shall drum him out of the regiment, out of the town." With this bold resolution, Monsieur Marteville descended to the ground floor, and communicated his design to Louise and the bourgeoise, who were sitting with their noses together over a flagon of vin chaud. "Donnez-moi un coup de vin," said he, "et j'irai." But Louise, who did not choose to trust her new husband out of her sight, having discovered by a kind of instinct that in his case absence was worse than death, declared she would go with him, and see him take Père Le Rouge by the beard. The Norman remonstrated, but Louise persisted with a sort of sweet pertinacity, which was quite irresistible, and though somewhat out of humour with her obstinacy, he was obliged to consent. However, he growled audibly while she assisted to disembarrass him of his long black robe, and probably, had it not been for his assumed character, would have accompanied his opposition with more than one of those elegant expletives with which he was wont to season his discourse. Louise, notwithstanding all this, still maintained her point, and the horses being brought forth, the bags were placed on their backs, and the Norman and his spouse set forth for the old Château of St. Loup, taking care to repeat their injunction to the landlady not to discover their real characters to anyone, as the business of the Père Directeur required the utmost secrecy. The landlady promised devoutly to comply, and having seen her guests depart, entered the public room where several of the peasantry had by this time assembled, and told everyone in a whisper that the tall gentleman they had seen get on horseback was the Père Alexis, Directeur of the Jesuits of Alençon, and that the lady was Mademoiselle Louise de Craquenayaux, sa pénitente. Immediately they all ran in different directions, some to the door, some to the window, to see so wonderful a pair as the Père Alexis and his pénitente. The bustle, rushing and chattering which succeeded, and which the landlady could no way abate, called the attention of the Sieur Marteville, who, not particularly in a good humour at being contradicted by Louise, was so much excited into anger by the gaping of the multitude, that he had well nigh drawn the portentous Toledo, which hung by his side, and returned to satisfy their curiosity by presenting his person rather nearer than they might have deemed agreeable. He bridled in his wrath, however, or rather, to change the figure, kept it in store for some future occasion, and consoling himself with a few internal curses, in which Louise had her share, he rode on, and soon arrived at that part of the wood which we have already said was named the Sorcerer's Grove. Of the unheard-of adventures which there befell, the giants that he slew, and the monsters that he overcame, we shall treat in a future chapter, turning our attention at present to other important subjects which call loudly for detail. End of chapter 3. Section 28 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. being a chapter of explanations which the reader has no occasion to pursue if he understands the story without it. "Great news, Cinq-Mars!" exclaimed Fontrailles. "Great news! The cardinal is sick to the death, and goes without loss of time to Tarascon. He trembles upon the brink of the grave." Cinq-Mars was stretched upon 3 chairs, the farthest of which he kept balanced on its edge by the weight of his feet, idly rocking it backwards and forwards, while his mind was deeply buried in one of the weak romances of the day, the reading which was a favourite amusement with the master of the horse, at those periods when the energies of his mind seemed to sleep. "Too good news to be true, Fontrailles," he replied, hardly looking up. "Take my word for it, the devil never dies." "That may be," answered Fontrailles; "but nevertheless the cardinal, as I said, is dying, and goes instantly to Tarascon to try another climate." "Why, where hast thou heard all this? And when didst thou come from Spain?" demanded Cinq-Mars, rousing himself. "Thou hast made good speed." "Had I not good reason?" asked the other. "But they tell me that I must question you for news, for that it is something in regard to your friend, the young Count de Blenau, which has so deeply struck the cardinal." "Well, then, I will give the story in true heroic style," answered Cinq-Mars, tossing the book from him. "Thou dost remember, O my friend," he continued, imitating the language of the romance he had just been reading, "how stormy was the night when last I parted from thee, at the old château of Mesnil-Saint-Loup, and if the thunder clouds passed away and left the sky clear and moonlighted, it was but to be succeeded by a still more violent tempest. For long after thou wert snugly housed at Troyes, de Thou and myself were galloping on through the storm of night. The rain fell, the lightning glanced, the thunder rolled overhead, and the way seemed doubly long, and the forest doubly dreary, when by a sudden blaze of the red fire of heaven, I descried someone, mounted on a white horse, come rapidly towards us." "Come, come, Cinq-Mars," exclaimed Fontrailles, "for grace leave the land of romance. Remember I have a long story to tell, and not much time to tell it in. Truce with imagination, therefore, for we have more serious work before us." It's truth, thou unbelieving Jew," cried Cinq-Mars. "No romance, I can assure you. Well, soon as this white horseman saw 2 others wending their way towards him, he suddenly reined in his beast, and turning round, galloped off as hard as he could go. Now, if curiosity be a failing, it is one I possess in an eminent degree; so clapping spurs to my horse, after him I went, full faster than he ran away. As for de Thou, he calls out after me, loud enough to drown the thunder, crying, 'Cinq-Mars, where are you going? In God's name, stop! We know the place is full of banditti. If these are robbers, they may murder you,' and so on. But finding that I did not much heed, he also was smitten with a galloping fit, and so we followed each other like a procession, though with no procession pace. The white horseman first, I next, and de Thou last, with about 100 yards between each of us, going all at full speed, to the great peril of our necks, and no small danger of our heads from the boughs. I was best mounted, however, on my stout black horse, Slowberry. You know Slowberry. And so, distancing de Thou all to nothing, I began to come closer to my white horseman, who, finding that he could not get off, gradually pulled in, and let me come up with him. 'Well, sir,' said he directly, with all possible coolness, 'you have ridden hard to-night.' 'In truth I have, my man,' answered I, 'and so have you, and I should much like to know why you did so.' 'For the same reason that you did, I suppose,' replied the boy, for such it was who spoke. 'And what reason is that?' I asked. 'Because we both liked it, I suppose,' replied he. 'That may be,' answered I, 'but we have all a reason for our likings.' 'True, sir,' said the boy, 'and I dare say yours was a good one. Pray believe that mine was so also.' All the time he spoke he kept looking round at me, till at last he got a good sight of my face. 'Are you not Monsieur de Cinq-Mars?' cried he at length. 'And if I am, what follows then?' 'Why, it follows that you are the person I want,' said the boy. 'And what want you with me?' 'Who is that?' demanded he, pointing to de Thou, who now came up. I soon satisfied him on that score, and he went on. 'My name is Henry de la Motte, and I am page to your good friend the Count de Blenau, whom I have seen arrested and carried to the Bastille. Now you know, Fontrailles, how dear I hold Dublin, so you may guess how pleasantly this rang upon my ear. My first question to the page was, whether my friend had sent him to me. No, no, signor, answered the boy, but as I know you loved my master, and the king loved you, I thought it best to let you know, in case you might wish to serve him. He was taken as he was about to go with the queen to Chantilly, and they would not let me or any other go with him to serve him in prison, so I cast about in my mind how I could serve him out of it, and consequently came off to seek you. But how did you know where to find me? Demanded I, not a little fearing that our movements were watched. But the boy relieved me from that by answering, Why, sir, there was a messenger came over from Chantilly to desire the queen's presence, and amongst all the questions I asked him, there was one which made him tell me that you had gone to Troy upon some business of inheritance, and as I heard that the path through this wood would save me a league, I took it, hoping to reach the town to-night. Well, all the page's news vexed me not a little, and I thought of 1,000 things to relieve Dublin ere I could fix on any. But it happened, as it often does in this world, that chance directed me when reasoning failed. Having made the best of my way, I arrived with de Thou and the boy at Chantilly at the hour of 9 the next night, and passing towards my own apartments in the palace, I saw the king's cabinet open, and on inquiry found that he had not yet retired to rest. My resolution was instantly taken, and without waiting even to dust my boots, I went in just as I was to pay my duty to his majesty. My short absence has done me no harm with Louis, who received me with more grace than ever, so while the newness was on, I dashed at the subject next my heart at once. Like a well-bred falcon, I soared my full pitch, hovered an instant in my pride of place, and then stooped at once with irresistible force. In short, Fontrailles, for the first time, I believe in my life, I boasted. I told Louis how I loved him. I counted over the services I had done him, his noble heart. You may smile, sir, but he has a noble heart. Was touched. I saw it, and gave him a moment to think over all old passages of affection between us, and to combine them with the feelings of the moment, and then I told him what my friend, my bosom friend, was suffering from the tyranny of the cardinal, and demanded his favour for Dublin. What can I do, Cinq-Mars? demanded he. You must know I follow the advice of my ministers and counsellors. It was an opportunity not to be lost, exclaimed Fontrailles eagerly. I hope you seized it. I did, replied Cinq-Mars. I plied him hard on every point that could shake the influence of Richelieu. I showed him the shameful bondage he suffered. I told him that if he allowed the sovereign power placed by God in his hands to be abused by another, he was as guilty as if he misused it himself. And then I said, I plead alone for the innocent, sire. Hear de Blenau yourself, and if you find him guilty, bring him to the block at once. But if he had done nothing worthy of death, I will trust that your majesty's justice will instantly set him free. Well, the king not only promised that he would go to Paris and examine de Blenau himself, but he added, and I will be firm, Cinq-Mars. I know the power is in my hands, and I will exert it to save your friend, if he be not criminal. This was all fair, Fontrailles. I could desire no more. But Louis even outdid my expectation. Something had already irritated him against the cardinal. I think it was the banishment of Clara de Hautefort. However, he went to the Bastille with Richelieu, Chavigny, and others of the council. Of course, I was not admitted, but I heard all that passed from one who was present. De Blenau bore him nobly and bravely, and downright refused to answer any questions about the queen, without her majesty's own commands. Well, Richelieu, according to custom, was for giving him the torture instantly. But the king had many good reasons for not suffering that to be done. Besides wishing to pleasure me, he being naturally averse to cruelty, he had a lingering inclination to cross Richelieu, and de Blenau's firmness set him a good example. So the cardinal was overruled, and the queen's commands to de Blenau to confess all being easily procured, he owned that he had forwarded letters from her majesty to her brother the king of Spain. Now, you see, Richelieu was angry and irritated at being thwarted, and he did the most foolish thing that man ever did, for though he saw that Louis was roused and just in the humour to cross him, he got up, and not considering the king's presence, at once pronounced a sentence of exile against de Blenau, as if the sovereign power had been entirely his own, without consulting Louis, or asking his approbation at all. Though, God knows, the king cares little enough about using his power, of course he does not like to be treated as a mere cipher before his own council, and accordingly he revoked the cardinal's sentence without hesitation, sending de Blenau, merely for form's sake, into Bourbon, and then rising, he broke up the council, treating Richelieu with as scanty consideration as he had shown himself. By heaven, Fontrailles, when I heard it, I could have played the fool for joy. Richelieu was deeply touched, you may suppose, and what with his former ill health and this new blow, he has never been himself since. But I knew not that he was so far gone as you describe. It is so reported in Paris, replied Fontrailles, and he has become so humble that no one would know him. But mark me, Cinq-Mars, the cardinal is now upon the brink of a precipice, and we must urge him quickly down, for if he once again gain the ascendancy, we are not only lost for ever, but his power will be far greater than it was before. He will never rise more in this world, answered Cinq-Mars. His day, I trust, is gone by. His health is broken, and the king, who always hated him, now begins to fear him no longer. I will do my best to strengthen Louis's resolution, and get him into a way of thinking for himself. And now, Fontrailles, for the news from Spain. Why, my story may be made longer than yours, if I were to go through all that happened to me on the road. It was a long and barren journey, and I believe I should have been almost starved before I reached Madrid, if I had not half filled my bags with biscuits. However, I arrived at length, and not without some difficulty found a place to lodge, for these cold Spaniards are as fearful of admitting a stranger to their house as if he were a man-tiger. The next step was to send for a tailor, and to hire me a laquais or two, one of whom I sent instantly to Madame de Chevreuse, praying an audience of her, which was granted immediately. Why, thou wert not mad enough to make a confidant of Madame de Chevreuse, exclaimed Cinq-Mars. Why, it is carrying water in a sieve. 1,000 to 1 she makes her peace with Richelieu by telling him the whole story. Fear not, Cinq-Mars, answered Fontrailles. Have you yet to learn that a woman's first passion is revenge? To such extent is the hatred of Madame de Chevreuse against the cardinal, that I believe, were she asked to sacrifice one of her beautiful hands, she would do it, if it would but conduce to his ruin. Cinq-Mars shook his head, still doubting the propriety of what had been done, but Fontrailles proceeded. However, I told her nothing. She knew it all before I set foot in Spain. You must know, King Philip is a monarch no way insensible to female charms, and the Duchess is too lovely to pass unnoticed anywhere. The consequences are natural. A lady of her rank having taken refuge in his dominions, of course the king must pay her every attention. He is always with her, has a friendship, a penchant, an affection for her, call it what you will, but it is that sort of feeling which makes a man tell a woman everything, and thus, very naturally, our whole correspondence has gone direct to Madame de Chevreuse. My object in first asking to see her was only to gain an immediate audience of the king, which she can always command. But when I found that she knew the whole business, of course I made her believe that I came for the express purpose of consulting upon her. Her vanity was flattered. She became more than ever convinced that she was a person of infinite consequence, and acknowledged discernment, entered heart and hand into all our schemes, struck out her pretty little foot and made me buckle her shoe, brought me speedily to the king's presence and made him consent to all I wished, got the treaty signed and sealed, and sent me back to France with my object accomplished, remaining herself fully convinced that she is at the head of the most formidable conspiracy that ever was formed, and that future ages will celebrate her talents for diplomacy and intrigue. Cinq-Mars, though not fully satisfied at the admission of so light a being as Madame de Chevreuse into secrets of such importance, could not help smiling at the account his companion gave, and as it was in vain to regret what was done, he turned to the present, asking what was to be done next. No time is now to be lost, said he, for the whole danger is now incurred, and we must not allow it to be fruitless." "Certainly not," answered Fontrailles. "You must ply the king hard to procure his consent as far as possible. In the next place, a counterpart of the treaty must be signed by all the confederates and sent to Spain, for which I have pledged my word; and another, similarly signed, must be sent to the Duke of Bouillon in Italy. But who will carry it to the Duke? That is the question. I cannot absent myself again." "I will provide a messenger," said Cinq-Mars. "There is an Italian attached to my service, named Villagrande, a sort of half-bred gentleman, who, lacking gold himself, hangs upon anyone who will feed him. They laugh at him here for his long moustaches and his longer rapier; but if he tell truth, his rapier has done good service. So, as this will be an undertaking of danger, he shall have it, as he says he seeks but to distinguish himself in my service, and being an Italian, he knows the country to which he is going." "If you can trust him, be it so," replied Fontrailles. "At present let us look to other considerations. We must seek to strengthen our party by all means, for though circumstances seem to combine to favour us, yet it is necessary to guard against any change. Do you think that the Queen could be brought to join us?" "Certainly not," replied the master of the horse; "and if she would, to us it would be far more dangerous than advantageous. She has no power over the mind of the king, she has no separate authority, and besides, though Richelieu is a vowed enemy, she is so cautious of giving offence to Louis that she would consent to nothing that was not openly warranted by him." "But suppose we are obliged to have recourse to arms," said Fontrailles, "would it not be everything in our favour to have in our hands the Queen and the heir apparent to the throne?" "True," answered Cinq-Mars; "but if we are driven to such extremity, she will be obliged to declare for some party, and that, of necessity, must be ours, for she will never side with Richelieu. We can also have her well surrounded by our friends, and seize upon the Dauphin should the case require it." "What say you, then, to trying the Count de Blenel? He is your friend; he is brave, expert in war, and just such a man as leads the blind multitude; but more, he is wealthy and powerful, and has much credit in Languedoc." "I do not know," said Cinq-Mars, thoughtfully, "I do not know. De Blenel would never betray us, even if he refused to aid our scheme; but I much think his scruples would go farther than even de Thou's. I have often remarked he has that sort of nicety in his ideas which will not suffer him to enter into anything which may, by even a remote chance, cast a shade upon his name." "Well, we can try him at all events," said Fontrailles. "You, Cinq-Mars, can ask him whether he will join the liberators of his country." "No, Fontrailles," answered the master of the horse in a decided tone. "No, I will not do it. Claude de Blenel is a man by whom I should not like to be refused. Besides, I should hesitate to involve him, young and noble hearted as he is, in a scheme which might draw down ruin on his head." "In the name of heaven, Cinq-Mars," cried Fontrailles, with real astonishment at a degree of generosity of which he could find no trace in his own bosom, "of what are you dreaming? Are you frenzied? Why, you have engaged life and fortune, hope and happiness in this scheme yourself, and can you love another man better?" "There is every difference, Fontrailles, every difference. If I cut my own throat, I am a fool and a madman, granted; but if I cut the throat of another man, I am a murderer, which is somewhat worse. But I will be plain with you. I have embarked in this with my eyes open, and it is my own fault. Therefore, whatever happens, I will go on and do my best for our success. But mark me, Fontrailles, if all were to come over again, I would rather lay down one of my hands and have it chopped off, than enter into any engagement of the kind." A cloud came over the brow of Fontrailles for a moment, and a gleam of rage lighted up his dark grey eye, which soon, however, passed away from his features, though the rankling passion still lay at his heart, like a smouldering fire, which wants but a touch to blaze forth and destroy. But his look, as I have said, was soon cleared of all trace of anger, and he replied with that show of cheerfulness which he well knew how to assume, "Well, Cinq-Mars, I do not look upon it in so gloomy a light as you do, though perhaps, were it now to begin, I might not be so ready in it either, for the chances we have run were great; but these, I trust, are over, and everything certainly looks prosperous at present. However, there is no use in thinking what either of us might do had we now our choice. We are both too far engaged to go back at this time of day. So let us think alone of ensuring success, and the glory of having attempted to free our country will at least be ours, let the worst befall us." The word glory was never without its effect on Cinq-Mars. It was his passion, and was but the more violent from the restraint to which his constant attendance on the king had subjected it, seldom having been enabled to display in their proper field those high qualities which he possessed as a soldier. "So far you are right, Fontrailles," replied he. "The glory even of the attempt is great, and we have but one course to pursue, which is straightforward to our object. You do everything to bind the fickle goddess to our cause, and so will I. But thinking as I do, I cannot find it in my heart to involve De Blenau. Manage that as you like, only do not ask me to do it." "Oh, that is easily done," answered Fontrailles, "without your bearing any part in it. Of course, each of the confederates has a right to invite whomsoever he may think proper to join his party, and it will be highly dishonourable of any other to dissuade the person so invited from aiding the scheme on which all our lives depend. The Count de Blenau, I think you say, is now retired to Bourbon. There also is the Duke of Orleans, and I will take care that he shall broach the subject to the Count without implicating you." Cinq-Mars started from his seat and began pacing the room with his eyes bent on the ground, feeling an undefined sensation of dissatisfaction at the plans of Fontrailles, yet hardly knowing how to oppose them. "Well, well," he said at length, "it is your business, not mine; and besides, I do not in the least think that De Blenau will listen to you for a moment. He has other things to think of. Mademoiselle de Beaumont is absent, no one knows where, and he must soon hear of it." "Be that as it may," replied Fontrailles, "I will try. And now, Cinq-Mars, let me touch upon another point." And the wily conspirator prepared all his powers to work upon the mind of his less cautious companion, and to urge him on to an attempt which had already been the object of more than one conspiracy in that day, but which, by some unaccountable means, had always failed without any apparent difficulty or obstacle. This was no other than the assassination of the Cardinal de Richelieu, and those who read the memoirs of the faction-breaking Gondi, or any other of the historical records of that time, will wonder how, without any precaution for his personal safety, Richelieu escaped the many hands that were armed for his destruction. Princes and nobles, warriors and politicians had thought it no crime to undertake the death of this tyrant minister, but yet there was something in the mind of Cinq-Mars so opposite to everything base and treacherous, that Fontrailles feared to approach boldly the proposal he was about to make. "Let us suppose, my noble friend," said he, in that slow and energetic manner which often lends authority to bad argument, "that all our schemes succeed, that the tyrant is stripped of the power he has so abused, that the tiger is enveloped in our toils. What are we to do? Are we to content ourselves with having caught him? Are we only to hold him for a moment in our power, and then to set him loose again, once more to ravage France and to destroy ourselves? And if we agree to hold him in captivity, where shall we find chains sufficient to bind him, or a cage in which we can confine him with security, when there are 1,000 other tigers of his race ready to attack the hunters of their fellow?" "I propose nothing of the kind," answered Cinq-Mars. "Once stripped of his authority, let him be arraigned for his crimes which he has committed, and suffer the death he has merited. The blood of thousands will cry out for justice, and his very creatures will spurn the monster that they served from fear." "Then you think him worthy of death?" said Fontrailles, in that kind of undecided manner which showed that he felt he was treading on dangerous ground. "Worthy of death!" exclaimed Cinq-Mars. "Who can doubt it? Fontrailles, what is it that you mean? You speak as if there was something on your mind that you do not know how to discover. Speak, man, what is it you say?" "Who will deny that Brutus was a patriot?" said Fontrailles, "a brave, a noble, and a glorious man? And Brutus stabbed Cæsar in the Capitol. Cinq-Mars, when the freedom of our country is at stake, shall we wait tamely till we have preached a timid monarch into compliance, or drawn a foreign power to our aid, when one single hand could do the work of justice, and rid the world of a tyrant who has lived so much too long?" "Ha!" exclaimed Cinq-Mars, starting back and laying his hand upon his sword. "Dost thou suppose me an assassin? Art thou one thyself, that thou canst so well gloze over murder with the stale tale of antiquity? Monsieur de Fontrailles," he continued more calmly, but still with stern indignation, "you have mistaken the person to whom you addressed yourself. Pardon me, we will speak no more upon this subject, lest we end worse friends than we began." Fontrailles was not a common hypocrite. He saw at once that on this point persuasion would be vain, and defence of his first proposal would but leave the worst impression on the mind of his companion, and therefore his determination was formed in a moment to take up the exact reverse position to that which he had just occupied, and if possible to force Cinq Mars into a belief that the proposal had only been made to try him. The first wild start of his companion had caused Fontrailles to draw back almost in fear, but instantly recovering himself, like a well-trained actor, every muscle of whose face is under command, he fixed his eye on Cinq Mars, and instead of any sign of anger or disappointment, he threw into his countenance an expression of gratified admiration. "Cinq Mars, my noble friend," he exclaimed, opening his arms to embrace him as the other concluded, "you are the man I thought you. Pardon me if I have sought to try you, but when I heard you propose to affect the cardinal's life by our plans, I knew not how far that idea might lead you, and I wished to be sure of the man with whom I was so deeply engaged. I declare before heaven, that had I found that you proposed to do Richelieu to death by aught but legal means, I should have been deeply grieved, and would have fled from France, where'er my fortune might lead, leaving you to follow your plans as best you might. But I am now satisfied, and demand your pardon for having ever doubted you." Cinq Mars suffered the embrace which Fontrailles proffered, but returned it coldly. Acting is ever acting, however near it may approach to nature, and notwithstanding all the hypocritical art of which Fontrailles was a master, and which he took care to exert on the present occasion, the mind of Cinq Mars still retained its doubts as to the character of the man with whom he had so closely linked his fate. "If he is a villain," thought the master of the horse, "he is a most black and consummate villain;" and though they parted apparently friends, the recollection of that morning's conversation still haunted the imagination of Cinq Mars like some ill vision. Nor did the impression cease with his waking thoughts, but visited him even during the hours of repose, making him believe himself chained in a dungeon with Fontrailles standing over him, turning a dagger round and round in his heart, while ever and anon he cried, "Thou art a murderer." End of chapter 4. Section 29 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, which evinces the necessity of saying no, and shows what it is to hunt upon a wrong scent. In journeying onward towards the Bourbonnois, the thoughts of de Blenau had full time to rest upon the late occurrences, and though these had been of such a fearful nature, yet so rapidly had they passed that dangers and sorrows, prisons and trials, floated before his remembrance like a confused and uncertain dream; and it required an effort to fix all the particular circumstances in their correct position, for the purpose of investigating the motives of the principal actors in those events which had so deeply affected himself. This, when he could turn his mind from happier contemplations, was the principal occupation of his thoughts, and, more especially, in reflecting upon the conduct of the king, de Blenau imagined that he could perceive a regular design in every part of the monarch's behaviour, which in truth it did not possess. Under this view he was left to conclude that he had been ordered to retire to Bourbon for the specific reason that he had there no acquaintance or influence which could be dangerous to the government. But it is more probable that Louis, not wishing to reverse the cardinal's sentence entirely by freely pardoning de Blenau, had in the hurry of the moment mentioned any province that suggested itself. However that might be, it so happened that de Blenau was hardly known to any individual within the limits to which, by the king's command, he was bound to confine himself, nor did he feel any additional uncomfort in the prospect of passing a short space of time in comparative solitude, for his mind was not likely to be well attuned to society, while constrained to absent himself from those he loved best, and he was rather pleased than otherwise that the time of his separation from Pauline would be passed without the annoyance of associating with people to whom he was indifferent. De Blenau's first care on arriving at Moulins was to write to Pauline de Beaumont. Fancy might easily supply his letter, which is otherwise irrecoverably gone; but as each reader's imagination will do more justice to it according to his own taste than mine could do, I will leave it unwritten here, especially as I have undertaken to commemorate truth only, and I really know nothing of the matter. Suffice it that it was full of all that affection and gratitude and hope and delight could suggest, and gave a bright picture of a sunny and happy mind. As couriers and posts in those days were as different from such things at present as the first wooden clock was from a modern chronometer, de Blenau did not choose to trust his letter to the uncertain conveyance of the government carrier, or, as he was then called, the ordinaire; but placing it in the hands of his trusty page, Henry de la Motte, he sent him forth upon a journey to Saint Germain, with orders to deliver many a kind greeting to Pauline in person, and to bring back an answer with all speed. The boy set out, and de Blenau, flattering himself with the idea that his banishment from court would not be of any long continuance, took his residence for the time in the immediate neighbourhood of Moulins, contenting himself with an old château, the proprietor of which was very willing, his fortune and his castle both being somewhat decayed, to sacrifice his pride of birth in consideration of a handsome remuneration from the young count. Here de Blenau had dwelt some time, waiting the return of his messenger, and in possession of that quiet solitude most consonant to his feelings, when he was disturbed by a billet left at his gate by a horseman, who waited not to be questioned, but rode away immediately after having delivered it. The note itself merely contained a request that the Count de Blenau would ride in the direction of Saint-Amand on the following evening, at the hour of 4, when he would meet with one who had business of importance to communicate. The handwriting was unknown to him, and de Blenau at first hesitated whether to obey the summons or not, but curiosity has 1,000 ways of strengthening itself, and at last he reasoned himself into a belief that whatever it might be, no harm could accrue from his compliance. Accordingly, on the following evening, as the hour drew near, he mounted his horse, and, accompanied by his usual attendants, proceeded towards Saint-Amand. Having ridden on for more than an hour without meeting any one above the rank of a peasant, he began to accuse himself for having been the dupe of what might prove some foolish joke. He had even reined in his horse with the purpose of returning, when he perceived a person approaching on horseback, who, notwithstanding a sort of carelessness, even perhaps slovenliness, of manner and carriage, had about him that undefinable air which in all ages and in every guise denotes a gentleman, and a distinguished one. It was not, however, till he came near, that de Blenau recognised Gaston, Duke of Orleans, whom he had not seen for some time. The moment he did remember him, he gave him the centre of the road, and, saluting him respectfully, was passing on, never dreaming that the summons he had received could have proceeded from him. "Good day, Monsieur de Blenau. You are close upon the hour," said the Duke, drawing up his horse, and at once allowing the Count to understand that it was with him that the appointment had been made. "I was not aware," replied de Blenau, "that the summons which I received last night was from so honourable a hand, or I should have had no hesitation in obeying." "Why, that is right," said the Duke. "The truth is, I wished much to see you, Monsieur le Comte, upon a business wherein you may not only be of much service to yourself and me, but also to your country. We will ride on, if you please, and as we go I will explain myself farther." De Blenau turned his horse and rode on with the Duke, but the warning which Chavigny had given him came strongly into his mind, and Gaston of Orleans was too famous for the unfortunate conspiracies in which he had been engaged, for de Blenau to think with aught but horror of acting in any way with a man, the weak versatility of whose disposition had already brought more than one of his friends to the scaffold. He therefore waited for the Duke's communication, determined to cut it short as soon as propriety admitted, and even to deviate from the respect due to his rank, rather than become the confidant of a prince, whose station was his sole title to reverence. "You do not answer me, Monsieur de Blenau," said the Duke, after having waited a moment or two for some reply. "Are you, sir, inclined to serve your country, or is the Cardinal de Richelieu your good friend?" "That I am inclined to serve my country," replied de Blenau, "your highness need not doubt; and when my sword can avail that country against a foreign adversary, it shall always be ready at her call. In regard to his eminence of Richelieu, I hope that he is no more my enemy than I am his, and that he will no more attempt to injure me than I will to injure him." "But has he not endeavoured to injure you already?" said the Duke. "Listen to me, Sir Count. Suppose that there were many men at this moment well inclined to free France from the yoke under which she labours. Suppose I were to tell you that—" "Let me beseech your highness," interposed de Blenau, "to tell me no more; for, if I understand you rightly, it must be a confidence dangerous either to you or me. Dangerous to you if I reveal it, and dangerous to me if I do not. Pardon me, my lord, for interrupting you, but let my ears remain in their present innocence of what you mean. What may be your wishes with me, I know not; but before you proceed farther, let me say that I will enter into no scheme whatever against a government to which his majesty has given his sanction, and which it is always in his power to alter or remove at his pleasure, without any one being entitled to question his authority either in raising it or casting it down. And now, having ventured to premise thus much, if I can serve your highness personally in any way, where my honour and my allegiance are not at all implicated, I shall be most happy in an opportunity of showing my attachment to your royal person and family." "Why then, Monsieur de Blenau," replied the Duke, "I think the best thing we can do is, to turn our horses different ways, and forget that we have met to day at all. Our conference has been short, but it has been to the purpose. But of course, before we part, I expect your promise, as a man of honour, that you will not betray me." "I have nothing to betray, my lord," replied de Blenau with a smile. "We have met on the road to Saint Amand. We have not been 5 minutes in each other's company. Your highness has told me nothing, whatever I may have suspected. Therefore you may rest perfectly secure that I have nothing to betray, even if they put me to the torture tomorrow. But as I think that for your highness's sake we had better be as little together as possible, I will humbly take my leave." So saying, de Blenau bowed low, and turned his horse towards Moulins, the Duke of Orleans preparing to take the other road; but suddenly the latter stopped, and turning his head, asked if de Blenau had gained any news of Mademoiselle de Beaumont. "I am not aware of what your highness alludes to," replied de Blenau, quickly reining in his horse, and returning to the side of the Duke. "What, then, you have not heard? When had you letters from Saint Germain?" "Heard what? In the name of God, speak, my lord," cried de Blenau. "Do not keep me in suspense." "Nay, Monsieur de Blenau, I know but little," answered the Duke. "All my news came yesterday in a letter from Saint Germain, whereby I find that Mademoiselle de Beaumont has disappeared, and as no one knows whither she is gone, and no cause is apparent for her voluntary absence, it is conjectured that Richelieu, finding, as it is whispered, that she endeavoured to convey intelligence to you in the Bastille, has caused her to be arrested and confined au secret." "But when did she disappear? Who saw her last? Have no traces been discovered? Why did they not apply to the king?" exclaimed de Blenau, with a degree of agitation that afforded amusement, rather than excited sympathy in the frivolous mind of the Duke of Orleans. "Really, Monsieur de Blenau, to none of all your questions can I at all reply," answered Gaston. "Very possibly the lady may have gone off with some fair lover, in which case she will have taken care to leave no traces of her flight. What think you of the weather? Will it rain to day?" "Hell and fury!" cried de Blenau, incensed at the weak trifling of the prince, at a moment when his feelings were so deeply interested, and turning his horse round without further adieu, he struck his spurs into the animal's sides, and, followed by his attendants, galloped off towards Moulins. Arrived at the château which he inhabited, his thoughts were still in such a troubled state as to forbid all calm consideration. "Prepare everything to set out. Saddle fresh horses. Send to Moulins for the propriétaire," were de Blenau's first commands, determined at all risks to set out for Saint Germain, and seek for Pauline himself. But while his orders were in train of execution, reflection came to his aid, and he began to think that the news which the Duke had given him might not be true, that Gaston might either be deceived himself, or that he might have invented the story for the purpose of forcing him into a conspiracy against Richelieu's government. At all events, thought he, Henry de la Motte cannot be longer absent than tomorrow. I may miss him on the road, and thus be 4 days without information instead of 1. Accordingly, after some farther hesitation, he determined to delay his journey 1 day, and counterordered the preparations which he had before commanded. Nevertheless, his mind was too much agitated to permit of his resting inactive, and quitting the château, he walked quickly on the road towards Paris. But he had not proceeded more than 1/4 of a league, when from the top of a hill he perceived a horseman coming at full speed towards him. At first, while the distance rendered his form altogether indistinct, de Blenau decided that it was Henry de la Motte. It must be. It could be nobody else. Then again he began to doubt. The horse did not look like his, and de Blenau had almost determined that it was not his page, when the fluttering scarf of blue and gold becoming apparent, decided the question, and he hurried forward, impatient even of the delay which must yet intervene. The page rode on at full speed, and even from that circumstance de Blenau drew an unfavourable augury. He had something evidently to communicate which required haste. His horse, too, was not the same which had carried him away, and he must have changed him on the road. This, too, was a sign of that urgent dispatch which could alone proceed from some painful cause. However, the page came rapidly forward, recognised his lord, and drawing in his horse, alighted to give relief to de Blenau's doubts, only by confirming his fears. His first tidings were perfectly similar to the information which had been given by the Duke of Orleans, but the more minute details which he had obtained, forming part of the history which he gave de Blenau of all that had occurred to him on his journey, I shall take the liberty of abridging myself, instead of leaving them in the desultory and long-winded condition in which they proceeded from the mouth of Monsieur de la Motte. Setting out from Moulins on one of the Count de Blenau's strongest horses, and furnished with plenty of that patent anti-attrition composition which has facilitated the progression of all sorts of people in all ages of the world, and in all states except in Lycurgus governed Sparta, namely gold, Henry de la Motte was not long in reaching Saint Germain, and with all the promptitude of his age and nature, he hastened eagerly towards the palace, promising himself infinite pleasure in delivering a genuine love letter into the fair hands of Mademoiselle Pauline. No small air of consequence, therefore, did he assume in inquiring for Mademoiselle de Beaumont, and announcing that he must speak with her himself. But the boyish vivacity of the page was soon changed into sorrowful anxiety, when the old servant of Anne of Austria, to whom his inquiries had been addressed, informed him that the young lady had disappeared, and was nowhere to be heard of. Now Henry de la Motte, the noble Count de Blenau's gay page, was a universal favourite at Saint Germain, so out of pure kindness, and without the least inclination in the world to gossip, the old servant took him into the palace, and after treating him to a cup of old Saint Vallier wine, told him all about the disappearance of Pauline, which formed a history occupying exactly 1 hour and 10 minutes in delivering. Amongst other interesting particulars, he described to the page how he himself had accompanied Mademoiselle de Hautefort and Mademoiselle de Beaumont from Chantilly to Paris, for the purpose of conveying news to Monsieur de Blenau in the Bastille, and how that night he followed the 2 young ladies as far as the church of Saint Gervais, where they separated, and he remained at the church door while Mademoiselle de Hautefort went in and prayed for the good success of Pauline, and farther how Mademoiselle de Hautefort said all the prayers she knew, and composed a great many new ones to pass the time, and yet no Pauline returned; and how at last she came out to know what the devil had become of her, and how he told her that he could not tell. He then went on to describe their search for Pauline, and their disappointment and distress at not finding her, and the insolence of a lying innkeeper who lived opposite the prison, and who assured him that the young lady was safe, for that he himself had delivered her from peril by the valour of his invincible arm. After this he took up the pathetic, and showed forth in moving terms the agony and despair of Madame de Beaumont on first hearing of the non-appearance of her daughter, and then commented upon the extraordinary insensibility that she had since shown. For after 2 days, said he, she seemed to grow quite satisfied, and to forget it all, the cold-hearted old cat. "'Tis just like her," said Henry de la Motte. "They say, when her husband was killed, she never shed a tear. But mark me, Monsieur Mathieu, she shall not have the Count's letter. As mademoiselle is not here, I'll take it back to him unopened. So have a care not to tell the old Marquise that I have been here. Before I go back, however, I'll away to Paris to gather what news I can. That aubergiste meant something. I know him well. 'Tis old Jacques Chapilleux, the vivandier, who served with the army in Roussillon, when I was there with the Count." "Well, well, my good youth, go to Paris if you please," replied the old servant. "You'll gain no tidings more than I have given you. Did not I make all sorts of inquiries myself? And they are not likely to deceive me, I wot. Young birds think they can fly before they can peck. But go, go, you'll gain no more than what I have told you." Henry de la Motte did not feel very well assured of the truth of this last position, and therefore, though his back ached with a 4 days' ride as fast as he could go, he set out again for Paris, where he arrived before nightfall, and entering the city by the Porte Saint Antoine, directed his course to the house of our doughty friend Jacques Chapilleux, where he was instantly acknowledged as an old acquaintance by the worthy aubergiste, and treated with suitable distinction. Although every moment was precious, the page did not think fit to enter upon the business that brought him till after the auberge was clear of intruders, and this being the hour at which many an honest burgess of the good city solaced his inward man with boudin blanc and burgundy, when the fatigues of the day began to cease, Henry de la Motte thought he might as well follow the same agreeable calling, and when he was at Rome, do as Romans did. More than an hour passed before the page had an opportunity of communicating fully with the good aubergiste; but when Jacques Chapilleux heard that the lady he had delivered from the clutches of Letran was no less a person than Pauline, only daughter and heiress of the late celebrated Marquis de Beaumont, and that, notwithstanding his assistance, she had somehow been carried off on that identical night, his strange woodcock-shaped person became agitated with various extraordinary contortions, proceeding from an odd mixture of pleasure and grief, which at once took possession of him and contended for the mastery. "Mon Dieu!" cried he, "to think that it was Mademoiselle de Beaumont, and that she should be lost after all!" And the aubergiste set himself to think of how it could all have happened. "I'll bet a million," cried he at length, starting from his reverie, and clapping his hands together with a concussion that echoed to the Bastille itself, "I'll bet a million that it was that great gluttonous Norman vagabond, who on that very night eat me up a matelot d'anguille and a dinde piquée. He is understrapping cutthroat to Master Chavigny, and he has never been here since. He has carried her off for 1 million, and take her away to some prison in the provinces, all for trying to give a little news to the good Count. But I'll ferret out his route for you. On with your beaver, and come with me. Marguerite, look to the doors while I am absent. I know where the scoundrel lodged, so come along, and we'll soon hear more of him." So saying, the landlord of the Sanglier Gourmand led Henry de la Motte forth into the Rue Saint Antoine, and thence through the several turnings and windings by which the Norman had carried Pauline to the late lodgings of Monsieur Marteville. Here Jacques Chapilleux summoned all persons in the house, male and female, lodger and landlord, to give a full, true, and particular account of all they knew, believed, or suspected concerning the tall Norman who usually dwelt there. And such was the tone of authority which he used, and the frequency of his reference to Henry de la Motte, whom he always specified as this honourable youth, that the good folks instantly transformed in their own imaginations the page of Count de Blenau into little less than the valet de chambre of the Prime Minister, and consequently answered all questions with becoming deference. The sum of the information which was thus obtained amounted to this, that on the evening in question, Monsieur Marteville had brought thither a young lady, whether by force or not, no one could specify; that she was dressed as a Languedoc peasant, which Monsieur Champilleur acknowledged to be the disguise Pauline had assumed; and that the same evening he had carried her away again on horseback, leading her steed by the bridle rein. It farther appeared that the Norman, while preparing to set out, had asked a great many questions about Troyes in Champagne, and had inquired whether there was not a wood extending over some leagues near Mesnil St. Loup, which was reported to be infested by robbers. From all this the inhabitants of the house had concluded universally that his journey was destined to be towards Troyes, and that he would take care to avoid the wood of Mesnil St. Loup. Henry de la Motte now fancied that he had the clue completely in his hands, and returning with Jacques Champilleur to his auberge, he took one night's necessary rest, and having exchanged his horse, which was knocked up with its journey, he set out the next morning on his return to Moulins. After this recital, all considerations of personal safety, the king's commands to remain in Bourbon, the enmity of the cardinal, and the warnings of Chavigny, vanished from the mind of de Blenau like smoke; and returning to the château, he ordered his horses to be instantly prepared, chose 10 of his most resolute servants to accompany him, ordered Henry de la Motte to remain till he had recovered from his fatigues, and then to return to Saint Germain, and tell Madame de Beaumont that he would send her news of her daughter, or lose his life in the search; and having made all other necessary arrangements, he took his departure for Troyes without a consideration of the consequences. Chapter 6. Section 30 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The consequence of fishing in troubled water. We must now return to the two worthy personages whom we left jogging on towards the château of St. Loup, taking them up at the precise place where we set them down. Bon gré, mal gré, va le prêtre au séné, grumbled the Norman. Remember, Madame Louise, I take you with no good will. You insist upon going, so now if you meet with anything disagreeable, it is your own fault. Mark that, ma poule. I'm no more afraid of the devil than yourself, answered Louise pertly, and I suppose I shall meet with no one worse than he is. You may, replied the Norman, but come on, it gets late, and we have no time to spare. The tone of Marteville was not very encouraging, but Louise was resolved not to lose sight of her husband, and being by nature as bold as a lion, she followed on without fear. True it is that she did not know the whole history of the Sorcerer's Grove, or perhaps she might have felt some of those imaginary terrors from which hardly a bosom in France was altogether free. Although Louise, bred up by Madame de Beaumont, whose strong and masculine mind rejected most of the errors of that age, had perhaps less of the superstition of the day than any other person of her own class. The first approach to the Sorcerer's Grove was anything but terrifying. The road, winding gently down the slope of the hill, entered the forest between some fine tall trees, which, rising out of a tract of scanty underwood and open ground, with considerable spaces between each of the boughs, afforded plenty of room for the rich sun to pour his rays between, and to chequer the green shadows of the wood with intervals of golden light. Every here and there, also, the declining sunbeams caught upon the old knotted trunks, and on the angles of the broken ground on either side, enlivening the scene without taking from its repose. And at the bottom of the hill, seen through the arch of boughs which canopied the way, appeared a bright mass of sunshine, with a glimpse of the sky beyond, where a larger open space than ordinary gave free access to the day. From this spot, however, the road, entering the deeper part of the wood, took a direction towards the old chateau of Saint-Loup, and here the trees, growing closer together, began to shut out the rays. Gloom and darkness spread over the path, and the rocks, rising up into high broken banks on each side, cut off even the scanty light which glided between the thick branches above. At the same time the whole scenery assumed a wilder and more desolate character, and the windings of the road round the base of the hill prevented the eye from catching even a glimpse of the prospect beyond. Here, strewed upon the path, lay great masses of green mouldy rock, fallen from the banks on each side, evincing plainly how seldom the foot of man traversed its solitude. There again a mundic stream, blood-red, flowed across and tinged all the earth around with its own unseemly hue, while long brambles and creeping shrubs, dropping with chill dew, grew at the base of the rocks on either side, and shooting out their thorny arms, caught the feet of the horses as they passed. The deep solitude, the profound silence, the shadow of the overhanging woods, and the sombre gloom of every object around, began to have their effect on the mind of Louise, and notwithstanding her native boldness of heart, she set herself to conjure up more than one unpleasing vision. Her fears, however, were more of the living than the dead, and having now, against her nature, kept silence a long while, out of respect to the angry humour of her dearly beloved husband, she ventured to assert that it looked quite a place for robbers, and added a hope that they should not meet any. "Pardi, I hope we shall," replied the Norman. "Those you call robbers are fort honnêtes gens. They are merely gentlemen from the wars, as I am myself, soldiers of free quarters, who have ever had a right prescriptive to levy their pay with their own hand. I beg that you will speak respectfully of them." Louise looked at her husband with an inquiring glance, not very well knowing whether to take his speech seriously or merely as a jest. But there was nothing mirthful in the countenance of Monsieur Marteville, who, out of humour with his fair lady for persisting to accompany him, was in no mood for jesting. At this moment a whistle was heard in the wood, so like the note of a bird that Louise was deceived, and would have taken no farther notice of the sound, had not her companion applied his hand to his lips and imitated it exactly. "What is that?" demanded Louise, upon whose mind 1,000 undefined suspicions were crowding fast. "What noise is that in the wood?" "It's only a pivert," replied the Norman with a grim smile, in the effort of which the scar upon his lip drew the corner of his mouth almost to his eye. "A pivert?" replied Louise. "No, no, that is not the cry of a woodpecker. You are cheating me." "Well, you will see," replied Marteville. "I'll make him come out." So saying, he repeated the same peculiar whistle, and then drawing in his rein, shook himself in the saddle, loosened his sword in the sheath, and laid his hand on one of his holsters, as a man who prepares for an encounter, of the event of which he is not quite certain whether it will be for peace or war. His whistle was again returned, and a moment after the form of a man was seen protruding itself through the trees that crowned the high bank under which they stood. His rusty iron morion, his still rustier cuirass, his weather-beaten countenance and dingy apparel, formed altogether an appearance so similar to the trunks of the trees amongst which he stood, that he would have been scarcely distinguishable had it not been for the effort to push his way through the lower branches, the rustling of which, and a few falling stones forced over the edge of the rock at his approach, drew the eye more particularly to the spot where he appeared. In his hand he carried a firelock, which, by a natural impulse, was pointed at the Norman the moment he perceived a doublet of blue velvet, as the fowling-piece of a sportsman is instinctively carried to his shoulder on the rising of a partridge or a grouse. But Monsieur Marteville was prepared for all such circumstances, and drawing the pistol which hung at his saddle-bow, and which, if one might judge by length, would carry a mile at least, he pointed directly towards the rusty gentleman above described, crying out, "Eh bien, l'ami, eh bien, do you shoot your friends like woodcocks, or have you forgotten me?" Nom de Dieu, cried the man above. Je vous en demande mille pardons et mille, monsieur le capitaine. I'll come down to you directly. Christi, I had nearly given you a ball, but I'll come down. While the robber was putting his promise in execution, Marteville whispered a few words of consolation to Louise, bidding her not be afraid, that they were fort honnêtes gens, très aimables to their friends, etc. But seeing that his words produced no effect, and that the unfortunate girl, beginning to comprehend the nature of his character, had burst into tears of bitter regret, he muttered a curse or two, not loud but deep, and without any farther effort to allay her fears, sat whistling on his horse till the robber, half sliding, half running, managed to descend from the eminence on which he had first appeared. Eh bien, Caillot, said Monsieur Marteville to his former companion, how goes it with the troop? But badly, replied Caillot. What with one devilry or another, we have but half a dozen left. And where is Pierre-Pont le Blanc? Demanded the Norman. Could he not keep you together? Oh, we have sent him to the kingdom of moles, answered the robber, twisting his face into a most horrible grin. First he quarrelled with one, and then he quarrelled with another, and then, as he was captain and had the purse, he bethought him of taking himself off with all the treasure. But we caught him on the road, and so, as I have said, we sent the buccaneer on an embassy to the kingdom of moles. After that, there were 2 of us shot near Epernay by a party of the guard, and then 6 more went to see what could be gathered upon the road to Perpignan, and 1 was taken and hanged at Troyes, so that there are but myself and 5 others of the old band left. And quite enough too, if you had a bold leader, replied the Norman. But where do you roost, mes jolis oiseaux? No, we do not perch now, answered the robber. We go to earth. Under the old castle there are the most beautiful vaults in the world, and I defy Beelzebub himself to nose us when we are hidden there. But why not take to the chateau itself? Is it so far decayed? Nay, replied the other, for that matter it is as good a nest as anyone could wish to house in, but it is not quite so forsaken as folks think. We did put up there at first, but one night, while all of our party were out but 3, being myself and 2 others who stayed, we heard suddenly the sound of horses, and looking out we saw by the twilight 5 stout cavaliers dismount in the court, and up they marched to the very room where we were sitting, so that we had scarce time to bundle up our things and to cover. And there they sat for 4 good hours, while we were shut up in the little watch-tower next to them, with no way to get out, and no powder but what was in our carbines, or mayhap we should have given them a dose or 2 of leaden pills, for at first we thought they were on the look-out for our band. But presently after, up came another, and then they all set to talk high treason. I could not well hear, for the door was so thick, and we dared not move, but I know they spoke of a treaty with Spain, and bringing in Spanish troops into France. Since then, we have kept to the vaults for fear of being nosed. Well, Louise, whispered the Norman, turning to the soubrette, you see I did not come here for no purpose. It is this treaty with Spain I want to find out, and if I do, our fortune is made for ever, and you will eat off gold and drink out of gold, and be as happy as a princess. The prospects which her husband held out, and which might certainly be called golden, were not without their effect on Louise, but still his evident familiarity with the gentleman in the rusty steel coat did not at all suit her ideas of propriety, nor were the matters which they discussed in the least to her taste. But as remonstrance was in vain, and she began to perceive that the influence of her tears was not very great, she resigned herself to her fate in silence. Several more questions and replies passed between the Norman and his ancient comrade, which, as they tend to throw no light upon this history, shall not find a place therein. At length Monsieur Caillot, in as hospitable and courtly a strain as he could assume, requested the pleasure of Monsieur Marteville's company to spend the evening in the vaults of the old chateau, if he had not grown too fine, by living among the great, to associate with his old friends. In return for this, the worthy Norman assured him that he never was so happy as when he was in their society, accepted the invitation with pleasure, and begged to introduce his wife. Caillaux would fain have offered his salute to the lips of the fair lady, and had mounted on a huge stone beside her horse for that purpose, but Louise repulsed him with the dignity of a duchess, and Caillaux could not press the matter farther, merely giving a shrewd wink of the eye and screw of the underjaw, as much as to say, "She's nice, it seems," and then led the way towards the present abode of Marteville's old band. The road which he took wound through the very depth of the wood towards that side of the hill which, looking over the wide extent of forest ground lying between the old castle and the high road to Troyes, seemed to offer nothing but dark, inaccessible precipices, from the shallow stream that ran bubbling at its base to the walls of the ruin above. Crossing the rivulet, however, which did not rise higher than the horse's knees, the robber led the way round a projecting mass of rock that seemed to have been forcibly riven from the rest, and which, though it left space enough for the horses to turn, would have effectually concealed them from the sight of anyone who might be in the wood. The two sides of the hill next to the village of Mesnil, and the ridge of rising ground on which it was situated, sloped easily into the valleys around, and were covered with a rich and glowing vegetation. But on the northern as well as the western side, which the Norman and his companions now approached, the rock offered a very different character, and one indeed extremely rare in that part of the country. Wherever the eye turned, nothing presented itself but flat surfaces of cold grey stone, with the deep markings of the rifts and hollows which separated them from each other. Occasionally, indeed, a patch of thin vegetable earth, accumulating on any point that offered the means of support, yielded a slight gleam of verdure, so pure in hue and so limited in extent, that it seemed alone to rival the lichens and stains of the rocks around, but to serve as a mockery of the naked crag that bore it. Here and there, too, a black antique pine, fixing its sturdy roots in the bleakest pinnacles, would be seen to start boldly out, as if to brave the tempests that, sweeping over the oaks in the forest below, spent their full fury on its more ambitious head. The principal objects, however, that attracted attention were the multitude of deep fissures and hollows which presented themselves at every point, and the immense blocks of stone which, scattered about round the base of the rock, offered plentiful means of concealment to anyone who might there seek to baffle a pursuer. Turning, as we have said, round the base of one of these large masses, the robber uttered 3 loud whistles to give notice that it was a friend approached, and immediately after, from a cavern, the mouth of which was concealed in one of the fissures above mentioned, came forth 2 figures, whose wild apparel corresponded very well with that of their companion. "Morbleu, Monsieur Marteville!" cried one of them, the moment he recognised the Norman. "Est-ce vous? Soyez le bienvenu. Come at a lucky moment for some of the best wine of Bonn. The Gros Saint Nicolas, you remember our old companion, has just returned from the chemin de Troyes, where he met 2 charitable monks, who, out of pure benevolence, bestowed upon him 3 panniers of good wine and 12 broad pieces, though they threatened to excommunicate him and the 2 who were with him for holding steel poniards to their throats while they did their alms. However, you are heartily welcome, and the more so if you are come to stay with us." "We will talk of that presently," said the Norman. "But in the first place, good friends, tell me, can one get up to the castle above, which Caillaux says is habitable yet? For here is my wife, who is not much used to dwell in vaults, and may like a lodging above ground better." "Oh, certainly, madame shall be accommodated," said the last speaker, who seemed to be more civilized than good Monsieur Caillaux. "Our own dwelling is well enough, but, if she so please, I will show you up the staircase which leads from the vaults to the court above. However, I hope she will stay to partake of our supper, which is now before the fire, as you shall see." "She shall come down again," said the Norman, dismounting, and lifting Louise out of the saddle, "and will thank you for your good cheer, for we have ridden far." So saying, he followed into the cave, which at first presented nothing but the natural ruggedness of the rock, but at that spot where the daylight began to lose its effect in the increasing darkness of the cavern, one might perceive, though with difficulty, that it assumed the form of a regular arch cased with masonry, and in a moment or two, as they proceeded, groping their way after the robber, they were warned that there were steps. Mounting these, and turning to the left, they discerned, at a little distance in advance, a bright red light streaming from behind a projecting angle, which itself remained in utter obscurity. The robber here went on first, and they heard him announce in a loud and jocular tone, "Le Sieur Marteville and Mesdames ses femmes," with as much ceremony as if he had been heralding them into the presence of royalty. "Bah, vous plaisantez," cried a thick merry voice, seeming as if it issued from the midst of stewed prunes. But the Norman advancing bore evidence of the truth of the other's enunciation, and was instantly caught in the arms of Gros Saint Nicolas, as he was called, who merited at least the appellation of Gros, though with the sanctity he appeared to have little to do. He was fat, short, and protuberant, with a face as round as the full moon and as rosy as a peony. In fact, he seemed much better fitted for a burgess or a priest, an innkeeper or an alderman, than for the thin and meagre trade of a cut-purse, which seldom leaves anything but bones to be hanged at last. However, he bore him jollily, and when the party entered, was, with morion and breastplate thrown aside, engaged in basting a large quarter of venison, which smoked before a stupendous fire, whose blaze illuminated all the wide vault which formed their salle à manger and kitchen, both in one. "Est-il possible?" cried Gros Saint Nicolas, embracing our Norman, whose companion he had been for many years both in honourable and dishonourable trades. "Mon ami, mon capitaine, mon brave, mon prince, enfin, mon Normand." Quitting the ecstasies of the Gros Saint Nicolas at meeting once more with his friend, and the formalities of his introduction to Louise, we shall only say that, according to the request of the Norman, one of the freebooters led the way up a circular staircase in the rock, which soon brought them into the open air, through a small arch entering upon the court of the old castle. Here Marteville, having marked all the peculiar turns which they had taken, with the accuracy which his former life had taught, bade good day to their guide, promising to rejoin the party below by the time the venison was roasted, and finding that more than an hour of daylight yet remained, he proceeded with Louise to explore the remains of the château. The little attentions he had lately paid had greatly conciliated his fair lady, and though still somewhat disposed to pout, she suffered him to explain his views with a tolerable degree of placability. "You must know, ma charmante Louise," said he, "that there is a tremendous plot going on against the government, and that Monsieur de Chavigny has entrusted me to discover it. You heard what Caillaux said concerning a treaty with Spain. Now, I have always understood that when these secret treaties are formed, a copy is deposited in some uninhabited place for greater security. You see, I have traced Fontrailles to this castle, and it is evident that here he met the other conspirators. Now, where, then, can they have secreted the treaty but somewhere about here? So now, Louise, help me to find this paper, if it is to be found, and then we will soon quit these men, of whom you seem so much afraid, and go and live like princes on the fortune that Chavigny has promised." To this long speech of her husband, which he accompanied with sundry little caresses, Louise replied in a tone still half sulky, that she was ready to seek the paper, but that she did not see how they could find it, with nothing to guide them in the search. But nevertheless, when they did seriously begin their perquisitions, she displayed all the sagacity in discovering a secret which women instinctively possess. Of course, the first place to which they particularly directed their inquiries was the chamber in which, according to the account of Caillaux, the meeting of the conspirators had been held. Here they looked in every nook and corner, turned over every heap of rubbish, examined the chairs and the table of old Père Le Rouge, and having gone over every inch of the apartment, began anew and went over it all again. At length Louise, seemingly tired of her search in that chamber, left her husband to pursue it as he pleased, and sitting down in one of the settles began to hum a Languedoc air, beating time with her fingers on the table. "Pardi!" cried the Norman, after having hunted for some time in vain. "It is not here, that is certain." "Yes, it is," said Louise very quietly, continuing to beat time on the table. "It is in this very room." "Nom de Dieu! Where is it then?" cried Monsieur Marteville. "It is here, in the inside of this hollow piece of wood," answered Louise, tapping the table with her knuckles, which produced that sort of empty echoing sound that evinced it was not so solid as it appeared. The Norman now approached, and soon convincing himself that Louise was right, he took her in his arms and gave her a kiss that made the ruin echo. The next thing was to get into the drawer, or whatsoever it was, that occupied the interior of the table. But this was not proving very easy. The impatient Norman set it upright upon one end, and drawing his sword, soon contrived to cleave it through the middle, when, to the delight of the eyes that looked upon it, appeared a large cavity neatly wrought in the wood, containing a packet of vellum folded and sealed at all corners in blue and yellow wax, with neat pieces of floss silk to keep it all together. The Norman could have eaten it up, and Louise, with a degree of impatient curiosity peculiarly her own, was already fingering one of the seals, about to break it open, when Marteville stopped her with a tremendous oath. "What are you going to do?" cried he. "You know little what it is to pry into state secrets. If you had opened that seal, instead of having perhaps a reward of 20,000 crowns, we should both have been sent to the Bastille for the rest of our lives." Louise dropped the packet in dismay, and the Norman continued, "Did you never hear of the Abbé de Longwy, who, happening to be left by Monsieur de Richelieu in his private cabinet only for 5 minutes, with some state papers on the table, was sent to the Bastille for 12 years merely for fear he had read them? No, no, this must go to Monsieur Chavigny without so much as cracking the wax." "Could we not just look in at the end?" demanded Louise, looking wistfully at the packet, which her husband had now picked up. But upon this he put a decided negative, and having now succeeded to his heart's content, the burly Norman, in the exuberance of his joy, began singing and capering till the old pile both echoed and shook with his gigantic gambols. "Ma Louise," cried he at length, "vous êtes fatiguée, je vais vous porter." And catching her up in his arms, notwithstanding all remonstrance, he carried her like a feather into the courtyard, through the narrow arch, and threading all the intricacies of the vaults with the same sagacious facility with which a ferret glides through the windings of a warren, he bore her safely and in triumph to the salle à manger of the honourable fraternity below. This was not the mode of progression which Louise most admired, nor was she very much gratified at being exhibited to her husband's old friends in so ungraceful an attitude, and the consequences, of course, were that she would willingly have torn his eyes out had she dared. However, Monsieur Caillot, Le Gros Saint Nicolas, and others, applied themselves successfully to soothe her ruffled spirits, and the venison being ready, and the long table laid, each person drew forth their knife, and soon committed infinite havoc on the plump haunch which was placed before them. The wine succeeded, and then that water of life which very often ends in death. All was hilarity and mirth, song, jest, and laughter. Gradually one barrier after another fell, as cup succeeded cup. Each one told his own story, without regard to the rest. Each one sang his own song. Each one cracked his own joke. Louise had retired to a settle by the side of the fire, but still mingled in the conversation, when it could be called such, and Monsieur Caillot, somewhat full of wine, and a good deal smitten with her charms, plied her with assiduities, rather more perhaps than was necessary. In the meantime, the Gros Saint Nicolas, running over with brandy and good spirits, kept jesting the Norman upon some passages of his former life, which might as well have been passed over and forgotten. "Madame," cried he at length, turning round towards Louise, with an overflowing goblet in his hand, and his broad face full of glee, I have the honour of drinking to your health as the 5th spouse of our good friend Monsieur de Marteville, and let me assure you that of the 3 that are living and the 2 that are dead, you are the most beautiful beyond compare." Up started Louise in an agony of indignation, and forth she poured upon the gros Saint Nicolas a torrent of vituperation for jesting upon such a subject. But on his part he only shrugged his shoulders, and declared that he did not jest at all. "Mon Dieu," said he, "it is very unreasonable to suppose that Monsieur Marteville, who is as big as 5 men, should be contented with 1 wife. Besides, it is très agréable to have a wife in every province. I always do so myself." The thunder of Louise's ire, now increased in a 7-fold degree, was turned instantly upon her dearly beloved husband. Her eyes flashed and her cheek flamed, and approaching him where he sat laughing at the whole business, she demanded that he should exculpate himself from this charge of pentigamy, with a tone and manner that made the Norman, who had drunk quite enough, laugh still more. With an unheard-of exertion of self-command, Louise kept her fingers from his face, but she burst forth into reproaches so bitter and stinging that Marteville's mirth was soon converted into rage, and he looked at her with a glance which would quickly have taught those who knew him well not to urge him farther. But Louise went on, and wound up by declaring that she would live with him no longer, that she would quit him that very moment, and finding her way to Monsieur Chavigny, would tell him all, adding that she would soon send the guard to ferret out that nest of ruffians, and that she hoped to see him hanging at the head of them. With this expression of her intentions, Louise darted out of the vault, but the Norman, who, speechless with rage, had sat listening to her with his teeth clenched, and his nether lip quivering with suppressed passion, started suddenly up, cast the settle from him with such force that it was dashed to pieces against the wall, and strode after her with the awful cloud of determined wrath settled upon his brow. The mirth of the robbers, who knew the ungovernable nature of their companions' passions, was now over, and each looked in the face of the other with silent expectation. After a space there was a murmur of angry voices, heard for a moment at the farther end of the passage, then a loud piercing shriek ran through the vault, and then all was silence. A momentary sensation of horror ran through the bosoms of even the ferocious men whose habits rendered them familiar with almost every species of bloodshed. But this was new and strange amongst them, and they waited the return of the Norman with feelings near akin to awe. At length, after some time, he came, with a firm step and unblenching brow, but with a haggard wildness in his eye which seemed to tell that remorse was busy in his heart. However, he sat him down without any allusion to the past, and draining off a cup of wine, strove laboriously after merriment. But it was in vain. The mirth of the whole party was evidently forced, and Marteville soon took up another strain which accorded better with the feelings of the moment. He spoke to them of the dispersion of the band, which had taken place since he left them, announced his intention of joining them again, and drawing forth a purse containing about 1,000 livres, he poured them forth upon the table, declaring them to be his first offering to the treasury. This magnificent donation, which came in aid of their finances at a moment when such a recruit was very necessary, called forth loud shouts of applause from the freemen of the forest, and the Gros Saint Nicolas, starting up, addressed the company much to the following effect: "Messieurs, every one knows that I am Saint Nicolas, and no one will deny that I am surrounded by a number of goodly clerks. But although in my saintly character I will give up my clerical superiority to nobody, yet it appears to me that our society requires some lay commander. Therefore I, your bishop, do propose to you to elect and choose the Sieur Marteville, here present, to be our king and captain in the wars, in room of the Sieur Pierrepont le Blanc, who, having abdicated without cause, was committed to the custody of the great receiver general, the earth, by warrant of cold iron and pistol balls. What say ye, messieurs, shall he be elected?" A shout of approbation was the reply, and Marteville, having been duly elected, took the oaths, and received the homage of his new subjects. He then entered into a variety of plans for increasing the band, concentrating its operations, and once more rendering that formidable body which it had been in former times. All this met with the highest approbation, but the captains showing the most marked dislike to remaining in the forest which they at present tenanted, and producing a variety of reasons for moving their quarters to Languedoc, where the neighbourhood of the court and the army offered greater facilities both for recruiting their numbers and their purses, it was agreed that they should disperse the next morning and reassemble as soon as possible at a certain spot well known to the whole party, about 40 leagues distant from Lyons. This was happily effected, and the Norman, on presenting himself at the rendezvous, had the pleasure of introducing to the band 2 new associates, who he had found the means of converting on the road. Although abandoning himself heart and soul to the pleasures of his resumed profession, our friend Marteville was not forgetful of the reward he expected from Chavigny, and as his official duties prevented his being himself the bearer of the paper he had obtained, he dispatched it to Narbonne, where the statesman now was, by his faithful subject Caillaux, with orders to demand 10,000 crowns of Monsieur de Chavigny as a reward for having discovered it, adding also an elaborate epistle to the same effect. The Norman never for a moment entertained a suspicion that the paper he sent was anything but the identical treaty with Spain, which the conspirators had been heard to mention, and he doubted not that the statesman would willingly pay such a sum for so precious a document. But the embassy of Monsieur Caillaux did not prove so fortunate as had been anticipated. Presenting himself to Chavigny with as much importance of aspect as the ambassador from Siam, he tendered his credentials and demanded the reward, at a moment when the statesman was irritated by 1,000 anxieties and dangers. Making no ceremony with the fine blue and yellow wax, Chavigny, having read the Norman's epistle, soon found his way into the inside of the other packet, and beheld in the midst of 1,000 signs and figures, unintelligible to any but a professed astrologer, a prophetic scroll containing some doggerel verses, which may be thus rendered into English. The fate of Richelieu. Born beneath 2 mighty stars, Mercury with Mars combined, he shall prompt 1,000 wars, nor live the balm of peace to find. Less than a king, yet king shall fall, and tremble at his fatal sway, yet at life's end he shall recall the memory of no happy day. And the last year that he shall know shall see him fall and see him rise, shall see him yield, yet slay his foe, and scarcely triumph ere he dies. Begot in factions, nursed in strife, till all his troubled years be past, cunning and care eat up his life, a slave and tyrant first and last. Père Le Rouge. Chavigny gazed at the paper in amazement, and then at the face of Monsieur Caillaux, who, totally unconscious of the contents, remained very nonchalantly expecting the reward. 10,000 crowns, cried the statesman, giving way to his passion. Ho, without there! Take this fellow out, and flog him with your hunting whips out of Narbonne. Away with him, and curry him well. The grooms instantly seized upon poor Caillaux, and executed Chavigny's commands with high glee. The robber, however, though somewhat surprised, bore his flagellation very patiently, for under the jerkin which he wore still lay the rusty iron corslet we have before described, which saved him from appreciating the blows at their full value. The matter, however, was yet to be remembered, as we shall see, for when Caillaux, on his return to the forest, informed his captain what sort of reward he had received for the packet, the Norman's gigantic limbs seemed to swell to a still greater size with passion, and drawing his sword as he put the blade to his lips, swearing that before 12 months were over it should drink Chavigny's blood, and promises of such sort he usually kept most punctually. End of chapter 6. Section 31 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, wherein de Blenau finds out that he has made a mistake, and what follows. Having now conducted our truly begotten friend, the Sir Martville, considerably in advance of the rest of the characters in this true history, it becomes us to show our impartiality by detailing the principal actions of our other personages, and also to display the causes which brought the noble Count de Chavigny to such a distance as Narbonne, a little town in the southern nook of Languedoc, not above a few leagues from Perpignan. However, as all these circumstances are naturally explained in the history of the Count de Blenau, we may as well follow him on the useless pursuit into which he had been led by the precipitancy of Monsieur Henry de la Motte, his page, who would have saved his master a great deal of trouble and distress, as we all knew, if he had thought fit to see the Marquise de Beaumont. But young hounds will often cry upon a wrong scent, and mislead those who should know better. Thus it happened in the present instance, and de Blenau, blinded by anxiety for Pauline, took the suspicions of his page for granted, without examination. He knew that Chavigny scrupled not at any measures which might serve a political purpose. He knew that the Norman was in the immediate employment of the statesman, and was still less delicate in his notions than his master. And he doubted not that Pauline, having been discovered issuing from the Bastille, had been carried off without ceremony, and sent from Paris under the custody of the ci devant robber. At all events, de Blenau, as he rode along, composed a very plausible chain of reasoning upon the subject, and far from supposing that the Norman would avoid the wood in the neighbourhood of Mesnil, he concluded, from his knowledge of Martville's former habits, that a forest filled with robbers would fulfil all his anticipations of paradise, and be too strong an attraction to be resisted. Thus cogitating, he rode on to Decize, and thence to Corbigny, where day once more broke upon his path, and having been obliged to allow the horses a few hours' rest, he tried in vain for some repose himself. Auxerre was his next halt, but here only granting his domestics 1 hour to refresh, he passed the Yonne, and soon after entered Champagne, which, traversing without stopping, except for a few minutes at Bar-sur-Seine, he reached Troyes before midnight, with man and horse too wearied to begin their search before the following morning. It unluckily so happened that de Blenau did not alight at the hotel of the Grand Soleil, where he might have gained such information as would in all probability have prevented his farther proceedings; and as the keeper of the auberge where he stopped was at open war with the landlord of the Grand Soleil, to all the inquiries which were made the next morning, the only reply the aubergiste thought fit to give was, that, indeed, he could not tell. He had never seen such a person as de Blenau described the Norman to be, or such a lady as Pauline; though, be it remarked, everybody in the house, after having gazed at Martville and Louise for a full hour on their arrival, had watched their motions every day, and had wondered themselves stiff at who they could be and what they could want. At length, however, de Blenau caught hold of an unsophisticated hostler, of whom he asked if within the last 10 days he had seen a carriage stop or pass through the town containing 2 such persons as he described. The hostler replied, no, that they seldom saw carriages there; that a tall gentleman, like the one he mentioned, had ridden out of the town just 2 days before with a lady on horseback, but devil a carriage had there been in Troyes for 6 years or more, except that of Monsieur le Governor. De Blenau, glad of at least intimation when news seemed so scanty, now described the Norman as particularly as he could from what he had seen of him while speaking to Chavigny in the park of Saint-Germain, dwelling upon his gigantic proportions and the remarkable cut upon his cheek. Yes, yes, replied the hostler, that was the man. I saw him ride out with a jolie demoiselle on the road to Mesnil-Saint-Loup, but devil a carriage has been here in Troyes for 6 years or more, except that of Monseigneur the Governor. Well, well, replied de Blenau, wishing if possible to hear more. Perhaps they might not be in a carriage, but can you tell me where they lodged while in the city of Troyes? Even the obtuse faculty of the hostler had been drilled into knowing nothing of any other auberge in the town but his own. Can't tell, replied he. Saw him and the lady ride out on horseback, but devil a carriage has there been in Troyes for 6 years or more, except that of Monsieur le Governor. It may have been remarked that a certain degree of impatience and hastiness of determination was one of the prevailing faults of de Blenau's disposition, and in this case, without waiting for farther examination, he set out in pursuit of the Norman as soon as his horses were ready, merely inquiring if there was any castle in the neighbourhood of Mesnil which might serve for the confinement of state prisoners. The landlord, to whom the question was addressed, immediately determined in his own mind that de Blenau was an agent of the government, and replied, none that he knew of, but the old château of St. Loup, but that Monseigneur had better have it repaired before it confined any one there, for it was so ruinous they would get out to a certainty, if they were placed there in its present state. De Blenau smiled at the mistake, but prepossessed with the idea that the Norman was carrying Pauline to some place of secret imprisonment, he determined at once to proceed to the spot the aubergiste mentioned, and to traverse the wood from the high road to Troyes, as the most likely route on which to encounter the Norman, against whom he vowed the most summary vengeance, if fortune should afford him the opportunity. As from every report upon the subject, the forest had been for some time past the resort of banditti, de Blenau gave orders to his servants to hold themselves upon their guard, and took the precaution of throwing forward two of his shrewdest followers, as a sort of reconnoitring party, to give him intelligence of the least noise which could indicate the presence of any human being besides themselves. But all these measures seemed to be unnecessary. Not a sound met the ear, and de Blenau's party soon began to catch glimpses of the old château of St. Loup through the breaks in the wood, and gradually winding round towards the east, gained the slope which gave them a clear view of the whole building. The whole appearance of the place was so desolate and dilapidated that the first glance convinced de Blenau that Chavigny would never dream of confining Pauline within such ruinous walls, as the mere consideration of her rank would prevent him from using any unnecessary severity, though her successful attempt to penetrate into the Bastille afforded a plausible excuse for removing her from Paris. However, in order not to leave the least doubt upon the subject, he mounted to the courtyard, and having ascertained that every part of the building was equally unfit for the purposes of a prison, and that it was actually uninhabited except by owls and ravens, he determined to cross to a town, the spire of whose church he saw rising on the opposite hill, and to pursue his search in some other direction. Descending, therefore, by the same slope which he had previously mounted, he wound round the base of the hill much in the same path by which Caillaux had conducted the Norman and Louise. The stream, however, formed the boundary of his approach to the castle on that side, and passing the rocks which we have already mentioned as strewed about at the foot of the precipices, he followed the course of the river, till winding into the wood, the castle and the hill on which it stood were lost to the sight. Here, as he rode slowly on, revolving various plans for more successfully pursuing the Norman, and reproaching himself for not having made more accurate inquiries at Troyes, his eye was suddenly attracted by the appearance of something floating on the river, like the long black hair of a young woman. De Blenau's heart sank within him, his courage failed, his whole strength seemed to give way, and he sat upon his horse like a statue, pointing with his hand towards the object that had thus affected him, but without the power of uttering any order concerning it. In the meanwhile the hare waved slowly backwards and forwards upon the stream, and one of the servants perceiving it, dismounted from his horse, waded into the water, and catching it in his grasp, began dragging the body to which it was attached towards the brink. As he did so, the part of a red serge dress, such as that in which Pauline had visited the Bastille, floated to the surface, and offered a horrible confirmation of de Blenau's fears. The first shock, however, was past, and leaping from his horse with agony depicted in his straining eye, he sprang down the bank into the stream, and raising the face of the dead person above the water, beheld the countenance of Louise. Perhaps the immoderate joy which de Blenau felt at this sight might be wrong, but it was natural, and sitting down on the bank, he covered his face with his hands, overcome by the violent revolution of feeling which so suddenly took place in his bosom. In the meanwhile his servants drew the body of the unfortunate girl to the bank, and speedily discovered that the mode of her death had been of a more horrible description than even that which they had at first supposed. for in her bosom appeared a deep broad gash, as if from a blow of a poniard, which had undoubtedly deprived her of life before her murderer committed the body to the stream. According to the costume of her country, Louise had worn upon the day of her death 2 large white pockets above the jupe of red serge. These were still attached to the black velvet bodice which she displayed in honour of her marriage with the Norman, and contained a variety of miscellaneous articles, amongst which were several epistles from her husband to herself in the days of their courtship, which showed de Blenau that she had been employed as a spy upon Pauline and Madame de Beaumont ever since their arrival at Saint-Germain. Added to these was a certificate of marriage between Jean-Baptiste Marteville and Louise Thibault, celebrated in the chapel of the Palais Cardinal by François Giraud. All this led de Blenau to conclude that he had been misled in regard to the cause of Pauline's absence from Saint-Germain, and he accordingly proceeded to the little bourg of Senoussi on his return towards Troyes, making his men bear thither the body of Louise with as much decent solemnity as the circumstances admitted. Having here entrusted to the good curé of the place the charge of the funeral, and giving 2 sums for the very different purposes of promoting the discovery of the murderer and buying 100 masses for the soul of the deceased, de Blenau pursued his journey and arrived at Troyes before nightfall. Putting up this time at the Hotel of the Grand Soleil, de Blenau soon acquired sufficient information to confirm him in the opinion that the Norman had been accompanied by Louise alone, but at the same time the accounts which the people of the house gave respecting the kindness and affection that Marteville had shown his bride, greatly shook the suspicions which had been entertained against him by de Blenau, who, unacquainted with any such character as that of the Norman, knew not that there are men who, like tigers when unurged by hunger, will play with their victims before they destroy them. The next morning, early, all was prepared for the departure of de Blenau on his return to Moulins, when his farther progress in that direction was arrested by the arrival of Henry de la Motte, his page, accompanied by one of the king's couriers, who immediately presented the Count 2 packets, of which he had been the bearer from Saint-Germain. The first of these seemed, from the superscription, to be a common official document, but the second attracted all his attention and made his heart beat high by presenting to him the genuine handwriting of Pauline de Beaumont, without meaning any offence to royalty, whose insignia were impressed upon the seal of the other packet. De Blenau eagerly cut the silk which fastened the billet from Pauline. It contained only a few lines, but these were quite sufficient to give renewed happiness to the heart of him who read it. She had just heard, she said, that the king's messenger was about to send out, and though they hardly gave her time to fold her paper, yet she would not let any one be before her in congratulating him on his freedom to direct his course wheresoever he pleased. She could not divine, she continued, whether his choice would lead him to Saint-Germain, but if it did, perhaps he might be treated to the history of an errant demoiselle, who had suffered various adventures in endeavouring to liberate her true knight from prison. De Blenau read it over again, and then turned to the other paper, which merely notified that the king, contented with his loyal and peaceful behaviour while relégué in Bourbon, had been graciously pleased to relieve him from the restrictions under which he had been placed for his own benefit and the state's security, and informed him, in short, that he had leave, liberty, and licence to turn his steps whithersoever he listed. "To Saint-Germain," replied de Blenau gaily, "to Saint-Germain. You, Henry de la Motte, stay here with François and Clement. Take good care of Monsieur l'Ordinaire, and see that he is rewarded." The messenger made him a reverence. "After you have reposed yourself here for a day," continued the Count, "return to Moulins, pay notre propriétaire, and all that may be their due. Here is the key to the coffre fort. Use all speed that you well may, and then join me at home. And now for Saint-Germain." So saying, he sprang on his horse as light as air, gave the well-known signal with his heel, and in a moment was once more on the road to Paris. Although I find a minute account of de Blenau's whole journey to Saint-Germain, with the towns and inns at which he stopped, marked with the precision of a road book, I shall nevertheless take upon myself the responsibility of abridging it as far as well can be, by saying that it began and ended happily. The aspect of Saint-Germain, however, had very much changed since de Blenau left it. Louis had now fixed his residence there. His confidence in the Queen seemed perfectly restored. Every countenance glowed with that air of satisfaction which such a renewal of good intelligence naturally produced, and the royal residence had once more assumed the appearance of a court. The first welcome received by de Blenau was from his gallant friend Cinq-Mars, at whose request his recall had been granted by the king, and who now, calculating the time of the exile's return, stood at the door of de Blenau's hotel, ready to meet him on his arrival. "Welcome, welcome back, my long-lost friend, Claude de Blenau," exclaimed Cinq-Mars, as the Count sprang from his horse. "Welcome from the midst of prisons and trials, perils and dangers." "And well met, gallant Saint-Mars, the noble and the true," replied de Blenau. "But tell me, in heaven's name, Cinq-Mars, what makes all this change at Saint-Germain? Why, it looks as if the forest were a fair, and that the old town had put on its holiday suit to come and see it." "Nay, nay, rather like a true dame that dresses herself out for her lover's return. It has made itself fine to receive you back again," replied the master of the horse. "But if you would really know the secret of all the change that you see now, you will see still more wonderfully as you look farther. It is this: Richelieu is ill at Tarascon, and his name is scarcely remembered at the court, though Chavigny, that bold rascal, and Mazarin, that subtle one, came prowling about to maintain, if possible, their master's sway. But the spell is broken, and Louis is beginning to be a king again, so we shall see bright days yet." "I hope so, in truth I hope so, Cinq-Mars," replied de Blenau; "but, at all events, we will enjoy the changes so far as it is gone. And now, what news of the palace? How fare all the lovely ladies of the court?" "Why, well," answered Cinq-Mars, "all well, though I know, de Blenau, that your question, in comprising 100, meant but one only. Well, what say you? I have seen thy Pauline, and cannot but allow that thy taste is marvellous good. There is a wild grace about her, well worth all the formal dignity of a court. One gets tired of the stiff courtesy and the precise bow, the kissing of hands and the lisping of names, the monseigneurings and the madamings. Fie, one little touch of nature is worth it all." "But answer me one question, Monsieur le Grand," said de Blenau. "How came there a report about that Pauline had been carried off by some of the cardinal's people, and that no one knew where she was? For such a tale reached me even in Bourbon." "Is it possible that you are the last to hear that story?" exclaimed Cinq-Mars. "Why, though the old marquise and the rest of the palace affect to keep it a secret, every one knows the adventures of your demoiselle errante." De Blenau's cheek flushed to hear such a name applied to Pauline, but Cinq-Mars continued, observing that his friend was hurt. "Nay, nay, every one admires her for the whole business, and no one more than I. But, as I was saying, all the world knows it. The queen herself told it to Monsieur de Loménie, and he to his cousin de Thou, and de Thou to me, and so it goes on. Well, but I must take up the gossip's tale at the beginning. The queen, wishing to communicate with you in prison, could find no messenger who, for either gold or fair words, would venture his head into the rat trap, except your fair Pauline, and she, it seems, attempted twice to get into the Bastille, once by day and once at night, but both times fruitlessly. How it happened I hardly remember, but by some means Chavigny, through some of his creatures, winded the whole affair, and posting from Chantilly to Paris, catches my fair lady in the very effort, disguised as a soubrette. Down he pounces like a falcon on a partridge, and having secured the delinquent, places her in a carriage, which, with the speed of light, conveys her away to his castle in Maine, where Madame la Comtesse de Chavigny, who, by the way, is an angel according to all accounts, receives the young lady and entertains her with all kindness. In the meanwhile, Monsieur le Comte de Blenau is examined by the king in person, and instead of having his head cut off, is merely relégué in Bourbon, upon which Chavigny finds he has lost his labour, and is obliged to send for the pretty prisoner back again with all speed. Although de Blenau was aware from his own personal experience that Cinq-Mars had mistaken several parts of his history, he did not think fit to set him right, and the master of the horse proceeded. However, let us into thy hotel. Get thy dinner, wash the dust from thy beard, array thyself in an unsullied doublet, and we will hie to the dwelling of thy fair lady, to glad her eyes with the sight of thy sweet person. De Blenau smiled at his friend's raillery, and as the proposal very well accorded with his wishes, every moment seeming misspent that detained him from Pauline, he changed his dress as speedily as possible, and was soon ready to accompany Cinq-Mars to the palace. As they proceeded on their way towards the gate of the park, a figure presented itself, which from its singularity was worthy of notice. It was that of a tall, thin, raw-boned man, who, naturally possessing a countenance of the ugliest cast of Italian ugliness, had rendered it still more disagreeable by the enormous length of his moustaches, which would have far overtopped his nose, had it been a nose of any ordinary proportion. But a more extensive pear-shaped, ill-adapted organ never projected from a human countenance, and this, together with a pair of small flaming black eyes, which it seemed to bear forward with it above the rest of the face, protruding from a mass of beard and hair, instantly reminding the beholder of a badger looking out of a hole. The chin, however, bore no proportion to the nose, and seemed rather to slink away from it in an oblique direction, apparently overawed by its more ambitious neighbour. The dress of this delectable personage was a medley of the French and Flemish costumes. He wore a grey silk vest, with sleeves slashed at the elbow, and the shirt, which was not conspicuously clean, buttoned at the wrist with agate studs. His haute de chausses, which was of deep crimson, and bore loops of ribbons of yellow, was fringed round the leg near the knees with a series of brazen tags or points, but indifferently silvered, and as he walked along with huge steps, these aforesaid tags clattered together with a sort of important sound, which put in combination with the rest of his appearance drew many a laugh from the boys of Saint-Germain. Over his grey vest was drawn a straight-cut doublet of yellow silk, without sleeves, and a pair of long boots of untanned leather covered all defects which might otherwise have been apparent in his hose. His dress was completed by a tawdry bonnet with a high black plume, and a Toledo blade of immeasurable length, with a worked iron hilt and black scabbard, hung by his side, describing with its point various strange figures in the dust of the road. "Here comes Villagrande, the Italian lute player," exclaimed Cinq-Mars the moment he saw him. "Do you know him, de Blenau?" "I have heard him play on his instrument and sing at your house," replied de Blenau, "and from his language that night I may say I know him through and through, for a boasting coxcomb, with as much courage as the sheath of a rapier, which looks as good as a rapier itself till it is touched, and then proves all emptiness. Mind you how he boasted of having routed whole squadrons when he served in the Italian horse, and I dare say he would run from a stuffed pikeman in an old hall." "Nay, you do him wrong, Claude," replied Cinq-Mars. "He has rather too much tongue, it is true, but that is not always the sign of a bad hound. I must speak to him, however, for he does me service. Well, Signor Villagrande," continued he, addressing the Italian, who now approached, swinging an enormous cane in his hand, and from time to time curling up the ends of his moustaches, "you remember that you are to be ready at a moment's notice. Be sure also that your mind be made up, for I tell you fairly the service which you undertake is one of danger." "Monsieur," replied the Italian, with a strong foreign accent, "I will be ready when you call upon me, in shorter time than you could draw your sword; and as for my mind being made up, if there were an army drawn out to oppose my progress, I would be bound to carry the dispatch to the Duke of Bouillon, or die in the attempt. Fear not my yielding it to anybody. Piuttosto mor voglio, as the song has it," and he hummed a few bars of one of his native airs. "Oh, Dio!" continued he, recognising de Blenau, who had turned away on perceiving that Cinq-Mars spoke to the Italian on some business of a private nature. "Oh, Dio! Monsieur le Comte de Blenau, is it really you returned at last? Benedetto quel giorno felice! Doubtless you are aware of the glorious plans of your friend Monsieur le Grand. Good day, signor, answered de Blenau. I know of no one's plans but my own, the most glorious of which, within my apprehension at present, is to get to the palace as soon as possible. Come, Cinq-Mars, are you at leisure? And he took a step or two in advance, while the master of the horse gave the Italian a warning to put a bridle on his tongue, and not let it run so loosely without any regard to necessary caution. For heaven's sake, take care what you are about, Cinq-Mars, said de Blenau, when he was again joined by his friend. Of course you are the best judge of your own plans, but unless you have a mind to ruin them all, do not trust them to such a babbling idiot as that, and beware that, in attempting to catch a lion, you do not get torn yourself. Oh, no fear, replied the Grand Écuyer. That fellow knows nothing more than it is absolutely necessary for him to know. And as for the rest, I have plunged into a wide sea, Claude, and must swim to land somehow. They had by this time reached the gates of the palace, and Cinq-Mars, knowing that some meetings are better in private, left his friend and turned his steps towards the apartments of the king. In the meanwhile, de Blenau proceeded with a rapid pace towards that part of the palace which had been assigned to Madame de Beaumont, and his heart beat with that wild, uncontrollable emotion which the meeting with one dearly loved can alone produce. At that very moment similar sensations were throbbing in the bosom of Pauline de Beaumont, who from the window had seen the approach of Cinq-Mars and another, and long before her eye could distinguish a feature, her heart told her who it was. A sort of irresistible impulse led her, at first, to fly towards the door by which she expected him to enter; but before she was half across the room, some other feeling came over her mind. She returned to her seat at the window, and a blush stole over her cheek, though there was no other person present to observe her emotion or pry into its cause. The door was partially open, and more than once she raised her eyes towards it, and thought that de Blenau was long in coming so short a distance. But presently she heard his step, and there was an impatient eagerness even in the sound of his footfall that convinced her he lost no time. Another moment, and he entered the room. Every feeling but one was at an end, and Pauline was in his arms. It is not the moment when a lover has endured many sorrows and escaped from many dangers that a gentle heart can practise even the everyday affectations which a great part of the world are pleased to mistake for delicacy, and far less inclined to attempt it than any other person in the world was Pauline de Beaumont. The child of nature and simplicity, her delicacy was that of an elegant mind and a pure heart. Of what she did feel she concealed little, and affected nothing. And de Blenau was happy. Of course there was a great deal to be told, and de Blenau was listening, delighted to an account of the considerate kindness with which the Countess de Chavigny had treated his Pauline, when the sound of voices approaching towards them stopped her in her history. It is precisely at such moments as those, when we wish everybody but ourselves away, that the world is most likely to intrude upon us, and Pauline and de Blenau had not met more than 5 minutes, as it seemed to them, when the Queen and Madame de Beaumont entered the apartment. How long they had been really together is another question, for lovers' feelings are not always the truest watches. "Welcome, my faithful de Blenau," said the Queen. "We encountered the Grand Écuyer but now, who told us where we should find you. For my own part, I suppose I must in all justice forgive your paying your devoir here, before you came to visit even me. However, ere there be any one near to overhear, I must thank you for all you have done for me, and for all you have suffered on my account. Nor must I forget my little heroine here, who went through all sorts of peril and danger in conveying my message to you in the Bastille." "Your Majesty was very good in sending me such an angel of comfort," replied de Blenau, "and certainly, had it not been for the command she brought me, I believe that his most Christian-like eminence of Richelieu would have doomed me to the torture for my obstinacy." "Put in other words, de Blenau," said Anne of Austria, "you mean that you would have endured the torture sooner than betray your queen. But truly, Pauline must have a stout heart to have carried through such an undertaking, and I think that the fidelity and attachment which you have both shown to me offers a fair promise of your conduct towards each other. What say you, Madame de Beaumont?" "I think, madame," replied the Marchioness, "that Pauline has done her duty with more firmness than most girls could have commanded, and that de Blenau has done his as well as could be done." "Pauline merits more praise than her mother ventures to give," said the Queen. "But I had forgot the King's summons, and probably he is even now waiting for us. Come, Pauline, come, de Blenau. Louis gives high commendation to your demeanour in prison. Let us see how he greets you out of it." A message had been conveyed to Anne of Austria just before the arrival of de Blenau, intimating that the King desired to see her, and she now led the way to the Salle Ronde, as it was then called, or the Salle des Muses, as it was afterwards named by Louis XIV., where the King waited her approach. Although the uncertain nature of Louis's temper always made her feel some degree of apprehension when summoned to his presence, the kindness he had lately shown her, and the presence of a large proportion of her friends, made her obey his call with more pleasure than she usually felt on similar occasions. Louis's object, in the present instance, was to inform the Queen of the journey he was about to make into the neighbourhood of Perpignan, in order to confirm the inhabitants of Roussillon in their new allegiance to the crown of France; and Cinq-Mars, who had always sincerely wished the welfare of Anne of Austria, took this opportunity of insinuating to the King that, to show publicly his restored confidence in the Queen, so far from lessening his authority, even in appearance, would be in truth only asserting his own dignity, from which the proceedings of Richelieu had so greatly derogated. De Blenau and Pauline followed a step or two behind the Queen and Madame de Beaumont, and would willingly have lingered still longer by themselves, but as something must always be sacrificed to appearance, they quickened their pace as Anne of Austria approached the door of the Salle Ronde, and came up with her just as she entered the room in which the principal part of the French court was assembled. The moment she appeared, Louis advanced towards the Queen from the brilliant circle in which he stood, and embraced her affectionately. "Welcome, my fair lady," said he. "I see you have brought the new returned exile with you. Monsieur de Blenau, I am glad to see you at court. This is a pleasanter place than where we last met." "I can assure you, sire," replied de Blenau, "that I will never be willingly in circumstances to meet your majesty there again." "I do not doubt it, said the King. "You should thank Heaven that delivered you from such peril, Sir Count. Madam," he continued, turning to the Queen, "I requested to see you, not only for the pleasure which your presence must always give, but to inform you that affairs of state will shortly call me to Narbonne, in Languedoc, from whence I shall return with all convenient speed." "Your majesty soon leaves Saint Germain," replied the Queen. "I do not think you love it for a sojourn, as in other days." "Not so," answered Louis. "So well do I love it, that I had purposed to have worn out the rest of my days here, had not the duties of my station called me hence. But my return will be speedy if God give me life. What man can say how long he may remain? And I feel many a warning that my time will be but short in this world. Ha! What mean those drops in your eyes? I did not know, Anne, that such were your feelings." And he pressed the Queen's hand, which he had continued to retain in his. "Oh, Louis!" replied Anne of Austria, and by that simple exclamation conveyed a more delicate reproach to the heart of her husband than she could have done by any other expression in the range of language. Louis felt it, and drawing her arm kindly through his own, he proposed aloud that the whole party should walk forth upon the terrace. It was the Queen's favourite spot, and she easily understood that it was meant as some atonement for many a former slight. Those, too, who stood round and saw what had taken place, began to perceive that a new star was dawning in the horizon, and turned their eyes to watch its progress and court its influence. The King and Queen were followed by the greater part of the court, and during the walk Louis continued to manifest that kindness towards his wife, which, had it been earlier shown, might have given him a life of happiness. "Let me beg you, madam," said he, as at length they turned to enter the palace, "not only to be careful of our children, for that I am sure you will be, but also to be careful of their mother, for my sake." The Queen's feelings were overpowering. The tears rolled rapidly down her cheeks, taking from her all power of utterance, and quitting the King, after pressing his hand to her lips, she retired to her own apartments, to indulge in solitude the new and delightful emotions which her husband's unexpected kindness had excited. End of chapter 7. Section 32 of Richelieu, A Tale of France, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, which shows that the moment and the manner have often more to do with success than the matter. The various preparation for the king's journey into Roussillon occupied no small space of time. Litters and carriages were to be provided, relays of horses to be stationed on the road, cooks and victuallers were to be sent forward, and 1,000 other arrangements to be made, required either by the general difficulty of locomotion in those days, or by the failing health of the king. It was not then, as in the present time, when monarchs and subjects travel with equal facility all over the globe. When a king gets into his travelling chaise, with no more to do than a private man, and is carried along over a level road without let or hindrance, jolt or jumbling, to whatsoever place his fancy may incline him. The journey of a sovereign was then as formidable an undertaking as the passage of the great desert to a modern traveller, and required fully as much provision and circumspection. One great object of Richelieu's policy had been to diminish the feudal influence of the nobility, and by forcing them to reside with the court, to break through their constant communication with their vassals. In pursuit of this, he had drawn the greater part of the nobles to Paris, and now that his absence and declining favour with the king dissolved the charm which seemed to hold them in the capital, they congregated at Saint-Germain's like a flock of bees, that having lost their hive flew forth in search of a new one. Many of these were bound, by their various offices in the household, to accompany the king in his present journey. Others were particularly invited to do so, either by Louis himself or by Cinq-Mars and Fontrailles, who sought to surround the king with those who, on any sudden emergency, might support their party against the cardinal. And a crowd of others, from vanity or interest, curiosity or ambition, were glad to follow in the train of the monarch. Thus the greater part of the nobles who had flocked to Saint-Germain's on Richelieu's departure from Paris now again left it in order to take part in the journey to Narbonne. As all the horses and every sort of accommodation on the direct road were engaged for the service of the king and those immediately attendant upon him, the greater part of the court took the indirect roads by which they could always be near the royal party, and the rest followed a day or two after, taking advantage of whatever conveniences might be left unappropriated. There were one or two, however, who departed before Louis, and of these the principal was Chavigny, who set out accompanied by a few servants, 2 or 3 days prior to that appointed for the king's expedition. His ostensible destination was, like that of the rest of the court, to Narbonne, but turning to the left he directed his course towards Tarascon, and having travelled with the utmost rapidity, while Louis proceeded by easy stages, he had quite sufficient time to communicate fully with Richelieu, and proceed to Narbonne before the king's arrival. The journey into Roussillon had been undertaken by the express advice of Richelieu, and though Cinq-Mars ventured boldly to attack the conduct of the cardinal in every respect, to place all his measures in the worst point of view, and to encourage every sentiment in the king's mind which was in opposition to those of the minister, still no change, or even a proposal of change in the government, had been mentioned, up to the time of the court reaching Narbonne. Richelieu was still prime minister, and the council remained composed of persons devoted to his interest, though the views of Cinq-Mars were already spoken of in more than one circle, and the consent of the king was so far assumed as a matter decided, that the two parties were distinguished by the names of royalist and cardinalist. While the court remained with the army near Perpignan, and after its removal to Narbonne, Richelieu still lay dangerously ill at Tarascon. His mind was deeply depressed, as well as his corporeal powers, and in the opinion of all, a few weeks were likely to terminate both his ministry and his existence, even if the eager hand of his enemies did not hurry him onward to more rapid destruction. But the fiery spirit of Cinq-Mars brooked no delay. The lazy course of natural decay was too slow for his impatience, and though de Thou, who accompanied his friend to Narbonne, reiterated in his ears the maxims of caution and wisdom, on the other hand Fontrailles, fearful lest he should lose the merit and consequent influence he should acquire by the removal of Richelieu, never ceased to urge the favourite to hurry on the completion of their design. In the meantime everything seemed favourable to the conspirators, and Cinq-Mars felt confident that the secret inclination of Louis would second all his views. But nevertheless he wished for some more public and determinate expression of the king's opinion before he asked his consent to the measures which had been concerted. After the arrival of the court at Narbonne, however, the monarch's conduct in respect to Richelieu became of so decisive a character that no farther delay appeared necessary. Within a few miles of the place where the cardinal lay ill, the king seemed entirely to have forgotten that such a man existed, or only to remember him with hatred. His name, if it was ever mentioned, instantly called into Louis's countenance an expression of uneasiness and disapprobation, and by no chance was the king ever heard to pronounce it himself. By all these circumstances, Cinq-Mars was determined to communicate to Louis as soon as possible the schemes which had been formed for freeing the country from the yoke of Richelieu. He suffered, however, several days to elapse in waiting for a favourable opportunity, and at length, as often happens, growing impatient of delay, took perhaps the most inauspicious moment that could have been selected. It was on a morning when everything had gone wrong with Louis. Notwithstanding his failing health, he still clung to his accustomed amusements, and often rode forth to hunt when he was very unfit for any bodily exercise. On these occasions, the distressing consciousness of his decaying powers always rendered him doubly irritable, and on the day which Cinq-Mars unfortunately chose to broach the subject of the dismissal of Richelieu, 1,000 trivial accidents had occurred to increase his ill humour to the highest pitch. His horse had fallen with him in the chase. They had beat the country for hours without finding any game worthy of pursuit, and when at length they did rouse a fine boar, and had brought him to bay, he broke out after killing 2 of the king's best hounds, and plunged into the deepest part of the forest. Louis was returning home from this unsuccessful chase, when Cinq-Mars, turning his eyes towards the towers of Tarascon, which just then were seen rising above the trees in the distance, pointed to them with his hunting whip, saying, "There lies the cardinal." "Well, sir," exclaimed Louis eagerly, catching at anything on which to vent his irritability, "do you wish me to go and see him? Doubtless he will be glad of the visit. Let us go." And he reined in his horse as if with the intention of turning him towards Tarascon. "Far be it from me to advise your majesty so to do," replied Cinq-Mars, who clearly perceived that the king's answer proceeded only from casual irritation. "It was the sight of the old towers of the château that called the cardinal to my mind. In truth, I had almost forgotten him." "Forgotten him, Cinq-Mars!" cried the king. "I think he has done enough to make himself remembered." "He has indeed, sire," replied Cinq-Mars, "and his memory will long last coupled with curses in the heart of every true Frenchman. But there he lies, I trust, like the Tarasque, hideous but harmless for the present." "What do you mean by the Tarasque?" demanded Louis. "I never heard of it." "It is merely a whimsical stone dragon, sire," replied Cinq-Mars, "that lies carved in the church of Saint Marthe at Tarascon on the Rhône, a thing of no more real use than the Cardinal de Richelieu." "Of no use, sir!" exclaimed the king, his eye flashing fire. "Do you think that we would repose such trust and confide our kingdom's weal to one who is of no use? Silence, sir!" he continued, seeing Cinq-Mars about to reply. "No more of this subject. We have heard too much of it." Cinq-Mars was too wise to add another word, and the king rode on to Narbonne, maintaining a sullen silence towards all around him. Of the conversation which had passed, not one word had escaped the ears of Fontrailles, and the moment the cortège had dismounted, he followed the master of the horse towards a distant part of the grounds which lay behind the château. Cinq-Mars walked on as if he did not see him, and at last finding that he persisted in following, he stopped abruptly, exclaiming, "Well, Fontrailles, well, what now? What would you say? I can guess it all, so spare yourself the trouble." "You mistake me, Cinq-Mars," replied Fontrailles, "if you think I would blame you. You did your best, though the time was not the best chosen; but all I wish to press upon you is, not to let this dispirit you. Let the subject die away for the present and seem forgotten, till the king is in a better mood. Every hour of his neglect is death to Richelieu, and besides, the king's consent is not absolutely necessary to us." "To me, absolutely necessary," replied Cinq-Mars, "for I stir not one step without it." "Nay, the king's private consent to you is of course necessary," answered Fontrailles; "but you surely do not think of informing him of the treaty with Spain. After the affair is finished, and Richelieu's power at an end, Louis will see the necessity of it; but such, you must know, is his hatred towards Spain, that he would consider the very proposal as little better than high treason." "I am not yet determined in that respect," answered Cinq-Mars. "My conduct will of course be decided by how I find the king inclined. I like no concealments, where they can be avoided. But in the first place, Villagrande must carry the treaty to—" Cinq-Mars paused, for as he spoke, Chavigny turned sharp round from an alley close by, and passed on. The statesman bowed, en passant, to the master of the horse, who but slightly returned his salutation, while, on the other hand, Fontrailles doffed his hat and inclined his head with a hypocritical smile, in which habitual servility was strongly blended with triumphant malice. Chavigny spoke not, but there were 2 or 3 words had caught his ear as he passed, which at once turned his suspicions into the right channel, and stimulated him to know more. We have already said that it was a maxim with the statesman, that in politics nothing is mean, and he would have felt not the slightest hesitation in listening to the conversation of Cinq-Mars, could he have done so without being observed. To effect this, it was necessary to take a large round, in order to approach the alley in which the 2 conspirators walked without drawing their attention to himself; but as he turned to do so, he observed the master of the horse separate from his companion, and come towards the spot where he stood; and not wishing to put Cinq-Mars on his guard by showing that he was watched, he turned away and directed his steps towards the château. "Must carry the treaty," thought Chavigny. "Who must carry the treaty? If I could but have heard that name, I should then have had the clue in my hands. However, Monsieur de Cinq-Mars, you shall be well looked to, at least. Take care that you trip not, for if you do, you fall." Thus thinking, he passed on to the stables, where the horses stood, intending, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour and the failing light, to ride over to Tarascon and communicate with Richelieu, even if he should be obliged to become a borrower of the night for a dark hour or twain. His grooms, however, taking advantage of his absence, had dispersed themselves in various directions in search of amusement to pass the hours in the dull town of Narbonne, and consequently Chavigny could find no one to saddle his horses for the proposed journey. Irritated at this impediment, he was about to quit the stable in search of some of the truant grooms, when he again perceived Cinq-Mars approaching, accompanied by the Italian Villagrande. They were in earnest conversation, and Chavigny, knowing that Cinq-Mars had horses lodged next to his own, drew back, and searching for a crevice in the wooden partition, which was as old and decayed as he could desire, he applied himself to listen to all that passed as soon as the master of the horse and his companion entered the adjoining stable. The first words he heard from the Italian, "You know, monseigneur," said he, "that the utmost a man can do is to die in defence of his charge, and that will I do, sooner than yield to any man that which you entrust to my hands." "Well, well," replied Cinq-Mars, "there is no need of so many professions, good sir. Tomorrow morning, then, at daybreak, you set out. That is the horse. Mind you use him well, but spare not his speed. Salute the noble Duke on my part with all kindness and love. At 9 you come for the treaty, but mark that you keep your time, for at 10 I must be with the king." "But, monseigneur," cried Villagrande, as Cinq-Mars turned to leave him, "perhaps your lackeys will not let me have the horse." "Well, then, when you come to night," replied the Grand Écuyer, "you shall have an order for him." "Now, then, your secret is in my power," thought Chavigny, as Cinq-Mars and his companion left the spot. "Monsieur de Villagrande, I will instantly make out an order for your arrest tomorrow morning, and save you the trouble of your journey. Salute the noble Duke," he continued, meditating on the words of Cinq-Mars. "What Duke? It must be Gaston of Orleans, but he is a royal Duke. But we shall see." And as he walked on towards the château, he bent his eyes upon the ground, revolving in his mind the various plans which suggested themselves for withdrawing his patron and himself from the brink of that political precipice on which they stood. His thoughts, however, which for a moment wandered to every different circumstance of his situation, seeking amongst the many dangers that surrounded some favourable point on which to found a hope, were all suddenly recalled to one object, by the approach of Cardinal Mazarin, who by his hurried step and anxious countenance appeared to be troubled by some unforeseen event. Notwithstanding their being linked in one cause, notwithstanding their present interests drawing together, notwithstanding all the apparent friendship that existed between them, Chavigny looked upon the cardinal as one who with less zeal had rivalled him in the favour of Richelieu, and who, with less talent, had insinuated himself as much into the affairs of government. And Mazarin, although obliged to coalesce with Richelieu's favourite, looked forward to the day when the struggle for preeminence between them would come to a climax, and one would rise upon the ruin of the other; and he saw clearly that when that day did arrive, all his own subtlety would hardly qualify him to compete with the bold mind and vigorous talents of Chavigny, unless he could in the first instance gradually acquire for himself such a superiority of interest as to enable him to command rather than contend for the highest station. The natural effect of these conflicting interests was a feeling of jealous suspicion in the mind of each, which in Mazarin only appeared by the care he took to strengthen his influence wherever it was most opposite to that of Chavigny, while at the same time he showed his fellow statesmen an outward respect and deference almost amounting to servility. But on the other part, Chavigny's hasty disposition made his dislike more apparent, though he took no means of injuring his rival. As they approached each other, the cardinal made a sign to the page who attended him to remain behind, and folding the train of his robe over his arm, he advanced quickly to Chavigny, embracing him with the greatest semblance of attachment. "My excellent friend," he exclaimed, "I have sought you everywhere. Let me beg you to fly instantly to Tarascon, or all our hopes are ruined." "In truth," replied Chavigny, not allowing Mazarin to explain the motives of his request, "your eminence requires what I can hardly comply with, as I have but now got business on my hands which needs some time to manage. But may I crave the object which would be gained by my going to Tarascon? I should think that he who could stay two hostile armies on the point of battle was fully sufficient to any stroke of policy." There was a sarcastic smile on the lip of Chavigny, as he alluded to the peace which Mazarin had procured at Cazales, at the moment when the French and Spanish armies were about to engage. But the cardinal would only see the compliment. "You are too kind," replied he; "but in this instance you only can succeed. You only, I feel assured, and that not without the exertion of all your influence, can prevent the cardinal prime minister from sending his resignation to the king." "His resignation!" exclaimed Chavigny, starting back with unfeigned astonishment. "In the name of heaven, what do you mean?" "I mean this, Chavigny," replied Mazarin, "that unless you reach Tarascon before daylight to morrow morning, and use every argument in your power to produce, The courier who bears the official resignation of his Eminence of Richelieu will have set out for this place. I saw the paper signed to-day with my own eyes before I came away, and all that my utmost entreaties could gain was, that it should be delayed till to-morrow morning, in hopes of your arrival before that time. His Eminence feels convinced that the King's favour and his own power are lost for ever, and in truth I begin to think so too." "Madness and folly!" exclaimed Chavigny, striking his hand against his forehead with vexation. "Madness and folly! Rascal, saddle me a horse," he continued to a groom, who now loitered into the court with that sort of slow, indifferent air which would put an angel in a passion. "Where in the name of all the devils have you been lingering? Pardon me, your Eminence, but I am vexed. I did not think his great mind was so overthrown. Saddle me a horse, I say. Slave, must you stand eavesdropping? Better you had been born deaf than overhear my conversation. There are such things as oubliettes to cure listeners. Saddle me a horse, I say." "Will you not take some of my servants with you?" said Mazarin. "They are all in readiness." "No, no," replied Chavigny. "I go alone. Do not let it get abroad that I am gone. I will be back betimes to-morrow." "You had better take one servant at least," said the cardinal. "The roads are not safe. It is dangerous." "Dangerous!" exclaimed Chavigny. "Who thinks of danger when his all is at stake? Your Eminence has a great regard for human lives, I know, for mine more especially; but depend upon it, I shall come home safe to-morrow, though I go alone to-night. Now, sir," he continued to the groom, who led forth a strong black hunter for his service, "girth up the saddle a little tighter, unbuckle that cross from his poitrel. I am neither going on a pilgrimage nor a procession." And now, walking twice round the horse to see that all the caparisons were in right order, he sprang into the saddle, and dashing his rolls into the hunter's flank, galloped out of the courtyard, bowing with a smile as he passed by Mazarin, who started back a step as the horse's feet, in the rapidity of its course, struck fire with the stones of the pavement. Chapter 9.